I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, Attitude. Lin Xiao went back to Tiansheng City first, and Lin Xiao went back a day later. During this time, nothing unexpected happened. The news that Lin Xiao had killed the Le family had not spread yet, and it was only spread in a small area. It was not until the next day that the news slowly began to spread, and it was still within a certain range. Ordinary casual cultivators didn't even know about it. Bakesuju reopened, and guests came in droves. It really was a big bustle this time, and even exceeded the reception capacity of Bakesuju. They didn't leave, and Lin Xiao knew that this was a big misunderstanding. 2 days later, Lin Xiao received a message from the Tang family, inviting him to the Tang family for a chat. Lin Xiao agreed, and at the gate of the Tang family, he met Tang Yulin, who had rarely come out recently. Master Tang, where have you been recently? Why are you so elusive? Master Lin, save me, my father has gone crazy, and has been forcing me to practice every day recently. He also wants to destroy my practice and make me start over again. Master Lin, don't you think this is a joke? Recultivate, it sounds good, Lin Xiao replied. Tang Yulin's practice was fake, and it was all piled up with various resources. It was extremely superficial, and he couldn't even beat a stronger Lingguan cultivator. It would be good if he could destroy it and start over. Maybe he would have a chance to make further progress. Oh my god, Master Lin, you're crazy too. It must be so painful to waste your cultivation, and you have to start practicing all over again. At least 100 years of hard work. If I had that kind of perseverance, why didn't I practice before? That's true. What are you going to do now? I want to run away. Master Lin, you're resourceful. Please help me. I heard from my mother that my father is looking for a kind of spiritual fire to burn the profound key in my meridians to strengthen my foundation. It's worse than death. That's burning the meridians. Ahem. I have to go in as a guest. Come to Bakesuju in a few days and I'll talk to you then. Lin Xiao coughed and left gloating, leaving Tang Yulin howling there. In fact, if Tang Yulin could survive this, it would be good. No matter how prosperous the family is, he has to have some skills. Hello senior. Hello, Uncle Tang. I came to ask you to play chess today. Let's sit down and chat. Do you know how to play chess? No. Playing chess can cultivate your character, train your spiritual consciousness, and even evolve into an extremely powerful killing weapon. You can learn it. Tang Xuan said lightly. Playing chess, calligraphy and painting are the standard equipment for children of large families. Tang Xuan doesn't believe that Lin Xiao can't play at all. He is probably afraid that he will be seen because of playing chess. The senior is right. Lin Xiao will go and learn it when he has time. Make a cup of tea. Yes. Tang Yulin's father left quietly, leaving only Tang Xuan and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao is your apprentice, right? She seems to be not much younger than you. Yes, she is only a few dozen years old. When I accepted her as my apprentice, she was only about 10 years old. I was only at the Purple Mansion level at that time. Purple Mansion? Yes, that's the Purple Mansion. Is that so? Tang Xuan was a little confused. Even if the King Li family was in decline, they would not let a Purple Mansion cultivator teach their children. What's going on? Senior, do you have any questions? No, Lin Xiao is practicing the withering and flourishing technique. It seems that it can't be concealed anymore. I have no ill intentions, and neither do the Suyu sect. Today's conversation is in accordance with the decree of the Supreme of my Suyu sect, so you don't have to worry. Even the Supreme is alarmed. It's really terrifying. The Green Emperor has made great contributions to the human race, and the human race will never forget it for thousands of years. But I want to say that we have nothing to do with the Green Emperor family. Nothing to do. Tang Xuan's heart sank. If it was unrelated, then there would be too many variables. Was it a legacy of the Green Emperor family? Or a traitor, or something else? The key is the withering and flourishing technique, which is the supreme skill of the Green Emperor family, and is definitely a treasure that can protect the mountain. Why is it circulated and what is the attitude of the Li family? This is really hard to understand. To be honest, I don't know how to evaluate it. The Li family hasn't appeared for many years. Now a person who practices the withering and flourishing art appears. You tell me that it has nothing to do with the Li family. I don't know what to say. Senior, don't you think it's best to let nature take its course? If there are any problems, we can solve them ourselves. Haha, it's not that simple. Do you know why the Li family retired at the height of their career and lived in seclusion? I've never heard of this. It seems to be related to a war between the two clans after the Green Emperor. It is indeed related, but the root cause is that they are too overbearing. The Green Emperor led the human race to conquer a vast territory. The human race respected him as the emperor. The Li family of the Green Emperor naturally felt very proud. After the Green Emperor ascended, the Li family had no one to suppress them, and they repeatedly produced talents, so they became more rampant, and the big sects and forces of the time were overwhelmed. After that, the monsters counterattacked, and the Zhongzhou cultivation world fought hard. The Li family thought of themselves as the leaders of the human race at that time, so they naturally had to lead many forces to fight against the monsters. However, because of their overbearing behavior, they caused dissatisfaction among many forces, so they pretended to obey and disobeyed in some matters. The result was that the human race won a tragic victory, and the Li family suffered heavy losses. According to some historical records, there were 5 supremes in the Li family before the war. 3 of them died in the war, and the 2 survivors were also seriously injured. At this time, the Li family should have known the outside world's evaluation of them, so they were afraid that the human race would join forces to strangle them, so they retreated bravely. For such a glorious family, it is normal for the descendants to be a little arrogant, but now hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and the Li family should not be so stupid. Lin Xiao replied. Tang Xuan was afraid that the Li family would cause trouble against the Suyu sect. The Li family's foundation was too terrifying. It had been passed down for millions of years. Who knows what powerful things they have. Especially the King Emperor's methods, which were really unpredictable. Even if there were several emperors who reached the height of the King Emperor in the future, they still admired the King Emperor. It's hard to say. The glory of the King Emperor era is enough for everyone to remember. Maybe someone will indulge in it. Then what the senior means is that we should leave Tiansheng City. That's not necessary. We are afraid of the Li family, but we are not afraid of the Li family. We just don't want to cause trouble. What we hope is that if there is any trouble, you can tell us to avoid some trouble. For example, the matter of the Li family this time does not need to be like this at all. What the senior said is right. Lin Xiao did a bad job this time. Lemming Feng hasn't been killed yet, so just return him to the Li family. Okay, I'll talk to Le Junshan then. Well, it seems that you are very smart and don't have the arrogance of a young person. I once heard such a saying, people should not be arrogant, but they must be proud. I think what the senior said makes sense, and it won't be wrong to listen to it. People should not be arrogant, but they must be proud. Okay, this sentence is well said. Senior, if there is nothing else, then the junior will take his leave. Okay, you go and be busy. When you have time, help me talk to Yulin. Although this road is illusory, you still have to pursue 1 or 2, so that your life will not be in vain. Yes senior, rest assured. Young Master Tang is a good man, but he is a little lazy. It will take more than a few days to change. Take your time. He still has a lot of time. Lin Xiao nodded. Tang Yulin was not very old, at most a little older than him. He still had a long time to live for 2000 years in the Shengsu period. With the wealth of the Tang family, it was enough for him to squander. Lin Xiao left the Tang family mountain gate, flew directly to Tiansheng City, and returned to Beigsuju. Li Muxi came to ask about the result of the conversation, and Lin Xiao told her the truth. Master, you admitted it on purpose. Do you want to use this to get in touch with the King Li family? Not really, but I'm indeed curious about the King Li family. If you really have a connection, you can recognize each other. I don't know any King Li family. My father is a mountain man, and his ancestors for 18 generations were all poor. Haha, don't make a fuss, but in this world, 80% of the people with the surname Li have some relationship with the Li family. Back then, the Li family was the #1 family in the world of immortal cultivation, with hundreds of thousands of immortal cultivators and hundreds of millions of ordinary people. Maybe. Li Muxu curled her lips. This was true. At that time, the Li family was indeed extremely glorious. Now, most of the people with the surname Li in the world of immortal cultivation have some connection with the Li family, but millions of years have passed, and the connection has become nothing. We have to negotiate with the Le family in 2 days and return Lemming Feng to them. We have to take this opportunity to extort money. See if there is anything we need urgently. No, just elixirs and spiritual medicines. The rest are easy to get. It's the same here. Lin Xiao nodded. He still had a lot of trophies such as magic tools, which were enough. Only elixirs and spiritual medicines that strength and vitality were extremely scarce. I don't know how much he can extort this time. Before negotiating with the Le family, Lin Xiao met with the Zhao family again. This time, Zhao Yuanshan cheated the Le family and was called to the Suyu sect's mountain gate to be scolded. However, it was not a big deal, because the Zhao family did not completely cheat the Le family. Instead, they showed mercy. If the Zhao family did not cooperate, Lin Xiao would cooperate with others, and it would not be a matter of Tiansheng period cultivators dying. So this time Zhao Yuanshan's merits and demerits offset each other, and he just scolded him. For Zhao Yuanshan, scolding him once or twice would not be a big deal. The real benefits are the most important. This time, the purpose of contacting Lin Xiao was to realize the benefits. Lin Xiao was not vague and handed the 6th level puppet to Zhao Yuanshan, and Zhao Yuanshan paid a price of 150 million Zuan crystals. In addition, there were some cooperation on alchemy matters. Li Muxu has not yet broken through the 6th level alchemist, so the Zhao family must also make efforts, mainly through the Zhao family's channels, to collect alchemy materials for Li Muxu and reduce Li Muxu's alchemy time and cost. A skilled alchemist often has a powerful business behind him as a support team. Otherwise, searching for materials alone can consume most of the alchemist's energy, and it is a dream to improve the alchemy skills, or the alchemist will directly waste time and stop on this path. The Zhao family had no objection to this, but they also made a request, that is, to let the Zhao family's alchemists help Li Muxu, and it would be best if they could communicate a little to improve the level of their alchemists. Li Muxu did not refuse this. Li Muxu was very confident, and ordinary people really couldn't keep up with her. Chapter 502 I also have an invincible heart. After Lin Xiao and the Zhao family started to cooperate, things in Tiansheng City became very smooth. Lin Xiao had no shortage of Zuan crystals, and the Zhao family had deep connections, so all kinds of spiritual medicines and spiritual materials continued to flow into Baeksuju. Li Muxu also began to improve her alchemy skills, and there was no shortage of pill recipes. Lin Xiao's recipes were even richer than those of the Sutra Pavilion of the first-class forces. With the arrival of the remaining alchemists of the Tiansheng Sect, Baeksuju also completely established itself in Tiansheng City, and 4th and 5th level pills began to be supplied continuously, earning a large amount of Zuan crystals. Lin Xiao originally wanted to leave the Le family alone, but Le Junshan took the initiative to come to the door. After a day of negotiations, the two finally reached a deal. The Le family exchanged Lemming Feng for the relevant price of 200 million Zuan crystals. The payment was made first and the goods arrived later. The Le family did not dare to delay and gathered the resources in less than half a month, and Lemming Feng also returned to the Le family. Lemming Feng was captured this time, which he regarded as a great shame. As soon as he returned to the Le family, he went into seclusion and vowed that he would take revenge with his own hands one day. Lemming Xiao was extremely miserable. Although he was not the mastermind of this matter, most of it was handled by him. Coupled with the spread of negative news, Lemming Xiao could not survive in Tiansheng City. He was beaten several times and then sent to a remote place by the Le family. The Le family also reflected on it, became much more low-key, and began to heal their wounds secretly. In this incident, the Le family suffered heavy losses, not only consuming a huge amount of resources, but also losing a lot of people. The defeat of the Tiansheng period monks made them feel a kind of pain of breaking their bones. Lin Xiao didn't care so much. He was still in seclusion in Tiansheng City, swallowing pills, nourishing the soul, and tempering the membrane. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. 2 years later, Hanbo came to Tiansheng City. Since Lin Xiao left Shenmue City, he has never seen Hanbo again, but the news of Hanbo continued. Over the years, Hanbo has been challenging masters from all sides, winning and losing, but almost all high-level cultivators are very optimistic about Hanbo, because regardless of winning or losing, Hanbo's mentality is very good, his invincible heart is becoming more and more mature, his swordsmanship is becoming more and more exquisite, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger. This time, Hanbo came to Tiansheng City to challenge the younger generation of masters of Tiansheng Sect. Before he arrived, the momentum had already risen. Brother Han, after decades of separation, you and I finally meet. Friend Lin, the name of G-Leveler is resounding throughout Zhongzhou. No matter where I go in recent years, I have heard of the reputation of G-Leveler. I didn't think it was a good thing back then, but it seems that I was wrong. Brother Han, you are being so formal. Let's go to G-Leveler to have some fun. Lin Xiao said with a big laugh, and took Hanbo to G-Leveler as soon as he met him. G-Leveler at this time was quite different from before. Under Lin Xiao's instruction, the projects of Chunfeng Building and Fugi Building were reduced, but many spiritual entertainment projects were launched. For example, in terms of music, chess, calligraphy and painting, many of them are already well known in the world of immortal cultivation. This is specially operated by Lin Xiao according to the method of packaging stars in the previous life. Now several well-known little stars have been launched. These people only sell their art, but not their bodies, but they earn more than the top stars of Chunfeng Building who sell their bodies, and have begun to become popular in G-Leveler. This is Gong's and Daniyang's sword dance. It really lives up to its reputation. In G-Leveler, dozens of singing girls are dancing with swords. Their swordsmanship has no actual combat ability, but their postures are extremely graceful, especially Gong's and Daniyang, who is leading the group, is even more amazing. When you first meet on Gongsun, you will find that she is a beautiful woman, not an old lady. Are you disappointed? No, I've seen the photo taking talisman circulating in the world of immortal cultivation a long time ago. It's just someone's name. I'm not that vulgar. Ha ha ha. When will the Tan dance of G-Leveler be performed? It is said that this dance is magnificent and the scene is extremely grand. It shows the bravery and perseverance of our human martyrs in resisting the demon clan. It is very popular. Unfortunately, the Tan dance team has gone elsewhere. An ancestor is celebrating his birthday and has been hired with a large sum of money. Oh, can the people here go out to perform? Of course. They all have to eat. If you have money, you can also hire people from here. Forget it, I have no money. I have been constantly challenging myself over the years, and all the money has been spent on healing pills. Would you like to listen to another piece of music of high mountains and flowing water? Miss Yui's music is also famous both inside and outside, and has a reputation of lingering sound. It is said that you can see the beautiful scenery of high mountains and flowing water, so many people come here to visit. Forget it. I'm afraid that, after listening to Miss Yui's piano music, I will never be able to listen to other silk music again. It's not beautiful, not beautiful. Haha, Brother Han is an interesting person. Friend Lin, the Paradise Villa is so prosperous, I wonder how much profit it makes in a year. Hundreds of millions, probably. Last year it was close to hundreds of millions, and this year will be no problem. It's really enviable. My 7-sword sect is not good at worldly things, and our annual income is only 700 to 800 million. The Paradise Villa alone has such an income, which is really enviable. Brother Han, there is no need to be so. I'm really envious. Why didn't you invest in Shenmue City when I was there? Hanbo shook his head. He was really envious. The 7-sword sect had a lot of sword fanatics. In terms of business methods, it was backward among the forces in central China, and its income was even less than that of the average second-rate forces. Although he was born in a noble family and had some shops in the 7 Swordsmen's cultivation city, he only earned millions of black crystals a year. This income was enough for his cultivation before, but now it is becoming less and less. Hanbo also wants to find some business talents to manage his business, but he can't find the right people. It's okay, there will be opportunities in the future. By the way, did the genius disciple of the Suyu sect accept your challenge this time? No, why, there is no benefit to winning me, and if you lose, you will be stepped on by me, so naturally I will not agree easily. Then does Brother Han have any solution? I haven't thought about it yet. The elders of my 7 swordsmen will come forward to communicate, but I guess I don't have any hope. My 7 swordsmen and the Suyu sect have never had any friendship. That's a pity. It's not a pity. In fact, I came here this time to have a fight with fellow Daoist Lin. Brother Han, you're kidding. Lin Xiao was extremely surprised. Is Hanbo crazy? He didn't offend him, so why is he looking for a fight with him? Is he just bored? I'm not kidding. The last time you sold me a 6th order puppet, I have been using it to hone myself over the years, and my combat skills have skyrocketed. I originally wanted to repay you by fighting with you to sharpen your mental skills, but before that, my 7 sword sect elders found out in Tiansheng City that fellow Daoist Lin's skills are truly formidable. Lemming Feng, the leader of the 3 heroes of the Le family, was defeated by you. I believe that fellow Daoist Lin's skills are absolutely superb, so I'm a little itchy. Fellow Daoist Lin, I don't know if you have ever fought with others before. Fighting is an extremely important means of cultivation in the Shengsu stage. Constant fighting and constant injuries can sharpen our bodies and spirits. As long as our spirits are vigorous and powerful, then the power of the soul can become very condensed, which is of great benefit to cultivation. When I met you in Shenmue City that year, I was only at the 2nd level of Shengsu, not even the 3rd level, but decades have passed. Last year, I broke through the 4th level, and my cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than expected before. I thank you for your kindness, Brother Han. As for fighting, forget it. I'm really no match for you. You broke through hundreds of years before me. There are differences in the time of learning the Dao, but it cannot be judged by age. Fellow Daoist Lin is still modest. Ahem. Actually, I'm very busy recently. It's okay, I can wait. Anyway, the recognition of Suyu sect hasn't agreed to me yet. I'll recuperate in Tiansheng City for a while first. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. This Hanbo is really crazy. Why can't he understand what he means? Can this wait? However, Hanbo said so Lin Xiao had to drag it out. Anyway, if he didn't agree, Hanbo wouldn't dare to attack him for no reason. After a night of hustle and bustle, Hanbo had fun in the Paradise Villa for a while, and went back to practice sword. This kind of play is really just a kind of relaxation for him, but he won't linger and indulge. When Tang Yulin saw Hanbo coming, he went to find Hanbo and apologized for his behavior. At that time, Tang Yulin really didn't know what was good for him. If he had been replaced by someone with a bad temper or a stronger status, Tang Yulin would have been dead. Hanbo would naturally not be surprised. Besides, Lin Xiao disciplined Tang Yulin once, and he also gained a lot of benefits. Now he is on someone else's territory again, so he naturally has to be low-key. Mr. Lin, I also had an invincible heart back then, but unfortunately. Mr. Tang, what is your invincible heart? How come I don't know it? Ahem, let's not talk about this. I came here this time to accept a mission. Mr. Lin, you have a lot of ideas. Tell me, how do you send Hanbo away? Send him away? Whose mission did you accept? Nonsense. Of course it's the mission of several senior brothers from my Suyu sect. You don't know how cruel Hanbo's reputation is outside. Do you know how he honed his invincible heart? The first thing is that he doesn't care about his own life and death. If you don't care about your own life and death, will you care about the life and death of others? Don't think that he has challenged hundreds of games without anyone dying. That's because there are at least golden body monks in charge. Otherwise I don't know how many people would have died. Even so, I don't know how many people were injured and disabled. Why did my senior brothers fight with this sword-crazed lunatic? Is there any benefit from a piece of black crystal? That's true, but Mr. Tang, you are disappointed. Hanbo even wants to fight me. I'm afraid he won't leave unless he fights a few times in Suyu sect. Fight with you? Fine, that's great young Master Lin. You're so powerful, just deal with him. If he can't even beat you, he will probably have to go back to 7 Sword Sect to recuperate. Anyway, let me get through this stage first. Oh my god, what bullshit is this? It's none of my business if you fail to complete the mission. I don't want the invincible heart. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. This was really a rip-off. There was no benefit in letting Lin Xiao fight with Hanbo. This was nonsense. He would never do it, even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 503, Lan Lingai is coming too. Hanbo settled down in Tiansheng City and rarely went out. Apart from practicing swordsmanship every day, he did almost nothing else. Lin Xiao had seen Hanbo practice swordsmanship. Now his swordsmanship has improved a lot compared to when he was in Shenmue City, and his swordsmanship realm has become much more advanced. According to the theory of the seven swordsmen, the swordsmanship realm is divided into several levels. The first level is to stimulate the sword energy, which is also the simplest level. Most people in the world of immortal cultivation can do it. The second level is to comprehend the sword meaning. There are many kinds of sword meanings. Different swordsmanship has different sword meanings. The deeper you comprehend its deep meaning, the deeper your understanding of the swordsmanship will be, and the stronger your strength will be. This sword meaning has many small levels, such as lifting heavy things, as if they were light, lifting light things, as if they were heavy, etc. A small number of elites can also comprehend this level, but most people stop here. Being able to integrate multiple sword meanings is the great success of sword meaning. The third level is to condense the sword seed on the basis of the great accomplishment of sword intent. The so-called sword seed is the cultivator's own understanding of the sword, his own rules, to create a new sword, sword intent, and sword technique. This level can only be achieved by very few people. Basically only professional sword cultivators can do it. Why does the Seven Swordsmen often publish new sword techniques for free for people to practice? In fact, this is because the monks of the Seven Swordsmen condensed the sword seed and created the sword technique themselves. However, the sword seed at this time is imperfect, and the cultivator cannot achieve perfection alone, so they need to refer to the opinions of others. They spread the sword technique and let others practice their swordsmanship and sword techniques, and then verify each other, and finally perfect their sword seed. When the sword seed is flawless, the person's sword cultivation has reached an unfathomable level, generally speaking, at least to the level of golden body or above. As an outstanding disciple of the Seven Swords Sect, Hanbo has also condensed the sword seed, but it is still imperfect. His invincible heart is closely related to his sword seed, so he needs to constantly challenge himself to verify some ideas. When his invincible heart is completely perfected, that is, when his sword seed is perfected, and the sword art is perfected, he will inherit the swords of the Seven Swords Sect, and his strength will soar, becoming a rare master in the world. However, the road to the invincible heart is not easy to walk. Hanbo has been walking for hundreds of years, and still feels that it is still a long way from perfecting the sword seed. Now there are fewer and fewer people who are willing to let her be a stepping stone to sharpen themselves. Friend Lin, you are here. Hanbo is shirtless, revealing a strong body. He sealed his magic power and practiced sword purely with his flesh. He was sweating profusely and exuded a white gas all over his body. When he saw Lin Xiao, he smiled. In Tiansheng City, Lin Xiao was very good to Hanbo. Although he refused to practice with him, he took great care of him in terms of food and drink, and was much more attentive than the servants and guards around him. I was bored, so I came to chat with Brother Han, and I also wanted to ask him a few sword techniques. Fellow Daoist Lin, are you thinking about the sword techniques of my Seven Sword Sect again? If possible, of course it would be the best. Lin Xiao said with a big laugh. The sword techniques spread by the Seven Sword Sect were all their own creations, and they were not included in the system. Naturally, Lin Xiao would not easily miss such an opportunity to harvest points. I haven't run out of them recently. I'll see if I have some when my uncle comes. But fellow Daoist Lin, I see that you haven't practiced swordsmanship well. What do you need so many sword techniques for? Hey, Brother Han, you are a disciple of a wealthy family. How can you know the lives of those of us from small families? I have a lot of disciples to take care of, and I don't have many martial arts to practice. Of course, I have to plan something for them. What you said is a lie. But if you don't say it, I won't ask. Anyway, those sword techniques are to be spread. You have taken a lot of sword techniques from me. When will you give me some of your experience back so that I can report to my brothers and uncles? I can't just take in and not give out. Ahem. No problem, no problem. Lin Xiao coughed. Indeed, he got a lot of sword techniques from Hanbo, but it seemed that he didn't practice them himself, nor did he teach them to his disciples. He felt a little sorry. There's no rush for this. Just send it over when you have time. By the way, what are we eating today? Haha, I thought you were only obsessed with kendo, and you didn't want anything if you were living in the open air. Fellow Daoist Lin, I'm not made of stone. I wouldn't be picky if I didn't have the conditions, but now that I have the conditions, how can I live so simply? That's right, let's go to a restaurant. I can't cook either. Lin Xiao laughed. Lin Xiao is not a gourmet, but he is also a foodie. He likes to eat and likes to comment, but he can't cook, or his cooking level is only a little better than that of ordinary people. However, under Lin Xiao's guidance, the cooking skills of G level are already very high. Lin Xiao has perfect incentives for the improvement and innovation of cooking skills. Many professional chefs are willing to study, so the level is improving rapidly. When Yu Xiao asked Lin Xiao for benefits, Lin Xiao bought a lot of shops in Tiansheng City that were linked to the Paradise Villa, and also had shares of the Tang family, including restaurants. Now he is very famous in Tiansheng City, and Lin Xiao basically entertains Hanbo in these shops. Fellow Daoist Lin, do you know that Lan Lingai will come to Tiansheng City in a while? Fairy Lan, what is she doing in Tiansheng City? Lin Xiao's heart moved. He really hadn't heard about Lan Lingai for a long time. He only knew that she broke through the Shengsu period at about the same time as Lin Xiao, not many years earlier. And Lan Lingai is the only one Lin Xiao knows who is better than Li Muxu in alchemy talent. When she was in the Lingguan period, she could increase the rate of producing Lingming pills to 100%. Her talent is extremely domineering. It has been decades since she broke through the Shengsu period, and it is estimated that she has already become a 6th level alchemist. I think he's looking for elixirs. Lan Lingai said that he wanted to refine a furnace of elixirs. Swallowing one elixir can reduce 100 years of hard training. A person can take it 3 times. However, the materials of this furnace of elixirs are extremely precious and hard to find. What kind of elixir is so powerful that it can reduce 100 years of hard training? If I take 3 of them, wouldn't it at least increase my cultivation by 2 levels? Lin Xiao was greatly shocked. He didn't have a deep understanding of elixirs, but he had never heard of such a powerful elixir. He asked the system, but the system level was not high enough, and it couldn't answer. I don't know either. I don't know much about alchemy, but Tiansheng Sect is a rare alchemy sect in the world of immortals, and its collection is rich. It is not surprising that it has the recipe for this kind of precious pill, but whether we can get it together and whether we can refine it are both questions. When will Fairy Blue arrive? I don't know. It won't be more than 3 months. Then when the time comes, we'll have a drink together. Haha. Friend Lin, have you set your sights on this precious pill? Of course. It would be a pity if we didn't plan something for such a natural treasure. I'm quite wealthy, so naturally I have to help Fairy Blue accomplish this. It's up to you, but the materials needed for this kind of pill must be difficult to find, and it may take a long time, and it's possible that the gain will outweigh the loss. It doesn't matter, just do your best. Lin Xiao replied. Of course he knew that these materials were rare, but he had a system, so he didn't believe that he couldn't get them all together. Even if he couldn't get them all together, he could get treasures from the system to exchange. If he could reduce 300 years of hard work, it would mean that the energy of this precious pill was extremely huge. Lin Xiao could even refine the membrane in a short period of time. Once the membrane was refined, his own defense would be extremely safe, and he could shorten the time for cultivation. He would have more time to plan for the muscles, bones, internal organs and head. After Lin Xiao went back, he told Li Muxu about this, and Li Muxu was also very excited. Li Muxu's foundation in alchemy was not as good as Lan Lingai, who was supported by Tiansheng Sect, so she didn't know what kind of precious pill this was, but theoretically, this kind of pill existed, and there was more than one kind. After communicating with Li Muxu, Lin Xiao also knew that his foundation in this regard was indeed a little lacking. Sects like Tiansheng Sect, which have been passed down for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, must have their own unique features. The foundation is really not something that can be wiped out by a system. This is the accumulation of time, and it is also the most scarce for Lin Xiao and Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao was waiting for Lan Lingai's arrival, and Hanbo also settled down in Tiansheng City. He was not in a hurry to challenge the people of SYNOPSIS sect. He had his own things to do every day, and the negotiations were left to one of his uncles. Although Hanbo is a sword fanatic, he also has a team. This is the advantage of being a disciple of a sect. He only needs to practice swordsmanship, and everything else will be done by others. The price is just to show enough potential. Hanbo has always wanted to learn from Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao always refuses, so Hanbo did not succeed, and had to be patient. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Lan Lingai came as Hanbo said. This time, in addition to collecting materials for the elixir, Lan Lingai also came to visit Hanbo. There was a long history between Lan Lingai and Hanbo's families, and the two families had always wanted to promote good things between the two of them. Before, they had an excuse that their cultivation was not low, but now their cultivation is not low, and the 2000 years of life of a Shengsu period cultivator is enough for them to raise children. So the pressure on the two was great, and Lan Lingai couldn't stand it anymore, so she had to go out for a walk and talk to Hanbo as a way to deal with the families of the two families. Lin Xiao, are you really here? Why can't I be here? Hanbo told me that the notorious paradise villa in the world of immortal cultivation was your work. I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect it to be true. Wait, when did paradise villa become notorious? Shouldn't it be famous? Bah, a place where a bunch of stinky men have fun, isn't it notorious? Blue Fairy, what you said is not right. Paradise Villa is not only a place for fun, but also a holy place to relax, relieve stress, and explore the arts of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Do you understand music, chess, calligraphy and painting? No matter how sweet your words are, you can't change the stench of that place. That's unfortunate. Brother Han has been there several times in the past 6 months. He what? Hanbo, you. Friend Lin, you, Lingai, listen to me, that place is really not what you said, just a place to drink, chat, listen to songs. I won't listen. Hanbo, you disappoint me so much. Lan Lingai's face was full of anger. As soon as they met, they parted on bad terms. Hanbo was dumbfounded. What was going on? You are so stupid. Why don't you chase her out? She did it on purpose. Lin Xiao shook his head. Lan Lingai was acting too much. It was not that easy to ruin the marriage between the two families. Chapter 504, 9 Aperture Divine Silkworm. Lan Lingai is not a delicate and artificial woman. Although she got angry because of the explanation of Paradise Villa, she lost her temper after Hanbo explained the situation to her. She could only come back obediently. Friend Lin, I see that you are very methodical and have outstanding strategies. Tell me, how can we solve the problem between me and Lan Lingai? Brother Han, don't worry. First, tell me what happened between you and Lan Lingai. What caused it, and what are your respective ideas? The story has to start from our grandfathers. My grandfather and Lan Lingai's grandfather are about the same age. Back then, Hanbo spoke slowly. The relationship between Hanbo and Lan Lingai's family was not very long. Back then, their grandfathers did not have high cultivation levels. They all went out to travel, and then met and got to know each other by chance, and then traveled together. After that, the two hit it off at first sight, and became close friends. After traveling, they kept in touch, and formed a friendship. After that, their cultivation continued to improve, and they became important in their respective sects, so the cooperation between the two families became more important. Cooperation between interests is more stable. Later, the descendants still maintained friendship. Hanbo and Lan Lingai's fathers had a good relationship. When it came to their generation, they wanted to get closer. What's more, Lan Lingai's alchemy and Hanbo's swordsmanship were both top in their respective fields. The combination of the two was a strong combination and a perfect match. If they could give birth to 1 or 2 children, they might have stronger qualifications, so both families were promoting this. However, for Hanbo and Lan Lingai, it was not so willing. They grew up together since childhood and had a relationship like brother and sister. There was no love between men and women. Moreover, Hanbo had a great mind, his potential had not been exhausted, and there was still room for greater improvement. He didn't want to be a man and a woman at all. Lan Lingai was probably in a similar situation. Because of Lin Xiao, she spent decades less time to break through the Shengsu period. She had defeated the other core disciples of Tiansheng Sect and was cultivated by Tiansheng Sect. She had a promising future and did not want to marry in so early. Moreover, she was a female cultivator. Once she married into the Seven Sword Sect, Tiansheng Sect would definitely not give her the core inheritance. So the two did not want to get married, but the pressure from their families was quite great. You should know that, although their two families had a good status in their respective sects, their foundation was very weak. The reason was that their clan members had too few descendants and could not stand in key positions. Once their fathers and grandfathers passed away, their status in the sect would be precarious. That's why they wanted the younger generation to have many branches and leaves, especially the combination of elites like Hanbo and Lan Lingai. The offspring born would definitely not be bad, so that they could support the family business. The two could not resist the pressure from their families, so they had to join forces to act. They used to travel together and so on. This time Hanbo came to Suyu sect to challenge, and Lan Lingai also accepted the request from his family to cheer Hanbo. I see. Actually, this kind of thing is not difficult to solve. There are two solutions. First, you are strong enough. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is respected, and it is not just talk. As long as you are strong enough, your parents and ancestors naturally cannot force you. They can only persuade you. As for whether you listen to the persuasion or not, that is your own business. The second solution is simple. Find someone to marry. Lan Lingai or other female cultivators will do. Anyway, your family just wants to increase the population of offspring. As long as your offspring are good enough, it will be fine. It's difficult. I'm devoted to practicing swordsmanship and don't care about the world. How could I want to get married and have children? In my opinion, that is a very troublesome thing. My grandfather is already in the golden body stage. If I want to be strong enough, I must catch up with my grandfather. I have at least 500 or 600 years away from the golden body stage. Then there is no solution. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Hanbo shook his head. This matter was quite a headache for him. Lan Lingai didn't have any feelings for him either. It was simply an unsolvable problem. A few days later, Lan Lingai and Hanbo came to Baeksu residence. Lan Lingai knew that Lin Xiao had seen through her previous tricks at a glance, and she felt quite embarrassed. I'm sorry about what happened a few days ago, fellow Daoist Lin. It's okay. Brother Han has already told me, it's a small matter. I heard from Hanbo that fellow Daoist Lin wants to cooperate with me to refine a precious elixir. Yes, Lin has made some fortune over the years, so naturally I want to gain some benefits. The precious elixir I want to refine is called the 9 Aperture Divine Silkworm Pill, and its main ingredient is the remains of the 9 Aperture Divine Silkworm. The 9 Aperture Divine Silkworm is an 8th level spiritual beast, and it is the most precious treasure of our Tiansheng Sect. I was the first among my generation of disciples to break through to the Shengsu period, so the sect bestowed this treasure on me. In a sense, fellow Daoist Lin also deserves 3 points of credit, so it's okay to cooperate with you. But fellow Daoist Lin must know that the 9 Aperture Divine Silkworm Pill requires more than 600 kinds of materials, more than 100 of which are extremely expensive, and these auxiliary materials cannot be bought with a small fortune. Another point is that the 9 Aperture Divine Silkworm Pill is a 7th level elixir, and I don't know how many can be produced in one furnace. What if it can't exceed 3? If Fairyland cannot guarantee more than 3 pills, that is, if I can't get a treasure pill, I will not cooperate with you. I don't lack Zuanjing, but I lack the 9 Orifice Divine Silkworm Pill. I also want to reduce the hundreds of years of hard training time in the Shengsu period. Friend Lin is so arrogant. According to the rules of the martial arts world, whether you can get the treasure pill depends on your contribution. How much contribution do you have? What materials have you not found? Can you list them? I still have more than 200 materials that I haven't found. Take a look. Lan Lingai immediately took out a list. Even if the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill removes the main medicine, it still requires hundreds of materials, worth 500 million or 600 million. She has not been through the Shengsu period for a long time, and has not accumulated much wealth, so some ordinary materials have not been collected. 187 kinds. I can find them. What? Is this true or false? You are deceiving me, Fairy Lan. When has Lin ever lied to you? I say there is one, Lin Xiao said very confidently, because this is a system scan, and these 187 kinds of system point smells are all available. Lin Xiao calculated the price and needed 360,000 points, which is not high. Which 187 kinds? List them out. Okay. Lin Xiao quickly marked all the ones in the system. Lan Lingai was shocked, because many of them were very rare materials. She had been running around for decades, but still couldn't buy them. Most people had never even heard of them. Lin Xiao actually had them in stock. If you have all the 187 kinds, then these 30 kinds won't be hard to buy. The remaining 7 or 8 kinds of materials are harder to find, but as long as you go to more places, you may be able to find them within 10 years. See if there are other names for the remaining dozens of materials. What if I have them, but don't know the names? That would be no fun. Lin Xiao said again. The system couldn't scan them out. It might not be that there were dozens of materials that were not entered into the system. It was very likely that the names were different, so the system didn't display them. Okay, no problem. I have another request. Say it. Fight with Hanbo. No matter you win or lose, you must try your best and not be perfunctory. Brother Han, this. Friend Lin, don't blame me. It's your fault that you have been rejecting me. I have been in Tiansheng City for so long and have never taken action. Friend Han, if you want to fight with my master, why don't you try it with me first? Li Muxu said from the side. She had also heard of Hanbo's reputation and was itching to give it a try. Fairy Li, you, stop joking. Fellow Daoist Han, you are looking down on me. How do you know I'm no match for you if you don't try? I think it's okay, Brother Han. Don't underestimate Muxu. She is not only a 5th grade upper grade alchemist, but also has strong fighting skills. However, she seldom fights after the Shengsu period. It's the 6th grade lower grade. I just refined a furnace of the 6th grade Sume pill 5 days ago. Although only one pill came out, it is also the 6th grade. Congratulations. Congratulations to Fairy Li. Hanbo congratulated Li Muxu immediately after hearing this. The treatment of the 6th grade alchemist and the 5th grade alchemist is not the same. Even the first-rate forces have to respect the 6th grade alchemist. This is a high-level talent. So we are in the same sect. I'm sorry for my disrespect. Lan Lingai also looked at Li Muxu with admiration. Her alchemy skills are very good. The 6th grade lower grade has a high pill yield rate and is striving for the 6th grade middle grade. But Lan Lingai knew how difficult it was to become a 6th level alchemist. She could achieve this result in addition to her own talent, mainly because of the support of Tiansheng Sect, while Li Muxu seemed to have only one master to support her, which was very extraordinary. I still need to ask Sister Lan for advice on alchemy when I have time. Of course, communication between peers is extremely important, especially since our schools are different. Mutual verification can improve the level of both parties. Then Muxu would like to thank Sister Lan. Brother Han, then you can do it with Muxu. We won't go to see it. You can do whatever you want. Friend Lin, Sister Muxu is your disciple. How can I not go to see it? I have to go. I will go too. I also want to see how good Sister Muxu's skills are. Okay, let's go together. When are we going to leave? No hurry. Let's talk about the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. How to cooperate is a problem. Lin Xiao replied. He spent so much effort and must get the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. Once he got it, he and Li Muxu could reduce hundreds of years of hard training time, which was extremely important to the two. A cultivator can take 3 9 aperture divine silkworm pills. Any more will be ineffective. The first pill can reduce the time of hard training by 100 years, the second pill is about 60 to 70 years, and the third pill is 30 to 40 years. There is no fixed number. It depends on the person's aptitude. But after taking 3 pills, even a person with poor aptitude can easily improve 1 level in the Shengsu period. The most powerful person I have heard of was improved to 4 levels, although he originally wanted to break through. So if the pill is less than 3, it really cannot be traded. After all, the most important thing about the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill is the remains of the 9 aperture divine silkworm, and this remains is only available in my Tiansheng sect in the entire cultivation world. If that's the case, then please forgive me, I cannot agree to the deal, Lin Xiao said immediately. This 9 aperture divine silkworm pill was definitely not made by Lin Xiao. It must have been made by her elders, but she couldn't trade it, so Lin Xiao wouldn't trade it either. Chapter 505, Li Muxu's fighting power. Seeing Lin Xiao's decisive refusal, Lin Xiao was also very embarrassed. In fact, the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill was not something she could decide. You must know that the 9 orifice divine silkworm was the first treasure of the Tiansheng sect. This 9 orifice divine silkworm would only have a set of remains every 1000 years, and too many people in the Tiansheng sect were eyeing this remains. After a struggle, it was decided to reward the first disciple in the same batch who was promoted to the Shengsu period, but the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill was still being watched by all parties. With Lin Xiao's alchemy skills, she could not refine it herself, so she had to find her senior master to refine it, and then the profit had to be shared, because the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill also had a huge effect on the golden body monks. It can be said that in addition to Lin Xiao's own share, the rest had already been divided up by the forces within the Tiansheng sect. Now it was impossible to give the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill to outsiders. But Lin Xiao urgently needed the materials in Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao had been collecting the materials for the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill for more than 20 years, but she still hadn't collected half of them. Not to mention her own financial problems, those materials were also extremely scarce. According to her estimation, if she relied on herself alone, she would not be able to collect them without decades of effort. And if she wasted decades more, then even if she refined the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill, it would not be as cost effective as it is now. This is where she was in trouble. Lin Xiao tried to communicate with Lin Xiao and trade with Lin Xiao with the rest of the resources, but Lin Xiao still refused. Lin Xiao had to get at least 1 9 orifice divine silkworm pill. As long as he got one, Lin Xiao could let the system scan it. Even if it was already in the system, it could be exchanged in advance, which would still be of great significance to Lin Xiao. Seeing that Lin Xiao was unwilling to give in, Lin Xiao had to give up. If the transaction failed, the fight between Li Muxu and Hanbo was meaningless and naturally could not be carried out. Master, this is the information of Tiansheng Sect's 9 aperture divine silkworm. Let me see. Lin Xiao took the information, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and read the above content. The 9 aperture divine silkworm is the first treasure of Tiansheng Sect. It is said that it has existed since the founding of the sect. At that time, the 9 aperture divine silkworm, which was only at the 6th level, was continuously cultivated by Tiansheng Sect. It has now reached the 8th level of cultivation. This 9 aperture divine silkworm is full of treasures, especially the inner armor made of its silk, which can be called a supreme treasure. It can be woven into an 8th level inner armor with unparalleled power. You must know that no matter whether it is elixir, magic weapon or talisman, after reaching the 7th level, the number will decrease sharply. There are not many 8th level magic weapons, let alone inner armor. This inner armor, as the inheritance treasure of Tiansheng Sect, is a famous existence in the current world of immortal cultivation. The 9 aperture divine silkworm pill is also another precious manifestation of the 9 aperture divine silkworm. Its remains once 1000 years are extremely important treasures of Tiansheng Sect. Every time there is a fight for the 9 aperture divine silkworm remains, there will be fierce open and covered fighting. Sects in Zhongzhou that are second rate, and above all have their own hidden treasures. The Shenmu sect has that sacred tree, the Kijian sect has 7 swords, the Tiansheng sect has the 9 aperture divine silkworm. I wonder what the Suayu sect's treasure is. Master, the sects in Zhangzhou sometimes have more than one treasure, and sometimes they are extremely confidential, and ordinary people won't know about them. That's right, but I'm determined to get the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill this time. You should also collect the remaining 30 kinds of materials. I've already sent a message to Yu Xiao, and the Zhao family has also got a copy. We'll search in many places. I don't believe we can't compare to the blue spirit jade. Lin Xiao nodded. The 9 aperture divine silkworm pill was so powerful, there was no reason for Lin Xiao to miss it. He had already issued an order to collect it through multiple channels. Wu State, Beicheng Merchants, Beiyu City, Zuanyu City, Yixiao Channel, Zhao Family Channel, Baixuju, and even Fenghuo Island and Wei State would all be searching at the same time. This was the advantage of being the leader of a sect. You can use your own resources to do things without having to search for them yourself. Master, the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill has obviously been divided up within the Tiansheng Sect. Will Lan Lingai compromise? Yes, Lan Lingai is very ambitious. A cultivator in the Shengsu period seems to have a lifespan of 2000 years, but in fact, that is not enough. Lan Lingai will definitely be tempted if she can reduce her hard training by 200 years. And if there is one less pill, the loss to her is not that big. On the contrary, it can reduce the searching time by decades. It is very cost effective. She will think it over carefully. But there is only one. Master, it is not enough. One is enough. As long as I have one, I can get 5 or 6. Muzu, don't think about prying into Master's privacy. Anyway, any benefit I have cannot be left without yours. I just want to know, Master, are you the illegitimate son of some supreme being? Ahem. Joking aside, don't make fun of me. Master, please find a way to get the formula for the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. I can try it then. You don't even have the remains of the 9 aperture divine silkworm, so how can you try it? 9 aperture divine silkworms were treasures in ancient times, but Tiansheng Sect has no shortage of them now. What it lacks is the 8th level 9 aperture divine silkworms. We can get 1 or 2 to cultivate ourselves. Even if we can't use them, we can give them to our junior brothers and sisters. I guess they just need them. Li Muxu replied. Yu Xiangxiang and the others are only in the Lingguang period. It is unknown how long it will take to break through the Shengsu period. This elixir can be used in both the Shengsu period and the Jinshan period. They still have a lot of time, so it is worth a try. Okay, let's see. Lin Xiao nodded. What Li Muxu said made sense. It is indeed necessary to give it a try. If it is cultivated, it will be of great benefit to Tiansheng Sect. Master, tell me, if I fight with Hanbo, what are my chances of winning? Do you still think I have a chance? Of course, the withering and flourishing technique is a divine technique. Master is busy with things, so you rarely study the benefits of divine techniques. If I fight with Hanbo, if it is a normal exchange, I may not be his opponent, but if it is a life and death fight, I will definitely survive. It seems so. I also practice a divine technique, but I really haven't studied it much. Lin Xiao nodded. The Hunyo and Wuji Gong is not worse than the withering and flourishing technique. When the technique reaches a divine level, there is actually no distinction between the upper, middle and lower, because they have all reached the top level. It only depends on the individual level of the practitioner. Lin Xiao has a lot of things to do, and is very busy. It is true that he has not studied the Hunyo and Wuji Gong very much. For the time being, he has only comprehended the 5-element divine light. It seems that he will have to study it more when he has time. It turns out that Master also practices a divine technique. That's amazing. When can we have a fight? Muzu, when did you become so arrogant that you even want to fight Master? Do you think you are my opponent? You can't even beat my puppet. Then you can't use puppets. That's pure bullying. What can't I use? Hanbo and I are different. He is a sword cultivator. He has only cultivated a sword all his life without relying on external objects. As for me, I use whatever I have. Okay, Master, I'm convinced. That's it. Go take a rest. Let's endure this blue spirit jade. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiao was not so pedantic as not to use puppets. He was a generalist and a practical person. He used whatever he had. He had no taboos. Tiansheng City, Lin Xiao moved into the courtyard rented by Hanbo after arriving. In the past few days, Lin Xiao had visited most of the shops in Tiansheng City, but he didn't get much. He only found a few kinds of materials. Lin Xiao, is the matter of the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill not going well? Yes, we are still short of more than 200 kinds of materials. At least 50 of them are extremely unpopular and difficult to find. It's okay, take your time. I can't take it slow. Many of the materials on me can't be kept for many years. If I wait for me to get all the materials, many of them will lose their effectiveness. Then what should I do? Do you really agree to Lin Xiao? This is also what I'm struggling with. According to my master's alchemy skills, there can be at most 7 9 aperture divine silkworm pills, and they are all arranged. If I agree to him, I will have to deduct it from my own share. But Lin Xiao is a very decisive person. He will not trade if his demands are not met, and ordinary things can't sway him. Li Xiao is already a 6th rank alchemist with a good income. He can also get tens of millions of dividends from Paradise Villa a year. He can get ordinary elixirs by himself, but he is short of treasures like the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. I know, this is also what I'm struggling with. Why not send a message back to ask your master or father? I've already sent a message back, but I don't think they can make up their minds either. Then make your own decision. Lin Xiao is right. You are not at a loss. If you simply look for it by yourself, it will take you decades to collect it all, and these decades will be wasted on the road. You might as well give up one precious pill. Anyway, the effect of the 3rd precious pill is only the result of 30 or 40 years of hard work. I understand what you said, but how should I put it? I have only dealt with Lin Xiao a few times, and every time it seemed like I took advantage of him, but every time I felt that I was at a disadvantage. This person makes me feel very evil, Lin Xiao replied. Although it was her fault the first time they dealt with him, Lin Xiao was blackmailed a lot by him. Let alone the second time. More than 20 Lingming pills are worth hundreds of millions of Zuan crystals. The key is that the Lingming pills are also strategic pills. As long as they are not powerful forces, these more than 20 Lingming pills are enough to change the strategic balance of a region. So Lin Xiao recalled that it should be Lin Xiao who was anxious at that time, but she was fooled by Lin Xiao's sweet words. According to her current analysis, if she had really refused at that time, maybe it would not be a recipe for an 8 treasures pill and a longevity fruit, but a complete 8 treasures pill. So she felt that she was at a loss after calculating. Lin Xiao is not so evil. He is a good person. What do you know? How can you see through people's hearts? No, I have to stick to this matter for a while longer. At least I can get more benefits. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes. She herself was not experienced in dealing with the world, and Hanbo was even worse. Although he went out to practice more than her, it was useless for a sword fanatic who practiced swordsmanship to go out more, because he could not see through people's hearts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Shockingly Xiao. Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao chose to play the game at the same time, so they endured each other. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Hanbo has been in Tiansheng City for almost 2 years. In the past 2 years, the outstanding disciples of SYNOPSIS sect still did not accept Hanbo's challenge, and the relatively inferior disciples did not dare to humiliate themselves. Hanbo's time was wasted here. In fact, Lin Xiao had a way to make those people accept the challenge, but the means were not so bright, so he did not come up with bad ideas. The Seven Sword Sect was not as strong as the SYNOPSIS sect, and they did not dare to mess around. Hanbo had already begun to think about retreating. Anyway, this was not the first time he was rejected, it was a normal thing. Outside, there were still many people waiting for Hanbo to challenge. In fact, there were also many people who wanted to challenge Hanbo and then become famous after winning. This was an excellent way to become famous. Friend Lin, I'm leaving next month. Why don't you fulfill my wish? Brother Han, it's not that I don't want to fulfill this wish. but there is no point in competing with me. I'm a pragmatist, a jack of all trades, and my fighting style is destined to be unscrupulous. Generally, I use magic weapons to protect myself first, and then talismans and puppets rush up. I have a puppet equivalent to the 12th level of Shengsu, and you are definitely not my opponent, friend Lin. External objects are always external objects. No matter how good the magic weapon is, there will be a time when it is broken. No matter how powerful the puppet is, there will be a time when it is restrained. If your own combat power is not improved, it will be difficult to eliminate the crisis if you encounter it. Over the years, I have challenged many masters. Their magic weapons are also very sophisticated, but their martial arts level is still not low. This is the right way, Brother Han is right, but everyone's environment is different. My enemies are often those with higher cultivation than me. If I only rely on martial arts to fight, I'm not their opponent at all. Okay, that's all I have to say. Hanbo nodded. This was true. Hanbo's opponents were not much better than his. If there were, the elders in his family would come forward to solve the problem. The crisis he faced was different from Lin Xiao's, so there was no need to make the same choice. Master, in that case, how about I accompany fellow Daoist Han to spar with him? Muzu, you haven't given up yet? Of course not. I have also studied some martial arts over the years, and I'm in need of an opponent. Brother Han, what do you think? Will Fairy Lee think I'm bullying the weak? No, it's just a sparring match, not a life and death battle. It's no big deal. In that case, how about making an appointment? Okay, then we'll go out of the city to fight in 3 days. No need to call for help. The 4 of us are enough. Okay, see you in 3 days. Hanbo also agreed. Logically, he wouldn't fight with someone of a lower level like Li Muzu, but since Lin Xiao agreed, he just treated it as a joke. 3 days later, Lin Xiao, Li Muzu, Hanbo and Lan Lingai left Tiansheng City and flew thousands of miles to an uninhabited mountain. Lin Xiao casually set up a 5th level formation to cover up. Fellow Daoist Han, please Fairy Lee, please. The two bowed their heads and exchanged pleasantries before starting to fight. Once they started to fight, Hanbo's murderous aura was overflowing, which was very different from usual. The whole person was as sharp as a sword out of its sheath. Li Muzu was not much behind. The whole person's aura became blurred, and the yin and yang changed. It seemed very illusory, but there was a strong energy fluctuation, which made Hanbo put away his thoughts. Spring is back to the land. Aura. Li Muzu waved the long sword in her hand, and a green light was emitted. The grass and trees on the mountain top grew rapidly. However, there were countless murderous intentions among these grass and trees. Hanbo did not dare to agree. He slashed with the long sword in his hand, and hundreds of sword auras burst out, crushing all the surrounding grass and trees. Falling leaves boom. Li Muzu performed another move, and those broken plants and trees emitted green light, while those plants and trees themselves withered quickly, and the killing of autumn began to appear. Hanbo knew how powerful Li Muzu was only when he was in it. There was murderous intent everywhere around him, as if every step he took would bring murderous intent. The sword energy in Hanbo's hand continued to burst out, strangling everything around him to death, and he quickly rushed towards Li Muzu. He was going to get close. 1 year of withering and flourishing. Li Muzu stood still, and when he saw Hanbo attacking, he pointed his long sword, and the debris of plants and trees flew all over the sky and formed a giant in the air, rushing towards Hanbo's back. What a powerful spell. What kind of martial arts is this? I have never heard of it. I don't know either, Lan Lingai exclaimed. Lin Xiao said lightly. Withering and flourishing Chu has a lot of martial arts, all of which were created by the King Emperor back then, and he didn't know how much Li Muzu had comprehended. Hanbo used a split light sword move, and 2 sword lights flew up. One sword light flew towards Li Muzu, and the other was fighting with the grass giant. The grass giant seemed to have no defense, and the sword light could easily cut and penetrate it, but these injuries had no effect at all. Come on. Li Muzu saw Hanbo approaching, and she also shouted, raised her sword and stepped forward, waving all kinds of sword energy. Hanbo was naturally not afraid of a sword fight. His sword energy was not only more fierce, but also more powerful. He easily blasted Li Muzu's sword energy away. Deadwood Force ordinary means could not take down Hanbo, and Li Muzu surprisingly used a trick. After getting close, she slapped out several grey palm prints in succession, and the stirring grey airflow surrounded Hanbo. Hanbo knew that this grey airflow was unusual as soon as he touched it, so he immediately used sword energy to protect himself and dispersed all the grey airflow, and then he pounced on Li Muxu, slashing down fiercely with a long sword in his hand. Purple light divine eyes. At this critical moment, Li Muxu's eyes shot out two purple lights, which hit Hanbo's long sword, instantly reducing his control over the long sword by 80%, which made Hanbo almost unable to control his magic weapon. However, Hanbo was experienced in combat and did not give up. Instead, he slammed Li Muxu with a palm, forcing her back, and then took out another long sword. Fairy Li, be careful. Boom. Hanbo held the sword with both hands, and a huge sword light formed, slashing down, and another sword came before the first sword was finished, and the mountain under Li Muxu's feet collapsed directly. Such a powerful sword move made it extremely difficult for Li Muxu to resist. The gem on her head was dim at this time, but this also aroused Li Muxu's ferocity. Li Muxu's expression changed, and the whole person looked much more sinister. Destruction force. Li Muxu shouted and rushed forward, also holding the sword with both hands. The grey airflow gathered on her sword light and slashed down directly. Destroy the world. Hanbo also launched a special move, and a more powerful sword light appeared. The sky and the earth changed color and slashed towards Li Muxu. Bang! The two swords collided in mid-air, and the dazzling light exploded. The strong wind broke the grass and trees on the hill below, and Li Muxu also flew backwards. Enough. Lin Xiao launched a body move, rushed out, caught Li Muxu, and then waved his hand with a palm to offset the strong wind. Fellow Daoist, Han's skills are amazing. Muxu admires you. I'm embarrassed. If it is a life and death fight, I may not be able to kill you. Your grey airflow is very scary. It can strip people of their vitality, but it is not an evil technique. It is really strange. Brother Han, you don't have to be like this. Muxu is at this level. If she loses, she loses. Lin Xiao replied. Hanbo did not use anything except swordsmanship, and Li Muxu's skills were almost the same. She even showed the power of annihilation. Unless she has a more powerful trump card, she has no other skills. Awesome. Sister Muxu really makes people admire her. Lan Lingai also came forward, looking at Li Muxu with sparkling eyes. She has seen Li Muxu's fighting power. She is definitely not weak in the Shengsu period, much stronger than her. On the contrary, she is very confident in alchemy, but her fighting power is not strong, even weaker than ordinary people. She has only prepared a lot of treasures for protection. Haha, everyone, stop complimenting each other. Let's go to Gile Villa. I'll treat you. Let's go drink. Okay, let's go to Gile Villa. Hanbo also responded loudly. Lan Lingai's face was not very good, but she did not refuse. She had been in Tiansheng City for so long that she knew that Gile Villa was not just a place for men to have fun. When the group arrived at Gile Villa, Lin Xiao asked someone to send spiritual wine and food, and the four of them drank happily. The first cup is to Fairy Li. I underestimated Fairy Li before. I apologize. Fellow Daoist Han, there is no need to be like this. I'm actually an alchemist. My master is better at fighting. Ahem, it's a pity that fellow Daoist Lin is unwilling to teach me. It's a great regret in life. Brother Han, you and I have known each other for so many years. There is no need to be like this. My invincible heart is very difficult. When I meet such a powerful opponent, I feel itchy if I don't have a fight with him. Brother Han deserves the title of sword maniac, but I really don't have any interest in it. I'm more interested in making money and practicing. I have no shortage of dharma, money, companions, and land, but I lack money. Lin Xiao said with a big laugh. He is different from Hanbo. He is the leader of a faction. What he wants is to develop the entire force, so he needs a stable source of funds. The rest is secondary. Fellow Daoist Lin, I wonder what you think about the previous proposal? I was just about to discuss this with Fairy Blue. My requirements are really not high. I have collected some materials recently and can provide Fairy Blue with 200 kinds of materials with a value of no less than 500 million. It's not too much to ask for just one precious pill. As for the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill, the Tiansheng Sect has never taken it out for trade, but it's normal for a precious pill to be worth 500 to 600 million. Many people are willing to take it at this price, said Lin Xiao. She was also about to leave, so she wanted to trade with Lin Xiao. If she could get the 200 kinds of materials, the rest would be much easier. Indeed, 500 million is not a lot of money. If Fairyland is willing to give it up, Lin Xiao is willing to pay a premium. Lin Xiao nodded. A cultivator in the Shengsu period is only worth 2 or 300 million. Is the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill worth so much money? If it is, there will be many people willing to pay this price, as long as the Tiansheng Sect is willing to trade. Some golden body cultivators are big bosses, and this price is nothing to them. Even in Tiansheng City, there are dozens of families willing to pay this price. So as long as Lin Xiao is willing, he can pay a premium. Chapter 507. Cooperation again. Seeing Lin Xiao give in, Lin Xiao was already tempted, because at this time her fortune was almost gone. At the beginning, Lin Xiao got the 8 treasures pill recipe and the longevity fruit from Lin Xiao, and it took a lot of effort to refine the 8 treasures pill. After that, the 8 treasures pill was exchanged for the opportunity to break through the Shengsu period, which was a decades-long retreat. After breaking through the Shengsu period, although the sect also rewarded some resources, she changed to the 6th level equipment and consumed them all. In addition, in the usual practice and the collection of materials for the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill in the past few decades, she had almost spent all her fortune. This is because she is good at alchemy and has the support of her parents and elders. If she had no background, she would not be able to persist at this stage. But for Lin Xiao, now is also a time when she is extremely short of money. Money is not so scarce for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao got a large sum of money in Tiansheng City and then blackmailed the Le family. In addition to the cooperation with the Zhao family and the dividends from the Bliss Villa, even if Lin Xiao and Li Muxu practiced hard, there is still a lot of money left. After a round of negotiations, Lin Xiao exchanged 226 materials for a 9 aperture divine silkworm pill at a premium of 100 million yuan. The two parties signed a contract and swore an oath with the Dao heart. After that, Lin Xiao gave Lin Xiao 180 materials on the spot, and the rest were delivered slowly. Lin Xiao took the opportunity to make a request, which was to observe the remains of the 9 aperture divine silkworm. Lin Xiao agreed, but the remains were extremely important, and she didn't keep them with her. They were still in Tiansheng Sect, so if she wanted to observe them, she had to go to Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao also agreed. Tiansheng Sect was the sect with the most professional alchemists in the world of immortal cultivation, and its alchemy was unique. Lin Xiao was just thinking about making some friends there. Hanbo also had to leave. The place he was going to was not far from Tiansheng Sect, so they went together. Li Muxu was left alone in Tiansheng City, and the time of departure was set to half a month later. Master, are you really going to Tiansheng Sect? Are you afraid that I'll be in danger? Master taught me not to show off my wealth. Just because Lin Xiao has no ill will towards you doesn't mean it has no ill will towards others. Don't worry, I have the power to protect myself. Lin Xiao nodded. At his level, it would be difficult for ordinary golden body cultivators to take him down. With the real person mode of the system and a puppet, he will be able to protect himself. If things really don't work, he can still run away. With the lighting lamp technique in hand, Lin Xiao felt that the chances of running away were still very high. I hope so. When I'm not here, you can't relax in Tiansheng City. We've consumed too many resources, and we can't count on the sect. We have to find a way ourselves. I know that the Tang family also wants to get in touch with me. Do you want to cooperate with them? It depends on your wishes. Your first priority is still cultivation. By the way, to what extent have you tempered yourself? I have tempered my whole body. This is the 5th time. It will take at least a few hundred times to completely temper the membrane. Then the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill is even more important. If you eat 3, I estimate that the membrane will be completely tempered. 200 years of hard practice, that's about it. I just don't know if there are many precious pills like the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. If we can get 1 or 2 more, maybe we can reach the 8th realm in 3 to 500 years at most. You're thinking too much. 1 9 aperture divine silkworm pill is enough to make us worried. You want a few more. You're dreaming. Not a dream. For example, the 9th level divine tree in Shenmue City, its fruit is no worse than the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. Master, don't you want to plan something? Your master hasn't lived enough yet. Lin Xiao snorted twice. In fact, Lin Xiao didn't need to be so troublesome. As long as the system is upgraded, there will definitely be a lot of such precious pills. The 8th level is definitely not the end. Of course, upgrading is also difficult. Not to mention creating a practice method. Even the difficulty of the disciples' cultivation is high. Now it is unknown who in the sect has the hope of advancing to the Shengsu period. It will take a long time. In fact, I think the fruit of the tree in Shenmue City can be planned. Let's talk about it when the master comes back. We can't use it now. Let's do it one by one. I know. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Lin Xiao nodded. Li Muxu was talking about the golden pill. Lin Xiao had never used the golden pill because it also had certain side effects. The golden pill is the essence of the whole body condensed by the cultivators above the golden body before they sit and die. Not only is the vitality extremely abundant, but it also condenses the spirit and Taurime of the cultivators before they died. It can be used to break through the level, but it will also be affected by the cultivators before they died. Many people cannot break through the level before the golden pill cultivators. In other words, the golden pill in Lin Xiao's hand was left by an 8th level cultivator, so after taking it, it is very likely that his path will stop there. This is not cost effective for the ambitious Lin Xiao, but it is suitable for those cultivators who have already exhausted their potential. This is also tempting for the Shenmue sect. After all, 1 more 8th level cultivator means 1 more point of strength. Half a month later, Lin Xiao, Lan Linggaiu and Hanbo, who had dealt with the affairs of Xiansu City, set off on a flying boat for 3 days. They were not in a hurry to travel. When they encountered a city of immortal cultivation, they would land and walk around. Lan Linggaiu, in particular, wanted to collect the remaining materials for the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. Lin Xiao was purely for experience. He just wanted to see more of the outside world and learn more about the social structure of the immortal cultivation world in Zhangzhou. If there was a chance to pick up 1 or 2 leaks, it would be great. In this way, it took Lin Xiao and others more than half a year to reach Tiansheng City under the name of Tiansheng Sect. The people of Yuzhou were also waiting in Tiansheng City to deliver the materials of the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill collected by Lin Xiao, while Hanbo continued to sharpen his invincible heart. After resting for a day or 2 in Tiansheng City, Lin Xiao followed Lan Linggaiu to Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao knocked on the mountain gate as a friend, and then Tiansheng Sect came forward to entertain him. Lin Xiao had the cultivation of Shengsu period, and was also qualified to be entertained by Tiansheng Sect. If he came in Lingguang period, he would not even be qualified. Lan Linggaiu told her master about the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill, and her master agreed, but still wanted to meet Lin Xiao. So Lin Xiao met Lan Linggaiu's master again. Lan Linggaiu's master's surname was also Lan, but it was Lan in the orchid, called Lan Yuping, one of the few female cultivators in the golden body realm of Tiansheng Sect, and the one with the strongest alchemy skills among the female cultivators of Tiansheng Sect, who could refine 7th level pills. Lan Yuping is also very close to Lan Linggaiu. Her senior brother is Lan Linggaiu's grandfather, and the 2 families are strategic allies within the sect. Lin Xiao meets senior Lan little friend Lin. There is no need to be polite. I heard Linggaiu say that you are very capable, so I took the liberty to meet you. It is also Lin Xiao's honor to meet you. Senior, haha, you are really good at talking. No wonder my silly disciple was fooled by you, ahem. Senior. Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you. No one has taken advantage of you and Linggaiu. We are not conservative. For example, it is hard to say who took advantage of the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill this time. Lin Xiao did take advantage. The 9 aperture divine silkworm pill is something that cultivators at the 2 realms of Shengsu Jinshan are vying for. It is no less than the strategic resources of the sect, and ordinary people can't exchange it. Little friend Lin can take out so many materials at a time. I don't know how he relies on it, please give me your orders. Senior Lin Xiao bowed and said he knew that Lan Yuping would not see him unless it was necessary. Lan Yuping held a high position in Tiansheng Sect and held great power. How could she see an ordinary Shengsu period cultivator? The reason why she saw him was because she took out hundreds of precious materials at one time. Many of these materials were not available in Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao took them out, which showed his deep background. It was this background that Lan Yuping was attracted by. Little friend Lin should know that our Tiansheng Sect relies on alchemy as its pillar industry, and alchemy requires a lot of materials, especially spiritual medicine. Although we have many spiritual medicine bases, spiritual medicine is always scarce. If little friend Lin needs any elixir to be refined, you can come to Tiansheng Sect, and we will give you a satisfactory price. Thank you, senior. If you need any elixir, I will definitely discuss it with you. Well, then you two can have a good chat. I have something to do. I'm leaving now. Lan Yuping nodded and then left, leaving only Lan Xiao. My master is refining some elixirs recently and is short of some materials. I wonder if Brother Lin has them. I'll have to take a look first. Here's the list. So many. I don't have that many. Only 6. Lin Xiao glanced at it. The recipe for the elixir with these materials is definitely above level 7, and the auxiliary materials are not lower than level 5. Lin Xiao's system is at most level 6. There are not many personal collections above level 6, and there is no special place. 6 kinds is fine. Which ones? Let's see what the price is. Okay. Lin Xiao wrote down the 6 kinds of materials and discussed the price. After finalizing it, he was ready to leave. Wait. What's the matter, Fairy Blue? My family wants to invite you to a banquet. I wonder if Brother Lin is free. Invite me? Don't get me wrong. It's just an ordinary visit. Haha, Fairy Blue, don't get me wrong. I won't get me wrong either. You and I are friends. It's only natural to meet an elder. It's good to know. Don't talk nonsense at that time, especially about Hanbo and I. Understood. I won't talk nonsense. Well, let's do it tomorrow night. I'm in Tiansheng City. Come find me, and we'll go together. Lin Xiao nodded. He didn't care about this kind of socializing. Then he went to Tiansheng City. Lin Xiao also started shopping in Tiansheng City. Lin Xiao was also short of ordinary spiritual medicines. Li Muxu also needed a lot of spiritual medicines to practice and improve her alchemy skills, so Lin Xiao had to buy a lot of things. The next day at noon, Lan Lingai came to Tiansheng City to find Lin Xiao. The Lan family did not open up a mountain gate outside, but settled in the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect, so Lin Xiao came to Tiansheng Sect again. The core area of Tiansheng Sect is not small, at least 7 or 8,000 miles, and there are many spiritual medicine bases within these 7 or 8,000 miles. Along the way, Lin Xiao saw many spiritual medicine gardens, and the level of spiritual plant husbands was very high. Lin Xiao even saw a golden body monk farming in the spiritual field, and the level must be not low, which is also what Tiansheng Sect lacks. Lin Xiao even wants to find some people to learn the skills of spiritual plant husbands, which will be of great significance to the development of Tiansheng Sect. Chapter 508 Family Dinner. As the sect with the most alchemists in Zhangzhou and even the entire cultivation world, Tiansheng Sect consumes the most spiritual medicines every year. In addition to their preparations in spiritual medicine planting, it should be the high level of their spiritual plant husbands. A high level spiritual plant husband can not only make spiritual medicines and spiritual plants grow well, but also shorten the time for them to grow and mature. Lin Xiao doesn't understand the specific principle, but this is indeed not a secret magical power. In Tiansheng Sect, the spiritual plant husband with the best talent should be Li Muxu, because of her physical characteristics and skills, but Li Muxu has no time to stay in Tiansheng Sect to plant spiritual medicines. Her tasks are very heavy. The person in charge of the spiritual medicine garden is Lin Xiao's apprentice Yuan Royan, but Yuan Royan's talent is not good, and the cultivation of other talented people is not good, so the spiritual medicine planting of Tiansheng Sect has not been outstanding. Fellow Daoist Lin, what are you thinking about? Seeing Lin Xiao in a trance, Lan Lingai turned around and asked. In her eyes, Lin Xiao has become a shrewd person, so it is really surprising to see Lin Xiao in a trance. It's nothing, it's just that your sect's spiritual plant cultivation seems to be very high. Fellow Daoist Lin has a sharp eye. People in the immortal cultivation world only know that the Tiansheng Sect has a very high level of alchemy, but they don't know that our Tiansheng Sect's real strength is the spiritual plant cultivation technology. Our Tiansheng Sect produces hundreds of thousands of spiritual pills above the 4th level every year. So many spiritual pills require a huge amount of spiritual medicine to support them. In addition to the huge scale of transactions, there is our Tiansheng Sect's foundation. The spiritual plant cultivation is very small due to the degree of cultivation. Some of our eldest spiritual plant cultivation level can even reach the 9th level, but the 9th level spiritual medicine is extremely rare. Otherwise our Tiansheng Sect would have become a first-class sect long ago. I admire you. Spiritual medicine is the foundation of a sect. To be honest with Fairyland, the few people under my command don't have a genius in spiritual plant cultivation. What a pity. So fellow Daoist Lin is planning to take advantage of our Tiansheng Sect's spiritual plant cultivation? Why does Fairyland say that? Lin Xiao, don't you know some of your little actions? Once you think about it and want to plan something, your eyes will narrow to hide the brilliance in your eyes. Haha. Fairyland is joking. He Lan Ling Xiao snorted. She decided not to answer. This Lin Xiao is shrewd. Don't let him trick her again. The key is that every time he tricks her, she has to accept his favor, which makes Lan Ling Xiao very unhappy. Soon, Lan Ling Xiao took Lin Xiao to her home. The Lan family occupied a peak in Tiansheng Sect. In addition to the dozen people in the Lan family, there are also 20 or 30 apprentices and their families, but the total number is less than 100 people, and the venue is extremely wide. There are many luxurious buildings on the mountainside, which is where the Lan family lives. Living in a small cave alone is not something that everyone can afford. Naturally, no one will refuse a better and more convenient life. Lin Xiao's arrival did not alarm anyone, so he soon met Lan Ling Xiao's parents. They were also Shengsu period cultivators, but they were quite old and their cultivation was not high. Their potential should stop here, and it would be very difficult to break through the golden body. The moment he saw Lan Ling Xiao's parents, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered the scene of a blind date in his previous life. Isn't it exactly the same, except that the world is different? Lan Ling Xiao's parents were very polite to Lin Xiao and asked a lot of questions, especially about his background and experiences. This made Lin Xiao very embarrassed because these were all confidential, but they were too enthusiastic, so Lin Xiao had to do his best to perfunctory. Lin Xiao definitely had a way to deal with parents with this mentality. He soon coaxed them into happiness, and the gifts Lin Xiao brought out also won their hearts. The family dinner seemed very harmonious. After eating and drinking, Lin Xiao said goodbye. He didn't dare to stay here, otherwise his reputation would be ruined. Lan Ling Xiao personally sent Lin Xiao away. I'm very curious, how do you know my parents' mentality and coax them around? Want to learn? Can this be learned? Why not? Life is full of different things. Society changes. This is a very profound subject. I haven't heard of this kind of subject. Yes, because this is what I summarized. If you live among mortals for a while, you will know that the mentality of cultivators and mortals is actually not much different. It's still in the human realm. They are all the same. You just need to extend the comparison of the mentality and age of mortals to the level of cultivators and you will know. Too profound. Well, at your parents' age, they have actually given up on the path of cultivation, right? Lin Xiao asked. It's just psychology. No one in the world of immortal cultivation has summarized it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's right. When you reach the Shengsu stage, it's actually very difficult to advance. If I don't make any progress for 300 to 500 years, I will be worn down. This phenomenon occurs to all cultivators in various sects. This is why there are many Shengsu cultivators in various sects, but very few Jinshan cultivators. Immortal cultivation is not as easy as imagined. I agree with this. So since your parents have no pursuits in the Tao, what are they pursuing? Material enjoyment? No, with their status and position, they can live a luxurious life. What they pursue is the prosperity of the family or your lifelong event. You should not have brothers and sisters, right? You know this too? Lan Lingai was shocked. She had never talked about this issue. In fact, she was really an only child. The higher the cultivation level of the immortal cultivator, the more difficult it is to give birth to children, and it is even more difficult for female cultivators. Giving birth to children requires vitality, which is extremely harmful to the body. When Lan Lingai's mother gave birth to her, she was already in the Shengsu stage, but in order to give birth to her, she fell from the 3rd level of Shengsu to the 1st level, and almost fell below the Shengsu stage. So after giving birth to Lan Lingai, her mother did not give birth again. Guessed it right away. You are really shrewd. It seems that our family can't outsmart you when it comes to scheming. Ahem. Fairy Lan, this is a bit hurtful. It's not hurtful. Forget it. Leave Dangsha City as soon as possible to avoid further misunderstandings. I want to see the remains of the 9-aperture divine silkworm. I'll show you right away. Lan Lingai threw out a treasure box. She wanted Lin Xiao to get out as soon as possible. Her parents were very satisfied with Lin Xiao tonight, and even liked him better than Han Bo. If he stayed for a while longer, something bad would happen. So this is the remains of the 9-aperture divine silkworm. It is indeed extraordinary. Lin Xiao quickly asked the system to scan. As expected, this thing was in the system, but the system level was not high enough, so it had not appeared yet. Now, it can be exchanged. You can give it back to me now. Thank you. I will leave Dangsha City in 3 days. I will not send you off then. Collect the remaining materials as soon as possible. I will buy them at a 20% premium to the market price. I will refine the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill as soon as possible. It will benefit both you and me. Understood. I will come to get it then. Lin Xiao bowed his hands. After the pill is refined, it should not be difficult to get a pill formula. After all, the 9-aperture divine silkworm is a monopoly of the Tiansheng Sect. Even if other sects get the low-level 9-aperture divine silkworm, it is useless. Even if they collect the materials, they may not be able to refine it. The 9-aperture divine silkworm pill is extremely difficult to refine. Most sects do not have alchemists of this level, and those who have this level do not need this pill. After Lin Xiao left the Tiansheng Sect mountain gate, he quickly flew back to Dangsha City. After shopping in the city, he left. He did not wait for 3 days, and flew directly back to Tiansheng City. After being out for more than half a year, there was no change in Tiansheng City. Lin Xiao entered Baeksuchu alone. Li Muxu came forward to greet him, took out a document, and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying, "Master, this is the dividend of Jile Villa last year. I have already used the money. It's okay, you can use it. I still have a bunch of spiritual medicine here, you can clean it up." Okay, after this batch of spiritual medicines are all used up, my 6th grade lower grade alchemy skills will be stabilized. According to general market rules, I only need to refine 3 furnaces of 6th grade pills a year to earn tens of millions of Zuan crystals. That's good. Can the level of those 4th grade alchemists in Baeksuju be improved a little? Yes, but the span is not big. It mainly depends on the cultivation. The cultivation limit of alchemy is very heavy. They have to break through the spiritual light before they can do it. Then increase the support. Don't send anyone from the sect anymore. Don't show your feet. Support these disciples. Okay, the Zhao family will ask me to refine Lingmeng pills soon, and I will intercept them then. Well, you arrange things. Master, are you not going to improve your weapon refining, formations, and talisman making? Oh, there's not enough time. Lin Xiao shook his head. Of course, he wanted to improve a little bit, but he had no experience in the soul and golden body. If there was not enough time, it would be bad. So for Lin Xiao, how to explore experience first is the most important thing. If he can get the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill and really refine the membrane, then Lin Xiao will have time and energy to study the weapon refining formations and talisman making. Master, you don't have to worry. According to our current speed, more than 1,000 years is enough. For us, there is no bottleneck. In fact, the bottleneck is the biggest obstacle for cultivators. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it after we get the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill. Now I don't have the financial resources to support the learning of these skills. Lin Xiao shook his head. Although Lin Xiao had a lot of wealth, it was not a bottomless pit. In order to quickly improve his cultivation, most of it was exchanged for spiritual medicine or elixirs. It was actually very difficult to support the learning of these skills. Okay, then let the disciple support the master. After all, alchemist is the richest profession in the world of immortals, no doubt about it. Haha, then the master will wait for you to support me. Come on. Lin Xiao said with a big laugh. Lin Xiao also wanted to rely on his disciple to support him, but he didn't know how long he would have to wait. It seems that he has to train the other 3 disciples more. If Yu Xiangxiang also becomes a 6th rank alchemist, then it would be possible. It's a pity that Yu Xiangxiang's talent for alchemy is not very strong. Now he is still a 5th rank lower grade alchemist. He has failed in his previous attempt to become a 5th rank middle grade alchemist, and he has wasted a lot of money. It is estimated that he will have to wait for a while. Chapter 509, The Belonging of Lu State. Everything in Tiansheng City was going on in an orderly manner. Baeksuchu's business was getting better and better. Without the interference of shareholders, Jiao Villa, under the management of professional managers, achieved new highs in performance. It not only recovered the previous performance level, but also improved a lot. And under Lin Xiao's instruction, Chunfeng Building and Fugi Building's share in Jiao Villa was getting lower and lower. The continuous improvement of various art levels made Jiao Villa's reputation much better. Because arts such as piano, chess, calligraphy and painting became profitable, this trend was also spreading, just like the opera in Wu State, which began to become popular. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Wu State received news through the channel of Lin Xiao that Li Changqing of Lu State had unified Lu State, and Chunhyang Palace was completely controlled by the Li family. Li Changqing intended to belong to Wu State in accordance with the previous agreement. Nangxian did not dare to make the decision on such a major event, and hoped that Lin Xiao would go back to preside over the work. Lin Xiao thought about it, and agreed to it, after leaving Wu State for a long time. After dealing with the affairs of Tiansheng City, Lin Xiao set off to go back. After taking the teleportation array from Shenzhen City back to Zuanyu City, Lin Xiao met Zhang Qingxuan, who was in charge there. Although Baeksuchu had evacuated Zuanyu City, Lin Xiao did not, and Beicheng Trading Company had also settled in Zuanyu City, collecting all kinds of resources here and transporting them back to Wu State. It has become an important resource base for Tiansheng Sect. Your cultivation is good. It seems you haven't been lazy. Master, how dare I be lazy? You don't know that Siki was really captured by Boss Yi. I want to report him. Report what about him? He is taking advantage of someone's misfortune. We agreed that Siki would compete fairly, but he relied on his status as boss Lin Xiao and exiled me to Zuanyu City and wouldn't let me go back. He keeps me with him every day. If this isn't taking advantage of someone's misfortune, it's unfair. You deserve it. Master, you are also helping Boss Yi. Oh my god, how could there be such a person? Stop smiling at me. I'm asking you, how is Lin Xiao doing here? Lin Xiao's face turned dark. Yunanyu had already reported Siki's affairs. I don't know if he learned it from Yunzhang. It only took him a few years to capture Siki. However, Siki has not yet broken through to the Lingguang stage, so the two of them are not yet husband and wife. When Siki breaks through to the Lingguang stage, Yunanyu's cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Perhaps he will be the third person to break through to the Shengsu stage after Li Muxu. It's as solid as a rock. According to Boss Yi, I will go to Zhongsao in 2 years. Let the newcomers handle this place. Does Yu Xiao have 6 or 7 spiritual lights? 7. Once Siki breaks through, it will be 8. What's wrong, Master? What? Practice as soon as possible. I will send you to Sifeng City when the time comes. That place is more important. Yes, Master. Nothing. I'll go to Beicheng business first. Lin Xiao nodded and left after asking a few simple questions. Beicheng business is still managed by Beizichen. There are a total of 3 spiritual light cultivators in the business, distributed in various places. After inspecting it, Lin Xiao left and went to Beiyu City to meet Baezixi. Baezix's alchemy level has reached the 5th grade upper grade with the help of Beiyu City's resources. The debt owed for helping Bei Xiao exchange Ling Mingdan was also paid off in advance. Lin Xiao showed up in Beiyu City to support Bei Zixi. Every once in a while, Lin Xiao had to show up to intimidate Ling Jianmen, otherwise Ling Jianmen might not be happy with Tiansheng Sect making profits here. The Bei family in Beiyu City is no longer of any use. The channels of the Bei family have been controlled by Tiansheng Sect for decades. However, Tiansheng Sect is not a person who will destroy the bridge. After crossing the river, the decline of the Bei family has stopped. Although it is impossible to return to the status of the 5 major families in Beiyu City, it is better than the other families. Among the other 4 families, except for the Wei family, they have completely fallen, and one of them has almost perished. After a round of inspection, Lin Xiao flew directly back to Tiansheng Sect and took a look at Gangming City in front of the mountain gate. At this time, Gangming City is almost overcrowded. Many years ago, the permanent population reached 100,000, and now it is probably 130,000 or 140,000. In addition to the daily floating population, it is estimated that the number of people per day will not be less than 150,000. However, if the city is expanded again, Tiansheng Sect cannot afford it. The next expansion is estimated to cost more than hundreds of millions, which is difficult to come up with from the sect. Greetings, Master. Don't be polite, Master Nan. I don't have much time to come back this time. Let's finish the work as soon as possible. Let's talk about the situation of the sect first. Master, which aspect do you want to hear first? Just the daily things. Pick out the important ones. Okay, then I'll tell you. Now the number of disciples at the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate has exceeded 100,000. There are about 20,000 people in Uyghur and Fenghe Island combined. There are more than 100 Daogang monks. There are more than 20 Lingguang monks, not counting the night owls. In addition, there are more than 18 million mortals under the direct jurisdiction of our Tiansheng Sect, of which 3 million are in the wild buffer zone of Kiao Tao Mountain. By the way, the buffer zone has been renamed Nans Hideo and officially included in the jurisdiction of Wuguo. The management system for mortals has also been established. Nearly 1,000 disciples enter our mountain gate every year, including about 300 descendants of sect disciples and more than 700 mortal disciples. Every year, more than 100 disciples die in accidents, battles, and disappear, mainly in the wild areas. In addition, more than 500 people die of old age, and the net increase of disciples is about 400 per year. As for the sect's financial resources, after the mining of various minerals such as the Zijin mine, the sect's annual net income is about 35 million, while the monthly salary expenditure for staff is about 33 million, with a surplus of 2 million. You keep cutting the benefits of high-level disciples, don't they have any objections? Yes, in order to support low-level disciples, the sect has been continuously streamlining the senior positions in the sect in recent years, forcing those high-level cultivators to go out to travel and hunt monsters. 6 Daogang cultivators have died, and dozens of them were injured, so they have a lot of objections, but I will persist. Now the sect still has 30,000 condensing vein disciples and more than 4,000 purple mansion disciples. If there are no restrictions on high-level disciples, our sect's financial resources will not be able to sustain it. Master Nan, have you ever calculated how much financial resources will be needed each year if the supply of disciples of all levels is open? No less than 200 million. There are more than 20 Lingguan cultivators. If they are given an income of 2 million per year, it will be more than 40 million Zuan crystals. There are more than 100 Daogang, and each person is calculated at 600,000, which is also 60 million Zuan crystals. How can our sect sustain it? Nan Zuan shook his head and opened up the supply. That was impossible. No sect could hold on. High-level disciples had to find ways to solve most of the cultivation resources by themselves. Is there any way to expand the source of income? What about Beiwu tea and Kindling wine? These 2 items have reached the limit of production. Beiwu tea may have a chance to expand if the Beiwu mountain spiritual vein is improved again. The rest are basically gone. Now the source of income is growing First, relying on the Beijing merchants. Second, relying on the management of Gangming City. And third, relying on the blood transfusion of Uyghur and Fenghe Island. It seems that our Tiansheng Sect has reached a bottleneck in development. This time, Lugo is under our control. I wonder if it can drive something. Do you have any plan? According to the plan of our General Affairs Hall, if Lugo is under our control, the rest will be easy to deal with. The only thing we must control is Yujing City. Why Yujing City? Master, once Luo and Kang are united, and the relationship between the three countries tends to ease and become one, then the cultivators in the north, northwest, and northeast of our wood country will inevitably flow back to Yujing City. This is the principle of proximity. After all, tens of thousands of miles is still too far for cultivators below Daogang. At that time, it will inevitably lead to an increase in the number of people in Yujing City and an increase in financial resources. Moreover, this is also the most uncontrollable source of financial resources. Before completely assimilate the forces of the two countries, we must control it. Okay, then you come up with a plan. According to the previous rules, Yujing City will be divided up. The principle of division is that Tiansheng Sect will be the leader, Li family of Luo and Danliang Sect will be equal, Shan Sect and Cheyenne Hayman will be the next, and then the previous forces of Lu State and the forces of Wu State will be equal. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. The system of the former Cheyenne Tao 9 Sects alliance should join the forces of the Li family, and the 5 surrendered states and counties will still stand aside. Well, Kang State also follows this convention. By the way, how is Kang State? Lin Xiao nodded. The internal interests of Wu State must be intertwined so that people can unite. Wu State is not the Wu State of Tiansheng Sect alone. After the chaos after Wu Muiyang's death, Kang State has now calmed down, but the Dao gangs of each family have not died yet, and a small part of the power is still in the hands of the old Dao gangs over there. Does that mean that most of them still agree to belong to Wu State? Yes, the strength of Wu State is obvious to all, and this is the general trend. The world is vast, those who follow will prosper, and those who go against will perish. Kang State has accelerated its pace and solved it all this time. You will make the specific arrangements. I request to remove the country name together with Lu State, join Wu State, and achieve the momentum of the Great Wu State. This is okay, but I need some time to coordinate and plan. When Nanzuan heard this, he was immediately very excited. The Great Wu State, this is a great honor. During his term of office, this is a more noble honor than opening up the wilderness. How long will it take you? 3 years. Too long. I'll give you 1 year. After 1 year, I will build the Great Wu Kingdom. You can deal with the affairs of the Lu Kingdom first and set an example for the Kang Kingdom. Those who agree can develop together. Those who disagree can be destroyed first. After the Kang Kingdom is annexed, the wild buffer zone outside the Kang Kingdom can be developed immediately. Yes, then master, what about the Xianxi Kingdom? What's their attitude? What's Yun Xiaoyang's level of cultivation? The 12th level of Lingguang. That's pretty fast. He's not even 700 years old now. According to Yu Zhao's prediction, he should be around 670 or 8. Even if he spent 50 years polishing and settling, he will have 2 to 3 chances to impact the Shengsu period. Not bad, but it doesn't matter. By then, Yunnan Yu may be faster than him. The Xianxi Kingdom will not move. Not far northwest of the Xianxi Kingdom is the Song Kingdom. It will be left as a buffer zone, so that we can meet in the future. Lin Xiao nodded. Even if Yun Xiaoyang of Xianxi Kingdom broke through to the Shengsu stage, he would no longer be a threat to Wu Kingdom. Dozens of Lingguan cultivators here would be enough to give him a hard time, not to mention Lin Xiao himself. Chapter 510 Wu Kingdom. Lin Xiao came back to take charge of the sect, and Nanzuan seemed to have a backbone. Moreover, even the spiritual light cultivators could be mobilized at will, and the plan of the Great Wu Kingdom was implemented quickly. Not long after, the envoys of the Lu Kingdom arrived at the Tiansheng Sect, that is, Li Changqing and his party. It has been almost 100 years since Li Changqing broke through the spiritual light, and his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of spiritual light. The cultivation is not too fast, mainly because he has focused on unifying the Lu Kingdom in recent years. The Lu family of the Lu Kingdom is a sitting tiger, ruling the Lu Kingdom for more than 1,000 years. The Li family was a vassal of the Lu family before, so it is still very difficult to rule the Lu Kingdom, especially Lin Xiao does not want a broken Lu Kingdom, which is even more difficult, but Li Changqing is quite talented and still did it. When I saw Li Changqing again, he had grown a long beard, and the whole person looked mature and stable, with an old-fashioned style, but the gleam in his eyes showed that he was still smart and capable. Li Changqing greets sect leader Lin. Changqing, there's no need to be so polite. Come in, please take a seat, and have some tea. Thank you, sect leader Lin. Changqing, we are acquaintances. There's no need to be so polite. I promised you before that even if Lu state is incorporated into Wu state, I will not favor one over the other. In the future, the Li family's status in Wu state will be equal to that of Tiansheng Sect, and the Li family will still be one of the most important members of Wu state. In the future, if Tiansheng Sect has any benefits, the Li family will still benefit. Thank you, sect leader Lin. Sect leader Lin, Changqing has a humble request. Changqing, there's no need to be polite. You can say whatever you want. Changqing has unified Lu state over the years, and has not been harsh to Chunhyang Palace. I promised Chunhyang Palace a lot of things. If Lu state is incorporated into Wu state, then Chunhyang Palace must also have a share of the benefits. However, this is inconsistent with the previous agreement. So Changqing has decided to incorporate the Li family into Chunhyang Palace, and only take one share of the benefits. I don't know if it's feasible. Li Changqing said with some trepidation. After all, this was a taboo. There was still a difference between a family and a sect. In terms of development speed and ability, a sect was stronger than a family, so this move was boring. Changqing is loyal and trustworthy. It's okay. Then there will be no Li family in the future, only Chunhyang Palace. How about it? Thank you, sect leader Lin. Sect leader Lin is magnanimous, which is the style of our generation. Lin Xiao agreed. Although Chunhyang Palace would be a potential threat, it was still nothing for Wu state, because Ling Mingpil was controlled by Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao also understood the intention of those big sects to monopolize Ling Mingpil. As long as the key strategic resources were in hand, there was no need to worry about these sects turning upside down. It was also simple to sanction these sects, just prevent them from getting Ling Mingpil. Next is the specific negotiation between Nanzuan and Li Changqing. In addition to respecting the order of the Heavenly Saint Sect, the Kingdom of Lu must also take out the interests of Yujing City. If there is no interest at all, why should Wu accept the Kingdom of Lu? Then there are some obligations and responsibilities of the Kingdom of Lu, such as fighting against the enemy together, which are explained one by one, and then the terms are written down, which are to be announced to the world. The negotiation did not take long, that is, it was completed in a few days, and then the world was announced, which shocked the countries in the southwest of Nansao. The Kingdom of Lu, which had been passed down for nearly 2,000 years, disappeared. Of course, the most shocked country was Kangou, but Kangou was even worse, because he did not even have a spiritual monk, and the negotiation was reduced a lot of confidence. Nanzuan also began to plan Kangou. Bai Xiao led the team, and went to Kangou in person. This time, he issued an ultimatum. Within 1 year, all the sects and forces in Kangou agreed and joined Wu Go. Lin Xiao promised Wu Muiyang that he would not easily annex Kangou, but later Wu Muiyang took the initiative to ask to join Wu Go. Therefore, Wu Kingdom will not use force easily this time, but Tiansheng Sect, the overlord of Kang Kingdom, must take action. The stronger their ability, the higher their weight in Wu Kingdom. Otherwise, even if they join Wu Kingdom in the future, their status will become very low. Lin Xiao did not participate in the specific plan. He went to inspect the area near Kiao Tao Mountain. After decades of development, there are already 7 or 8 million mortals near Kiao Tao Mountain. There are 3 million mortals directly under the jurisdiction of Tiansheng Sect alone. The major sacred mountains have also been fully developed. There is no need for blood transfusions within Wu Kingdom. Their own production is enough to support the occupation of various sects. In addition, the development direction is westward, and they began to start with the wild buffer zone facing Kang Kingdom. Master, this is the front line of Wu state at present. including the independent cultivators. There are almost 100,000 cultivators active in this area of thousands of miles. This has been going on for several years. The sacred mountains occupied by monsters have been breached one by one, and the monster army is constantly bleeding. Jia Mengren pointed to a sacred mountain and said to Lin Xiao, although Yu Jianlong took action last time to prevent Wu State from annexing the territory of the Purple-Eyed Demon King, Wu State's actions have not completely stopped. Wu State launched a large-scale attack on the wild buffer zone facing Kang State. After decades of strangulation, this buffer zone has killed hundreds of thousands of monsters and has killed so many monsters that they dare not send monsters unless they have no choice. On the other hand, it actively infiltrates deep into the wilderness. Monsters with great potential are killed by Wu State cultivators one by one. Especially when the Elk Demon became a demon traitor, the Purple-Eyed Demon King was dissuaded by the Elk Demon every time he wanted to retaliate. Even if he failed to dissuade him, he could report it in time, allowing Wu State's power to shrink rapidly and reduce great losses. How long will it take to take down the buffer zone facing Kang Nation? If Master needs it, it can be taken down in half a month. The reason why we didn't do it was to deliberately bleed the monsters. Among the monsters, there are many species with strong reproduction capabilities. Their number can increase several times in just a dozen years. This is also what the Purple-Eyed Monster King is worried about. After all, with a large number, there will always be one or two gifted guys who can advance quickly. So the two sides seem to have a tacit understanding. They deliberately send monsters to die, while we keep hunting monsters to obtain materials. It's easy to send people to occupy Lingshan, but immigration seems to be a little difficult. It's a primitive landscape and it's very difficult to transform it. That's true. It's been about 100 years since Kaiao Tao Mountain was developed, but the survival rate of mortals is still not high. The losses caused by illness, death, accidents, etc. are extremely high every year. Among 1,000 children, less than 600 can grow up to adulthood. Decades ago, the number was less than 400. Millions of prisoners died to achieve today's result. But now the mortals in the Wu Kingdom have good public security, and there are no prisoners. Jia Mengren shook his head. Over the past few decades, the Wu Kingdom has relocated millions of mortal prisoners here, including some very minor crimes. The casualties of these immigrant prisoners were so heavy that the mortals in the Wu Kingdom did not dare to commit crimes at all. The public security was better than ever, and it would be difficult to obtain prisoners in the future. It's okay. The new countries of Kang and Lu have to follow the rules of Wu, and then we'll merge their mortal management systems and bring their prisoners here first. If the two countries can provide 1 or 2 million mortals, then this place can be developed within a few decades. Well, in this way, the Great Wu Kingdom plan will be a success. The entire Wu Kingdom is more than 16,000 miles long from north to south and more than 20,000 miles long from east to west. Its territory is second only to that of Song. Lin Xiao nodded. The Great Wu Kingdom plan covered the 3 countries of Kang, Chen, and Lu at that time, plus the 3,000-mile buffer zone between the two countries. The territory was very large. Although it was not as good as the two giants of Qianqin, it was similar to other medium-sized countries, and Song was only slightly larger than Wu. However, the development level of Song Kingdom's spiritual mountains is much better than ours. Except for our Tiansheng Sect, Wu Kingdom has few 5th level spiritual mountains, and there is not even a 6th level one. Let's develop slowly. The next step of the Great Wu Kingdom's plan is to develop the country's spiritual mountains as much as possible. In addition, the roads for mortals must be widened and built, and connected by traffic arteries. This is not only beneficial to the lives of mortals, but also allows cultivators below the Purple Mansion to speed up exchanges. Now it's time to practice internal skills. This matter has to be taken care of by the First Lord Nan. I can't care so much. The sect will also upgrade the spiritual veins as soon as possible. When the time comes, you can go back and practice in seclusion for a while. Your senior sister and I are not in Wu Kingdom all year round. Wu Kingdom must have someone who can take charge and keep things under control. Master, it's not my turn. Yinanayu, Bazixi, and Bazichan were the first batch to advance to the spiritual light. It's only been so many years since I broke through. Next, I will transfer you to Kinglian Hall. Kinglian Hall. Yes, it is the Kinglian Hall. Over the years, your senior sister and I have been in Zhongzhou and have seen many aspects of Zhongzhou society. There are good and bad descendants of cultivators from various sects, and there are both playboys and elites. I hope that Wugo will have more elites and fewer playboys. Now most of the Daogang cultivators in the sect have begun to enter old age, and many of them have begun to raise children. The second and third generations of Wugo have also begun to increase. I'm not at ease with other people in charge of the Kinglian Hall. It must be my own people. Lin Xiao replied. Lin Xiao has been in charge of Tiansheng Sect for more than 400 years. The oldest Li Minggyang is more than 400 years old, and those younger than him are also about 400 years old. These people have no hope of breaking through the Lingguan period, because there are only so many Lingming pills. According to the rules of Tiansheng Sect, they cannot compete with young people. Then most of them will accept their fate, marry and have children, and raise their offspring. The offspring of these people are different from ordinary disciples. Their fathers have more energy and higher status, so it is easy for playboys to appear. Some cultivators will have children in their old age, and their mentality will also change. Therefore, the establishment of Kinglian Hall has become more important. If someone's background is not strong enough, he will not be able to preside over the overall situation. Although there are people like Baizichan and Baiziayu who can be used in the sect, they all have families behind them. The best one is Jia Mengren. First, he has a strong background and is Lin Xiao's direct disciple. Second, he has no family ties. Master, I understand. I will do a good job in Kinglian Hall and will never let the rules of Tiansheng Sect be trampled on. Well, I believe in you. Do your job well. Don't worry about resources. Your senior sister and I will not forget you. Lin Xiao nodded. Yu Xiangxiang is an alchemist and has a wealthy family, so there is no need to worry. The cultivation resources of Yuan Royan and Jia Mengren are nothing to Lin Xiao and Li Muxu. A little bit of the fingertips is enough for them to enjoy. Chapter 511, Storms Rising. Planned by Wu State and executed by Tiansheng Sect of Kang State. Within a year, the chaotic Kang State was reunified. Then Kang State announced the abolition of the country and formally joined Wu State and became a part of Wu State. The announcement shocked the world again. This represented the emergence of a new and vibrant big country, and Wu State's influence in Nansao increased dramatically. The new Wu State was more than 16,000 miles from north to south and more than 20,000 miles from east to west. There were more than 1 million cultivators and a mortal population of more than 80 million. There were 2 people in the Shengsu period, nearly 30 Lingguan cultivators, and more than 200 Daogang cultivators, close to 300. In terms of high-end combat power, it was close to Song State, and it was still developing at a high speed. Such a large Wu State had a huge difficulty in management. For the time being, there were 3 centers among the cultivators: Gangming City, Yujing City, and Tiansheng City of Tiansheng Sect. These 3 centers were the gathering places for cultivators to protect the entire Wu State. The mortal management system also implemented the model of Wu State. The entire Wu State was redivided into 81 roads, each named. Tiansheng Sect had full jurisdiction over 3 roads and indirectly controlled 5 roads, and the rest were divided by various sects. Among them, Gangming City was exclusively owned by Tiansheng Sect, while Yujing City was divided by the former LV State and Wu State forces. Tiansheng Sect accounted for 20% of the shares. Chunayang Palace and Danyang Sect accounted for 30% of the shares, and the other sects accounted for 50% of the shares. They sent people to guard and operate according to the shares. Tiansheng City was divided by the former Kang State forces and Wu State forces, and they also sent people to guard and operate according to the proportion of shares. Tiansheng Sect sent Lingguan monks to both cities all year round. 2 months later, all the sects of Wu State sent people to Gangming City to hold a Wu State conference to discuss the management of Wu State. Lin Xiao also appeared, and the content of the meeting was presided over by Nangsun. The main thing was to promote the management system of the former Tiansheng, that is, to use interest relations to bind the various sects and strengthen some practices of cohesion, and the other was how to operate Wu state. One of the ways is to celebrate the centennial. In a few years, it will be the centennial anniversary of the establishment of Wu state. At that time, a grand auction will be held in 3 cities. Each sect will sell some precious spiritual objects, including some strategic resources. Whether Keifu Dan, Daoji Dan, and Lingming Dan are also included has not been decided yet. In addition, there are some contents of the exchanges between the sects, including the Tiansheng Sect will share some alchemy and equipment, array, and talisman techniques, and then take the opportunity to integrate some resources. Many practices are pioneered in the world of immortal cultivation, attracting envoys from various countries to learn. The influence of Wu state is expanding rapidly, and its strength is also advancing by leaps and bounds. Of course, under this strong surface, there are many problems. Tiansheng Sect only trusts the various sects and the original Lin system. There are still many problems for the others to join. It will take 100 years to truly assimilate, but this is also a problem that Nangxian has to deal with. In order to deal with the increasingly complex internal problems of Wu state, Lin Xiao established a Wu state immortal alliance, which was composed of one person from each of the 12 most powerful forces in Wu state. The immortal alliance was mainly responsible for resolving conflicts within Wu state, contacting various sects, etc. Once a war broke out, the immortal alliance would become the highest authority to mobilize the whole country. Lin Xiao was the honorary leader of the Wu State Immortal Alliance, and the specific work was carried out by one person appointed by the General Affairs Hall. The right of appointment was in the hands of Nanzuan, which meant that Nanzuan became the most powerful person in Wu State except Lin Xiao, and he was truly under one person, and above 10,000 people. After that, Lin Xiao transferred Jia Mengren back to the sect, and served as the head of the Qinglian Hall. After Jia Mengren took office, he selected elite troops from the War Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall to strengthen his strength, and began to announce some illegal corruption incidents, to crack down on abuse of power for personal gain. After Lin Xiao finished dealing with all this, more than half a year had passed. It had been nearly 2 years since he came back from Zhangzhou. After a trip to Qianluo State, Zhuo State and Wei State, 2 years had passed, and Lin Xiao set off to return to Zhangzhou again. At the Blackwater platform of Tiansheng Sect in Zhangzhou, King Nian sat behind the desk, looking at a report in front of him with a serious expression. This report seemed to be nothing surprising, but there was a key word: Iron Lion. Iron Lion was King Nian's inner demon. This matter was not only known to everyone in the Blackwater platform, but also to Zhuanayang City. After all, Iron Lion had been active in Zhuanayang City for decades, and this was all public knowledge. Later, Iron Lion escaped from the siege of Tiansheng Sect, and was considered a shame for Blackwater platform. After that, King Nian tracked Iron Lion to Nanzhou, and spent 10 years. Not only did he not catch him, but he returned seriously injured. This was King Nian's personal shame. After King Nian came back from Nanzhou, he never mentioned Iron Lion again, and everyone kept silent, but everyone knew that this matter might be difficult to get over. If King Nian did not solve this problem, he would hardly reach the golden body stage in this life. Who are these Sun Weili and Yang Yanchang? Have you found out? My lord, we have found out. These two settled in Hoan Mountain in the territory of Tiansheng Sect 100 years ago, and took in many wives and concubines and had children. They are quite talented, and know how to run a business. They have dominated Hoan Mountain for 100 years. There are also thousands of descendants of their clansmen, and dozens of immortal cultivators. The offender this time is Yang Yanchang's youngest son. King Nian asked, and a monk from Hishite beside him answered, that the source of this report was very simple. The descendants of a monk with a somewhat important status in Tiansheng Sect had an accident near Hoan Mountain, and the soul lamp went out. Then Hishite took the task to investigate the matter. The process of handling the case is naturally to find the sect family forces near Hoan Mountain. These forces can also be regarded as vassals of Tiansheng Sect. Then a little investigation found that Yang Qilin, the youngest son of Yang Yanchang of the local Yang family, was the most suspected. Yang Qilin is the youngest son of Yang Yanchang. He is very talented. In addition, his mother is Yang Yanchang's favorite concubine, so he is particularly doted on. He has a violent and domineering personality. After investigation, it was found that it was Yang Qilin and his guards who did it. The reason was that Yang Qilin fell in love with a female cultivator of Tiansheng Sect and started to pursue her, but was rejected by the female cultivator and said some cruel words such as his identity was not qualified. Yang Qilin was angry and sent assassins to kill several Tiansheng Sect monks. After the investigation, the Yang family of Hoan Mountain was in trouble. He Shite sent a master to destroy the Yang family. However, before taking action, Yang Yanchang told him that he knew the secret of Tishi and the reason why King Nian failed in Nanzhao. The master of Heshite who went there was King Nian's confidant. Knowing that this was King Nian's inner demon, he temporarily held back and then controlled the people of the Yang family. After a simple investigation, it was found that the neighbor of the Yang family, the Sun family, had a close relationship with the Yang family, and the two had similar backgrounds, so they were controlled together. What do these two people want? Yang Yanchang said he could tell all the secrets of the power behind Iron Lion in exchange for sparing the Yang family, while Sun Weili is more greedy and hopes to become a close vassal of the Tiansheng Sect. He is even willing to become a spy for the Blackwater platform in order to have a bright future. I see. Take them to the city guard prison. I'll be there later. Yes, sir. Not long after, King Nian arrived at the city guard prison. Sun Weili and Yang Yanchang had already been brought there. Their cultivation had been sealed, and they looked at the torture instruments in the city guard prison with trepidation. Do you recognize these three types of punishment? Yes. Oh, tell me about it. This is not a punishment, but a method of interrogation. However, we don't know the specific principle. We went for the training that year and didn't pass. Training. It seems that you really know the secret of Tishi. Yes, sir. To be honest, Tishi is a senior brother. Yang Yanchang answered honestly. He and Sun Weili were none other than the earliest batch of Daogang monks of Tiansheng Sect. When they were traveling outside, they received news from Yu Xiao that China Antao and Lu State were at war, and Lu State's troops were approaching. Lu Yan even went to the battle in person. They felt that China Antao and Tiansheng Sect would definitely lose, so they deliberately delayed returning to participate in the war. After Lin Xiao knew about this, he asked Yu Xiao to convey more and more severe messages. The two felt that it was not worth sacrificing for Tiansheng Sect, so they simply ran away. Later, Yu Xiao also offered a reward for hunting them down. However, they were trained by Night Owl, but they were eliminated before they completed the training. However, they were quite capable. The first batch of Daogang monks of Tiansheng Sect were all capable of taking charge of their own affairs. They fled all the way to Zhongzhou and then traveled around. They wandered around for more than 100 years, but they never got the chance to advance to the spiritual light. So 100 years ago, they came to the Hoan Mountain in the territory of Tiansheng Sect and settled down, and then took in wives and concubines, multiplied offspring, and prepared to die there, and pinned their hopes of becoming immortals on their offspring. With their cultivation and means, they soon developed an industry and attracted a lot of people. In 30 years, they dominated the Hoan Mountain area, and their descendants also repeatedly produced excellent spiritual roots, with a trend of prosperity. In particular, Yang Qilin, the youngest son of Yang Yanchang, had a top-grade spiritual root, and was extremely spoiled by Yang Yanchang. He was regarded as a person who would lead the Yang family to glory, and was trained with emphasis, but he did not expect that he would develop Yang Qilin's domineering character. He could still deal with Yang Qilin bullying men and women in the Hoan Mountain area, but this time he killed disciples of Tiansheng Sect. This was not something Yang Yanchang could solve. Fortunately, the person who handled this matter was someone from Heshite. Yang Yanchang knew about the affairs of Zuanayang City, so he decisively kept the secret as a means to save his life, which led to today's meeting. Brother, you are Tisha's junior fellow student? Yes, senior brother Sun and I are both Tisha's junior fellow students. Tishi was a senior fellow back then, and most of the training content was also taught by Tishi. Very good, tell me the secret. I will agree to whatever you ask for, but if I find out that you lied to me, I will let you know what it means to be worse than death. We dare not, we would never dare to deceive you, sir. Okay, then you can tell me. King Nian's eyes were shining. In the battle with Tishi, he was defeated miserably. One of the important reasons was that Tishi had a mysterious origin, and he had no idea about his background. That was why he was passive everywhere. If he knew the other party's background, he believed that with the power of Tiansheng Sect, he would not be afraid of any force in Nanzhao. Chapter 512, Traitor of the Tiansheng Sect. Sir, we are from the Tiansheng Sect in the territory of the small country of Lu in the southwest of Nanzhao. Wait a minute, someone, come and get the map and information, and find out the information about Lu and Tiansheng Sect. Yes, sir, Yang Yanchang just started to say. King Nian called a stop, and soon, he Shite transferred the information of Nanzhao, but the man said, Sir, according to the latest intelligence, there is no Lu in the southwest of Nanzhao. What do you mean? The information shows that the Wu Kingdom in the southwest of Nanzhao has risen. In just over 100 years, it has annexed the Lu and Kang kingdoms. In addition, the Wu Kingdom has two Shengsu period cultivators. Its influence is not less than that of the Song Kingdom in Nanzhao. It is a medium-sized country after Qianqin. There are 20 to 30 Lingguan cultivators. When did it happen? Just a while ago, about a year ago. Yang Yanchang, how do you explain? Sir, could the overlord sect of the Wu Kingdom be the Tiansheng Sect, and is its leader Lin Xiao? Yes, they are right. The overlord of Wu State is Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao is known as the legendary leader of Tiansheng Sect. It was he who developed a weak sect with the highest cultivation level only at Ningmei stage to its current level. It took less than 500 years. His experience is extremely legendary. It is said that he once killed a cultivator in Shengsu stage during Lingguang stage. That's amazing. That's right. Yang Yanchang, go on. King Nian was shocked. Those who can do such things are all people of great talent and strategy. Their talent, understanding and means are all top-notch. They are extremely powerful. Yes, Lin Xiao is the head of the Tiansheng Sect. He has led the sect to develop from a minor force. It has developed faster in a few decades than others in hundreds of years. Moreover, he is far-sighted and has a very long-term vision. When he was cultivating in the Purple Mansion, he founded the Night Owl organization, which is the same as the Blackwater platform of your sect, mainly for spying. Lin Xiao has invested a lot in the Night Owl. When the total income of the sect was less than 200,000 Zuan crystals, he was willing to invest 40,000 to 50,000 in the Night Owl, and the elite disciples in the sect also continue to invest in the Night Owl. Tishi is a disciple of the third or fourth batch of the Night Owl. The boss of the first batch was called Zhao Zhengs, who disappeared in Zhongzhou. The later boss was called Jinan Aiyu, who was Lin Xiao's confidant, and Tishi was also Lin Xiao's confidant. When it came to our batch of disciples, Lin Xiao didn't have time to train us personally, so he replaced us with senior brothers like Tishi, and the same was true for the later disciples. By the time we left, night owls had spread all over Nanzhao. There were night owl personnel stationed in Beiyu city of Qi and Zuanayu city of Qin. There were also more than a dozen stations in Zhongzhou at that time, but we didn't understand much, because we were not fully trained. Later, Xianan prefecture of Lu state grew and expanded, and annexed other prefectures and counties, which led to the overlord of Lu state, Chunayang Palace, to conceal the truth. So they launched a war. We were traveling abroad at that time, and after learning about this, we determined that the Tiansheng Sect would be defeated. So we didn't want to be buried with the Tiansheng Sect, so we didn't go back to participate in the war. Lin Xiao was furious about this, and offered a reward for our arrest. At that time. Speak to the point, Night Owl. Yes, sir. The development of Night Owl and the development of Tiansheng Sect are complementary. Night owls do everything they can to act outside, and are very good at manipulating people's hearts, thereby controlling a large number of people. They recruit peripheral members and set up information channels. They will not take risks easily, and they all choose secret language, single line communication and other methods. Yang Yanchang did not hide anything, and told them everything he knew. From the moment the people from Hishite found them, they had already decided to betray the Tiansheng Sect, and sold out the sect completely. Sir, it's time to let them talk about the training methods of Night Owl. This is what we need, no hurry. Yang Chang, you can talk about the inside story of Tiansheng Sect, including some things about Lin Xiao. Yes, sir. I wonder what aspect of the matter you want to know. Lin Xiao's rise to wealth. Yes, Lin Xiao is the direct disciple of the previous head of Tiansheng Sect. It is said that he has a top grade spiritual root qualification and stayed secretly. Later, the previous head of Tiansheng Sect went to buy a treasure to break through the Purple Mansion, but was robbed and killed on the road. The elite of the sect were caught in one fell swoop. Lin Xiao received the will and took charge of Tiansheng Sect. However, the disciples at that time were dissatisfied with Lin Xiao, so there was an internal strife in the sect, and even the sect's treasury was breached. Only 30 old, weak and sick people were left in the sect, but Lin Xiao also made a fortune from then on. It is said that Lin Xiao got the relics of a predecessor, exchanged for a lot of treasures, recruited disciples, and developed power. Afterwards, Lin Xiao had people expand the financial resources, develop Kan Ling Wine and Bei Wu Tea, and step by step, put the sect on the right track. In particular, he took out the recipe of Keifu pill, which made Tiansheng's strength surge, and began to swallow up other forces, and then continued to expand. Lin Xiao is a man of great talent and strategy. He is best at mobilizing the enthusiasm of cultivators. He only recruits people based on their talents, regardless of their origins or resources. He accepts all children with ordinary spiritual roots that others don't want. Yang Chang reported all the news about Tiansheng Sect in detail, and several cultivators from Hishite recorded it together. Then someone asked the two of them to write down the content of Xiao's training, and use their spiritual sense to outline the portraits of Xiao's senior staff. Sir, I have found the information. Do you know where Lin Xiao is now? Tell me. Jiao Villa. Jiao Villa of Suiyu Sect. Yes, it's Jiao Villa outside Shiansu city of Suiyu Sect. There are more than a dozen shareholders, one of whom is Lin Xiao. It is said that everything in Jiao Villa is led by Lin Xiao, including all the previous reforms. Bring the information about Jiao Villa. If I remember correctly, Chunfeng Tower outside Zuanayang City was built in imitation of Jiao Villa. Yes, sir. Here is the information about Jiao Villa. Our Chunfeng Tower outside Zuanayang City was built according to Jiao Villa. Whatever fun there is in Jiao Villa, Chunfeng Tower also has it. We Hishite also have shares. The man put a pile of information in front of King Dian and said, the playboys of various major forces in Zhongzhou imitated Jiao Villa, and their Tiansheng Sect was naturally the same. All the forces in Tiansheng Sect were taken care of, and Hishite also had a share of the profits every year, but its business performance was not as good as that of Jiao Villa. This Lin Xiao is indeed a genius. He is really amazing to have developed the Tiansheng Sect to this level in just a few hundred years. It's a pity that he met me. Sir, there is something I don't know, if I should say. Speak. Yes, sir. Do you want to deal with the Wu Kingdom and the Tiansheng Sect? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Your subordinate reminds you, sir, that the Tiansheng Sect is the overlord of the Wu Kingdom, and is able to unify the power of a country. And judging from the current strength of the Wu Kingdom, it may be difficult to deal with it if we rely solely on the power of our faction. And the other commanders and the chief commander of the Hishite may not be happy to see you do this, sir. The sect may not easily use military force against the Wu Kingdom, especially since the Wu Kingdom is still a wild and pioneering sect. The man whispered that the Tiansheng Sect was not a monolithic entity, and King Nan did not control the entire Tiansheng Sect. If they relied on the power of their faction, they would never be the opponent of the Wu Kingdom. And the sect and the Hishite would not deal with the Wu Kingdom for no reason. Especially since Wu Go is still developing a sect. There is an unwritten rule in the Zhongzhou cultivation world, that is, to be cautious in using military force against countries on the front line of the wilderness, because they are developing territory for the human race, and are also the first line of force to stop the counterattack of the demon race. The human race must give a certain amount of support. As long as they have not committed unforgivable crimes, they will not destroy the country. The assassination of the gods also had this consideration when he acted in Nanzhou. I know, I didn't say that I would take action against Wu Guo now, but Wu Guo will definitely become our Tiansheng Sect's opponent. This point must be emphasized. King Nan said lightly. After the defeat in Nanzhao, he has matured a lot and calmed down a lot. He understands that the sect will not agree to him to take revenge, so he decided to use the sect's justice. Does the Tiansheng Sect have interests in Nanzhao? Of course it does. In fact, the Tiansheng Sect of Qi State is a vassal of the Tiansheng Sect. Their Shengsu period cultivators who want to break through the golden body generally have to rely on the help of the Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect will not help them for no reason. They must exchange resources for them, so it is equivalent to exploiting the Tiansheng Sect. The prosperity of the Wu state will inevitably affect the interests of the Tiansheng Sect, and thus the interests of the Tiansheng Sect. He plans to start from this aspect. Your Excellency is wise. I will report this matter to the sect and ask my master and uncle to come forward and let the sect come up with a plan. Tiansheng Sect will deal with Wu Kingdom, and He Shite must act ahead of the sect. So after Yang Yanchang and Sun Weili have finished telling the situation of Night Owl, He Shite will first attack the opponent's intelligence department, and Night Owl must be dealt with as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. Then how should Yang Yanchang and Sun Weili be dealt with? Plant life and death talismans in their bodies, and then they can be used as vanguards to deal with Night Owl. Although they are people eliminated by Night Owl, they only need to know people. Capture a few core personnel and defeat them together. Yes, my lord, but according to what Yang Yanchang said, Lin Xiao attaches great importance to Night Owl, and the power of Night Owl has never been made public. Now Tiansheng Sect has more than 20 Lingguang monks, so there will not be many fewer Night Owls. It seems that our strength is insufficient. In order to ensure that there is no mistake, we must launch a crushing momentum against it. You are right. I cannot mobilize the rest of the Blackwater station for the time being, but I will let some of my fellow apprentices take action. You can rest assured to investigate. There will be people to help you when the action comes. King Nan nodded. With the professionalism of Night Owl, if they cannot capture their entire network at once, they will quickly flee, so they must have an absolute advantage to act. This is not difficult. King Nan is in charge of a part of Blackwater Station, not only because of his own excellence, but also because he has backers in the Tiansheng Sect. Those uncles in the Golden Body realm cannot be mobilized, but a few brothers in the Divine Void realm can still be invited. At that time, they can naturally form an advantage and act against them. Yes, sir. The man was overjoyed when he heard that he had help. If there was no external aid, he was also afraid that too many people in his line would be lost, and then his position in Blackwater Station would be lost. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513. Take precautions. In Jiangsu City, Yunanai arrived in a dusty state. Now, not only he came, but all the spiritual light monks of Yixio gathered in Zhangzhou, just outside Jiangsu City. Master, why did you urgently dispatch the high-level members of Yixio? Yunanai asked Lin Xiao, as soon as they met. Lin Xiao's order caught them off guard. The spiritual light monks of Yixio were in high positions and had a lot of things to do. Now everything was in chaos. Yang Yanchang, Sun Weili, do you still remember these two names? Of course I remember. This is the first time that a traitor appeared in the sect, and it was a traitor of Daogang level. How could I not remember it? Yunanai replied. Over the past hundreds of years, there have not been many traitors in Tiansheng Sect, but there are not few either. However, there are very few above Daogang. Yang Yanchang and Sun Weili are the first and second. More importantly, they all betrayed when there were few Daogang monks. At that time, Daogang monks were first class in both qualifications and skills. They were cultivated by the sect with great efforts. Be careful of these two. They are going to completely betray the sect. Master, what do you mean, completely betray the sect? I don't understand. I won't tell you so much. I want to ask you, have these two people received Night Owl training? Yes, but they were eliminated when they were about 2/3 of the way through the course. They were just too careful about their lives. In fact, they are very good. It's a pity that we didn't discover it earlier. Are the Night Owl personnel who received the same training with them now in high positions? Almost. Anyone who is not dead is a Dao gang, and at the very least a mid-level backbone. Okay, activate level 1 alert. Evacuate all the people that Yang Yanchang and Sun Weili know, or may know from Zhang Zhao, and send new backbones to take over. If there is not enough manpower, focus on those who have passed the test among the peripheral personnel. At the same time, set up a defense zone in the Wu Kingdom border, and do our best to eliminate all intelligence agencies, expel those who should be expelled, and kill those who should be killed. Lin Xiao said coldly. He couldn't explain to Yunaniu. The reason for doing this was naturally because the system was alert. Although these two people were expelled from the sect by Lin Xiao, they also had data in the system. In the past, their loyalty to the Tiansheng Sect was still between 20 and 30. This was because they had some feelings. Although they betrayed, they didn't want to be hostile. So Lin Xiao only issued a wanted order and didn't specifically eliminate them. But in these few days, their loyalty has bottomed out. To be in this state, it can only mean that they have completely betrayed the sect and are going to endanger the sect. Master, do everything as I say. This is an order. Yes, Night Owl will obey unconditionally, but Master, if the top leaders of Night Owl need to change blood, it will take a certain amount of time, otherwise the loss will be huge. Don't worry about the loss, let's ensure safety first. Are there any spiritual light monks of your Night Owl whom these two don't know? I'm afraid not. At that time, Night Owl was short of manpower, and after training, they are either fellow disciples or instructors. Unless they are Eight-Faced Fox and Li Huo, they are the ones with top secret information. Then retreat first, the sooner the better, and a few of you spiritual light monks go to assist, and hand over as quickly as possible. I will give you 2 6th order puppets. You are responsible for this matter and you will supervise it personally. Lin Xiao handed a storage bag to Yunaniu. Lin Xiao had not had many points and his expenses were huge, so 2 6th order puppets were also Lin Xiao's limit. I got it. I'll announce it. I'll go first. Okay, if an enemy of the Shengsu period appears, don't hold on. Ask me for help. The ordinary Shengsu period is no match for me. Even the golden body cultivators can be restrained by me. Don't worry, Master. Yunaniu nodded, and then immediately left the city. He gathered the top leaders of the Night Owl together, including Yunaniu, making a total of 7 people. Of course, Beimian Hu and Li Huo were not counted. They were top secret, and only a few people in the Night Owl knew about it. The master just told me something extremely urgent. Yunaniu said Lin Xiao's words verbatim. When everyone heard it, they were all dumbfounded. It had been so long since Yang Yanchang and the other person defected, probably more than 200 years. Many people almost forgot about it. Boss, can I ask you a question? Is this true? Are you sure it's not just a whim of the leader? Impossible, and even if it's a whim, we have to do it. Night Owl is a knife in the leader's hand, the most loyal knife. We can be playful and naughty with the leader at ordinary times, but at critical moments, we unconditionally obey the leader's words. Yes, I was wrong. Then what do you order, boss? 2 points. First, transfer all the people who may know Yang Yanchang and Sun Weili. Regardless of their positions, they must be evacuated as soon as possible and hand over the matter clearly. In the case of insufficient manpower, peripheral core personnel can be activated and given important tasks. The second point is my own request. All these crises come from Yang Yanchang and Sun Weili. Although we have issued a wanted order for them before, to be honest, none of us at Night Owl has taken it seriously. This is our mistake, so we must get rid of the two this time. Send out our elite spies and find these 2 people. Boss Yi, Yang Yanchang and Sun Weili were trained by me, so I will arrest them. No, Tishi, you can't stay in Zhangzhou. You have stimulated the Blackwater platform of Tiansheng Sect too much. Once your identity is exposed, it will cause us a lot of trouble. Zhang Qingxuan will do this. Zhang Qingxuan's cultivation is also higher. Yunaniu rejected Tishi's request. He knew very well how much stimulation he had caused the Blackwater platform of Tiansheng Sect. He must not stay. On the contrary, Zhang Qingxuan was more suitable. He broke through earlier and had a higher cultivation. After the task was arranged, everyone immediately started to act, especially Ah King, the director of the Zhongzhou Bureau, who was the top priority of this mission. Yunanyu personally led people to accompany Ah King to evacuate important personnel from various departments, while another 6th level puppet was led by Zhang Qingxuan, who brought 3 Lingguang monks and a dozen Daogang monks to form a guard team to cover the retreat of their respective personnel. Zhongzhou Basin City, where Tishi has been operating for decades. Although Tishi has evacuated after revenge, the station of Yixiao here has not been evacuated. The Blackwater station also has secret bases in various places in Zhongzhou, and naturally, Basin City would not be missed. After Yang Yancheng used his spiritual sense to sketch out the portraits of the Tiansheng Sect's night owls, he knew these portraits were quickly spread to all the spies under the name of the Blackwater Station. After comparison, the person in charge of the night owl in Basin City was recognized by the people of the Blackwater Station. Sir, Yan Mo has been moving unusually in the past few days and seems to be running away. Should we take action? In the backyard of a store in Basin City, a spy from the Blackwater Station said to his superior. They have been monitoring Yan Mo for several days. This person suddenly moved unusually yesterday and seemed to be running away. They dare not be careless. Do you know how many subordinates Yan Mo has? 13 are known so far, and 6 are suspected. The rest have not been checked yet. The one with the highest cultivation level is Yan Mo, who has the cultivation level of the 11th level of Daogang. Yes, it's him, and there are 6 other Daogangs. They are nothing to worry about. Okay, can you lure him out? That's probably not possible. The other party is extremely vigilant. Once he makes a move at this time, it might alert the enemy. Then we can only ask Uncle for help. It's okay, he's just a Daogang cultivator, but the Tiansheng Sect. Uncle Master, don't worry, the Blackwater platform will take care of everything behind the scenes. The man said hurriedly. Basin City is the property of the Tiansheng Sect, and the Tiansheng Sect is just a second-rate force. The Tiansheng Sect is not afraid of it. They are not the ones who can hurt the Tiansheng Sect, and Liang dare not do anything to them. Well, how are you going to act? Tonight, I will go to the city guards to apply for action. Uncle Master will take people to capture him first. Once the person is captured, evacuate Basin City immediately. Yan Mo is the most important. The rest of the people can be captured if they can, and they will be killed if they can't be captured. Okay, let's do it this way. You go and prepare. After the action, this point must also be evacuated. Activate the backup base. The man replied. After arranging things, it was already evening. He took 2 people to the city guards and revealed his identity as Tiansheng Sect. The disciples of Basin City guards naturally did not dare to be careless and immediately called the commander to entertain him. He first made some polite remarks and then stated his purpose. Before the commander of the city guards of Basin City agreed, a violent fluctuation of mysterious energy was heard in the city, which made the commander's face change. Dao from Tiansheng Sect, what do you mean by this? Do you want to kill first and report later? It's urgent. This matter is related to the core secrets of Tiansheng Sect. Dao, I'm sorry, I apologize to you here. You, broke the rules of my Tiansheng Sect. Even if you are a disciple of Tiansheng Sect, you can't be so presumptuous. Wait, Commander, think about it. I'm here on behalf of Tiansheng Sect. The action is carried out by my uncle, a cultivator of Shengsu period. Are you sure you want to stop us? The man stopped in front of the city guard commander and said coldly. Those who took action were all cultivators of Shengsu period, which meant that there were at least cultivators of Jinshan realm involved behind them. This was a big deal, which made the city guard commander hesitate. And at the moment, when the city guard commander hesitated, a momentum rose to the sky. The cultivator of Tiansheng Sect had succeeded. Yan Mo was only a Daogang cultivator. He could still fight against cultivators below the 4th or 5th level of Lingguang, but his opponent was a cultivator of Shengsu period, so he had no chance to fight. He was seriously injured in an instant, and then controlled and taken away. Not only Yan Mo, most of the Night Owl members who were exposed were also captured, a small number died in battle, and very few escaped. The people of Tiansheng Sect acted quickly, and left as soon as they succeeded. We know the good intentions of the city guard commander, and we will naturally send generous gifts when the time comes. Seeing that the action was successful, the Blackwater Terrace monk immediately said to the city guard commander, and then retreated and left, leaving the city guards with sullen faces, but helpless. After all, the Tiansheng Sect is powerful. Not only Basin City, but also in the other strongholds in Zhongzhou. All the strongholds discovered by the Blackwater Terrace were breached, and the personnel were captured or killed in battle. The Night Owl did not even have time to retreat, and suffered unprecedented losses. Chapter 514, Fierce Fighting in the Dark. Over a nameless place in Zhongzhou, more than a dozen flying boats were fighting fiercely. Several Daogang monks on the periphery held the Tiansheng banner, and the aura of the Tiansheng Sect logo continued to spread far away, which made the monks in this area give up the idea of coming to check, and just pretended that they heard nothing. In the fierce battle, the besieged was a 5th level flying boat. At this time, there were hundreds of Zifu and lower monks on the flying boat, who were controlling the Zuanjing cannon to fire continuously. These hundreds of people were all members of the Night Owl, both in the core and the periphery. They were originally going to lurk for a long time, but now they were evacuated urgently. Outside the flying boat, more than 30 Daogang monks, led by Yunanyu and several Lingguang monks, were struggling to block the enemy's attack. Zhuanggang was constantly scattered, and Daogang monks on both sides of the enemy and us were constantly falling. On the other side were the elite troops of the Tiansheng Sect's Blackwater Terrace. In addition to the Lingguang period general flag of the Tiansheng Sect's Blackwater Terrace, this person not only had several Lingguang period subordinates, but also a Shengsu period monk assisted. The reason why Yunanyu hadn't been taken down was because he was controlling a 6th order puppet. The thing Lin Xiao took out would not be a 6th order low grade thing. It was definitely a 6th order high grade boutique, equivalent to a cultivator above the 10th level of Shengsu. It was a pity that Yunanyu's cultivation was insufficient, and he couldn't control it completely. Otherwise, let alone maintaining the situation, he might even kill the opponent. Form a formation. Form a formation. Don't go out rashly. Hold on. Reinforcement are coming in the battle formation. Arking roared wildly. In just 7 days, 1/3 of the hundreds of strongholds of Night Owl in Zhongzhou were attacked. Many of the leaders of the strongholds were directly captured. Not to mention that they were all betrayed. At least a dozen strongholds were uprooted. The opponent's strength was too strong, the speed was too fast, and the preparation was more sufficient than theirs, which made them too panicked and caught off guard. The hundreds of people here today were all the troops of the 8 important strongholds. Those who were about to withdraw were now bitten. Surround them, trap them to death. Our reinforcement are coming soon, and more seniors in the Shengsu period will come to help. Kill them. On the other side, the general flag officer of Hishite was also roaring, commanding the monks to besiege Arking's group. Tiansheng Sect will also have reinforcement coming. Let's see who is faster. However, Yunanyu's battle was on the other side, not mixed in the melee, and could not be mixed in. The aftermath of the Shengsu level battle could cause the Daogang monks to perish. Yunanyu, surrender. You are no match for me. Your cultivation is not enough, and controlling a 6th order puppet consumes a lot of spiritual consciousness. Once your spiritual consciousness is cut off, it will be too late to regret it, and spiritual consciousness is very difficult to heal. What a joke. When have you ever seen someone from Night Owl surrender voluntarily? Have you seen it? Yang Yanchang and Sun Weili, those 2 bastards don't count. They are not qualified to be Night Owl's people. I don't know who you are talking about, but you Night Owls are indeed heroes. But you have been loyal to your Tiansheng Sect. Now you should think about yourself. Surrender. I guarantee that nothing will happen to you, and your treatment will be no worse than yours in Tiansheng Sect. The cultivators of Tiansheng Sect kept persuading Yunanyu to surrender. If he was willing to surrender, he would make a lot of money. This 6th order puppet alone was worth more than 1 or 200 million, and he had also made great contributions. Yunanyu was the general manager of Night Owl, equivalent to the commander-in-chief of Blackwater Terrace, and knew countless secrets of Tiansheng Sect. Haha, I'm second to none in the Tiansheng Sect, and above 10,000 people. Can you do it? If you can't, stop talking nonsense. I will never surrender even if I die. Yinanayu's face was ferocious. He was in pain. Controlling the sixth order puppet was okay for a short time at ordinary times, but now he was in a battle, and he couldn't take it down for a while, which consumed a lot of his spiritual consciousness. It seemed that his spiritual consciousness was about to collapse, and his head hurt, as if it was about to explode. Master, if you don't come, I will really go to the Loyal Soul Garden. Yinanayu roared in his heart. He had already sent a message to Lin Xiao. If he didn't come, he would have to self-destruct and die in the battle. There would be no bones left, but there should be a cenotaph in the mountain behind the main peak of the mountain gate. That was the Loyal Soul Garden of the Tiansheng Sect. All the monks who had made contributions to the Tiansheng Sect and died in battle would have tombstones there, and there would be special people to take care of them and enjoy sacrificial blood food. Boom, perhaps Yinanayu's prayer was successful. A violent momentum came from the horizon, because the rapid sonic boom could be heard even dozens of miles away, and this breath was very familiar to Yinanayu. The master is here, we are saved. The master is here, kill. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the master, kill. Kill. Kill them. Not only Yinanayu recognized Lin Xiao, but also the other side of the battle. Suddenly, all the cultivators were excited. In their hearts, Lin Xiao was the representative of invincibility. As long as the master came, everything would be easy. Retreat. Take people away. Lin Xiao rushed to the battlefield, and before his breath was calmed down, he directly asked Yinanayu to take him away. Yinanayu immediately agreed, and then controlled the 6th level puppet to enter the battlefield of the spiritual light period. In the spiritual light period, the 6th level puppet is a big killer. Are you Lin Xiao? It is Lin. Surrender. I will spare your life. The reinforcement of my Tiansheng Sect are coming soon. I don't know whether I surrender or not, but you are going to die soon. 5-element divine light. Lin Xiao took a breath and immediately launched a fierce attack. The first move was the trump card 5-element divine light. As soon as he arrived, he saw many disciples of Tiansheng Sect died in the battle, which made him very sad. These were the elite of Tiansheng Sect. Boom, as soon as the 5-element divine light appeared, few people of the same level could stop it. The defensive magic tools and protective shields of the Tiansheng Sect monks immediately collapsed. Lin Xiao took the opportunity to enter and launched another fierce attack. The system real person mode also appeared. Seeing another 6th level upper grade puppet appear, the man was extremely shocked and turned around to run. Bang, however, how could Lin Xiao let him run away? He caught up directly and then attacked from both inside and outside with the system real person mode. After the two bombarded, the opponent's robes and inner armor completely collapsed, ending his life. Boom, the overwhelming mysterious light spread, and the general flag of Hishite was dumbfounded. A senior uncle in the Shengsu period died just like that. In just a moment, less than a cup of tea. What are you still standing there for? Retreat. Retreat immediately. Quickly, the Night Owl's men were also stunned. Lin Xiao roared, then rushed into the Hishite people and killed them wantonly. The Hishite people immediately collapsed and fled. Retreat. Retreat. Everyone get on the flying boat. Quickly, Yinanayu reacted and quickly gathered people to retreat. Soon, dozens of people got on the flying boat, flew away from here, entered the next big city of immortal cultivation, and then dispersed and left through the teleportation array. Yinanayu left, and Lin Xiao hadn't left yet, so he waited here. A moment later, a medium-sized flying boat appeared, and 6 Shengsu period cultivators appeared with a large number of Tiansheng Sect disciples. The person leading the way was King Nian himself. Lin Xiao, King Nian, it's you. Lin Xiao. You are the leader that Tishi mentioned. Yang Chang, Sun Weili, do you know the consequences of betraying the sect? Lin Xiao ignored King Nian and spoke to Yang Chang and the other two beside him. Lin Xiao's tone was full of murderous intent, and he did not hide it at all. Master Lin, we were not disciples of Tiansheng Sect 200 years ago, were we? But, very good. In that case, you are the enemy of me, Lin Xiao, and my Tiansheng Sect. I hope you will not regret it when I destroy your entire clan in the future. When Tiansheng Sect is destroyed, we can plead for Master Lin. Lin Xiao was furious, and then he rushed forward with his sword. King Nan and the other 5 Shengsu period cultivators immediately stepped forward to intercept him. Lin Xiao fought and retreated, and kept fighting. King Nan and the others didn't care about Yinan and the others. They just wanted to catch Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was the most prestigious person in Tiansheng Sect. No one could compare to him, whether it was Nanzuan, who had been in charge of the sect for nearly 100 years, or Yinan, the boss of Yi Xiao. The entire Tiansheng Sect was created by him alone. So as long as Lin Xiao was caught, any password of Tiansheng Sect could be opened to King Nan. He knew from Yang Yanchang and the others that Lin Xiao had many secrets. It was very mysterious, especially the process of his rise, which was difficult to explain clearly. From the combination of external information, there were countless mysteries. For example, Lin Xiao's puppet, the origin of Yuxin arrow, the origin of Lingming pill, etc. Everything was a mystery, which was what King Nan wanted to know. For Lin Xiao, if he could hold them back for a quarter of an hour, Yinan and the others would be safer, so Lin Xiao would stay to intercept. Now that King Nan took the initiative to cooperate, he would naturally not be polite. Half a day later, the profound energy in Lin Xiao's body was almost exhausted, and he immediately used the lighting technique to quickly escape from the battlefield. The speed of Lin Xiao's body movement made King Nan know Lin Xiao's intention, and he was immediately furious. He was fooled again. A day later, Lin Xiao met Yinan again. At this time, a large number of Night Owl's men had already fled, and only a few were still on the way of retreat. Yinan and other senior officials were covering their retreat. Greetings, sect leader. Are you okay? I've rested for a while, and I feel much better. This is a pill for healing the spirit. Take it and don't leave any future troubles. Thank you, sect leader. What's the situation now? Before this incident, Zhang Cao had 135 well-established strongholds that had been in operation for more than 10 years. Now more than a dozen have been broken, more than 30 have been transferred, and the rest have all entered a silent state. The loss is very large. In terms of manpower, more than 30 core disciples of the sect have been captured. The one with the highest cultivation level is Yan Emo, who has reached the 11th level of Daogang, and is an old backbone of Night Owl. There are 60 or 70 peripheral personnel, and more than 100 people died in the battle, including more than a dozen Daogang. This time, Zhang Cao Bureau can be said to have suffered serious injuries, and 70% of the strength of the entire Night Owl is in Zhang Cao. Yinan briefly introduced the situation. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu have been active in Zhang Cao all year round, so the power of Night Owl has been constantly tilted towards Zhang Cao. This also leads to the fact that once something happens, the entire Night Owl can be said to suffer heavy losses. Just like this time, the ones who were transferred and suffered the most casualties were the Daogang monks. They were the backbone of the Night Owl. After losing such a group of people, it was difficult to even replenish them, let alone restore them to their previous level. Chapter 515 Revenge Plan. Hearing Yinan's report, Lin Xiao's heart was beating. It was extremely difficult to train a Night Owl backbone, and it consumed a lot of resources, but the loss was very fast. In just a few days, the accumulation of decades of Tiansheng Sect was wiped out. Now the losses are all Night Owl backbones. These backbone personnel have survived through layers of elimination. Each of them is a talent, and it is unknown how long it will take to make up for it. Revenge. I need a revenge plan, Lin Xiao said after a moment of silence. Lin Xiao's heart is not small, but it is not big either. Now Lin Xiao must take revenge, and must not let Tiansheng Sect be so arrogant. And it can be predicted that, if the Blackwater platform is not hurt, King Nan will not give up, but will continue to pursue and attack, and even other strongholds will be dug out. What kind of revenge plan does sect leader need, and to what extent does it need to reach? First, to break the fierce offensive of the Hishite of Tiansheng Sect and temporarily pause their offensive. Second, to break King Nan's personal arrogance, and even use this to pull him down from the position of deputy commander of the Hishite. Third, pure killing and revenge, to restore the morale of the Night Owl personnel. Fourth, to capture the important disciples of the Hishite and even the Tiansheng Sect, and prepare for the exchange of prisoners. Sect leader, The first 3 are easy, but the 4th one means we will have to compete with the entire Tiansheng Sect. Does our Tiansheng Sect have the strength to do so? Even if we involve the entire Lin Xiao, we may not be the opponent of the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao listened fine at the beginning, but was shocked at the end. Capturing the important disciples of the Tiansheng Sect is no small matter. If they really did this, the Tiansheng Sect might invade the Wu Kingdom. The disciples of Tiansheng Sect are not many, but there are more than 100,000 people. If you add the vassals, it is estimated that there are about 400,000 or 500,000 people. However, even if the whole Lin Xiao is tied together, it is still no match for them. Are there any cultivators in the 8th realm in Lin Xiao? Even if there are, how many are there? How about the golden body cultivators? Can they compare with them? The Tiansheng Sect is indeed not the opponent of the Tiansheng Sect, but the momentum must be played out. I will solve the strategic problems when the time comes, and you only need to solve the tactical problems. Lin Xiao replied. No matter what, it is impossible not to rescue the captured disciples. This is related to the morale and loyalty of the entire Tiansheng Sect. Moreover, Lin Xiao does not think that the Tiansheng Sect will mobilize the power of the entire sect to deal with him, a country in Lin Xiao. The Tiansheng Sect cannot afford to do this, but only mobilize partially. Lin Xiao is not afraid. Just before Lin Xiao came out, he had received news from Lan Lingyao that the materials for the 9-orifice divine silkworm pill had all been collected. In the 2 years since Lin Xiao returned to the Tiansheng Sect, the two families continued to search for the remaining dozens of materials, and they succeeded at a huge cost. It takes at most 2 years to refine the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill, and generally only 1 year is enough. That is to say, once Lin Xiao gets the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill, he and Li Muxi can quickly refine the membrane. According to their cultivation level, they can defeat a cultivator of the 10th level of the divine void stage alone, and they can also fight against a golden body cultivator together. What's more, Lin Xiao has the golden pill, a treasure. It can be said that just this one golden pill can make a golden body cultivator work for Lin Xiao, so Lin Xiao has a certain chance of winning the partial mobilization of the Tiansheng Sect. Okay, I'll just follow the orders of the leader. I can't come up with a specific plan for the time being, but since we want to compete with He Shite, we must play to our strengths, that is, our advantages. In Zhongzhou, we don't have any advantages. Tiansheng Sect has much more face than us. We must guide He Shite to Nanzhao, that is our territory. King Nian failed in Nanzhao last time, he may not go there. He will definitely do that. King Nian is a man who wants revenge. If he is given a chance to avenge himself, he will definitely be fooled. Not to mention that there is the trump card of Iron Lion. I will have someone formulate a specific strategy. Okay, and send a message back to the sect, asking Nangxuan to prepare for war in secret. In addition, expand the number of new disciples again. Within a year, I hope to have 10,000 new disciples, regardless of their qualifications. 10,000. Leader, you are going crazy. Where will 10,000 new disciples come from? And this will cause the sect's financial resources to collapse. Yunanayu screamed in surprise. Normally, there were only a little over 1,000 new disciples joining the sect each year. Now, the number suddenly increased tenfold. The sect's financial resources would definitely not be able to sustain it. Moreover, they had to prepare for war in secret, mobilize monks, and even accumulate resources and materials, which were the bulk of the expenses. Do as I say, and you will know when the time comes. Don't forget the hidden danger of Tiansheng Sect. If Tiansheng Sect openly supports Tiansheng Sect, that would not be good. Lin Xiao shook his head. After repeated consumption, his points balance was still not much, which made Lin Xiao feel a sense of crisis. If there were 10,000 new disciples joining the sect, then within 2 years, at least 600,000 points balance would be credited to the account, which would be of great help to the next war. Lin Xiao also had the confidence to fight King Nian. The stronghold of Xianyang City did not find that Zuanshiman was a true vassal of Tiansheng Sect. Although their origins are very deep, they are not really vassal relations. Whether they are vassals or not is not important. Anyway, once Tiansheng Sect offers benefits, Zuanshiman will definitely respond. Even if it is not key state that attacks, we have to be careful to deal with Zuanshanmen alone. Lin Xiao shook his head. He had been in Zhongzhou for a long time and knew many secrets. Under the circumstance of scarcity and monopoly of strategic materials, it was extremely difficult for Ling Guang to break through Shengsu and Shengsu to break through Jinshan. It was a hurdle that the cultivators of Nansao could not get around. These things were controlled by the major sects in Zhongzhou, which formed a vassal and exploitative relationship. The major sects in Nansao used Daojin and Lingmingdan to exploit small countries, so the resources they obtained were not for their own use. Most of them had to be contributed to the major sects in Zhongzhou. Therefore, the major sects in Zhongzhou like Tiansheng Sect were the top of the pyramid of the cultivation world, which was the most serious layer of exploitation of the lower level cultivators. Similarly, once the Tiansheng Sect asks Zuanshanmen to take action against Wu State, they certainly cannot refuse, otherwise blocking strategic resources will be enough to cause Zuanshanmen to collapse, but it is hard to say whether Zuanshanmen can mobilize the entire key state. I understand. I will send a message back. The sect will make all preparations, and Qianyang City will also be under our close surveillance. Okay, you have people continue to retreat, especially those disciples who have been captured. You all have to follow the plan, master. Don't worry, there has always been a plan, and it has already been implemented. Yinanayu replied. The confidentiality of intelligence agencies all depends on the system. Not just the loyalty of the intelligence officers. No matter how tough the man is, he can't stand it for long under torture, so they all have a set of plans. If someone at a certain node is captured, there will be corresponding countermeasures. In Zhongzhou, on the flying boat engraved with the Tiansheng Sect's logo, King Nan received news from the Blackwater Station headquarters that the captured Night Owl personnel could not withstand the torture and confessed the information. But when they went there, all the people were gone and the room was empty. The information was destroyed or taken away, and everything was in vain. The people of the Blackwater Station analyzed that this should be the response strategy of the Night Owl. It seems that they have a set of contact methods that Yang Yanchang and others don't know. They can determine who has been arrested and then activate the plan according to the missing persons. This kind of rules and training level surprised the Blackwater Station, and they are studying it intensively. The Blackwater Station is not an organization that is complacent, otherwise the Iron Lion would not have lived that long. The Blackwater Station is very good at learning, and many of the methods of the Night Owl have been learned by the Blackwater Station. Junior brother King Nian, what's wrong? You don't look very good. Senior brother, this Night Owl is really a great enemy of our Blackwater platform, and the Tiansheng Sect is also a potential great enemy of our Tiansheng Sect. We really should take advantage of their weak strength and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Junior brother King Nian, why are you bringing this up again? Didn't the sect reject your application? It is simply impossible to mobilize a large army to the Nansao front line to attack and destroy a country, even if it is to mobilize a part of the force. I know, but I'm worried. Senior brother, please look, this is the news from Blackwater platform. What's wrong with this news? I didn't see it. Senior brother usually retreats and cultivates in seclusion, ignoring worldly things, so naturally he can't see it. But I'm in charge of Blackwater platform, and I know too well how terrifying, advanced, and strict an organization's organizational capabilities are. If the cultivation of Night Owl's people was improved by one level, it would be our Blackwater platform that fled today. In terms of organizational structure, our Blackwater platform has been completely defeated. No way, weren't they beaten badly? It's miserable. How can it be miserable? According to the data, the Night Owls have at least more than 100 strongholds in central China, and we have only uncovered a few of them, less than 20, including the 20 or 30 who voluntarily exposed themselves and evacuated. The rest, where did they go? They are all silent. And according to the strongholds we have uncovered, the Night Owls like long-term layout the most. They absorb local monks, adopt orphans, or recruit local children to teach them how to practice. Often a stronghold takes 10, 20 or even 30 years to become stable. But once such a stronghold takes root, it is very difficult to crack it. No one knows that the person who has lived with you for decades or even hundreds of years may actually be a spy. especially when those children grow up. After their cultivation is high, they marry and have children, establish family power, or join the local sect and infiltrate silently. It's terrible. Brother, what I'm most worried about now is that Night Owl has infiltrated our Tiansheng Sect, but the time is still short and those people have not yet achieved high positions in the sect. Once another 1 or 200 years have passed, their people will have high cultivation and status, and the threat to our Tiansheng Sect will be very great. King Nian slowly expressed his worries. The Night Owl organization is too patient, and all its layouts are extremely long term, which makes people feel very scared, especially the Tiansheng Sect. King Nian is very worried. It was a long time ago that Iron Lion was captured, more than 100 years ago. If Night Owl had started to lay out at that time, then the people infiltrated by Night Owl must have had Daogang cultivation, and has it started to play a role again? Chapter 516. Lure the enemy deeply. King Nian's worry is not without reason. When Taishi was captured, Yi Xiao made more than a dozen plans to rescue him, including the plan to infiltrate Tiansheng Sect. After 20 years of planning, several trained children with clean identities were sent to Tiansheng Sect. Now, several decades have passed, and half of these children have been killed by accident, but there are still 3 left. The highest cultivation of these 3 has reached the Daogang period. Although the cultivation of the other 2 is not high, with the help of Yi Xiao, they married and had children, and laid a foundation in Tiansheng Sect. The descendants of these people are also Yi Xiao's men. This is what Yi Xiao is best at, that is, to lay the foundation with the first generation, and after the second and third generations, after gaining the trust of the other forces, select 1 or 2 key support, let them sit in a high position, and then conduct high-level infiltration. Now, among the descendants of these 2 people, there are children with good qualifications, who have already worshipped in Tiansheng Sect, but the time is not long enough, and their strength and status are not high enough. On the other side, Yinan Yu took Lin Xiao's order, found Yi Xiao's staff to make a plan, and soon came up with a feasible plan. Master, this is our Night Owl's plan. It can be summed up in 4 words. Lure the enemy deep into our territory. Tell me more about it. Yes, Master, this battle can be said to be a complete victory for the Blackwater platform, and the Night Owl was defeated. So the article we need to write is this word of defeat. We might as well defeat it thoroughly. We have selected a few people, and let them deliberately expose the target, and then retreat all the way to Nansao. King Nian's Blackwater platform already knows the existence of the Tiansheng Sect, and even understands the identities of our high-level officials. In addition to the identity of the Iron Lion, we will cultivate their pride and complacency step by step, and then lead them into Nansao. The Tiansheng Sect and the Zuanshan Sect have a close relationship, so the battlefield is set up on the territory of the Zuanshan Sect. The Night Owl has set up a pocket formation in the Zuanshan Sect. Once the people from the Blackwater platform arrive, they will immediately close the net, even if the Zuanshan Sect wants to stop them. I will deal with the Zuanshan Sect. There should be a golden body cultivator in the Zuanshan Sect, but it is definitely not in Key State. It should be in Zhongsao. There are only 1 or 2 Shengsu period cultivators in the sect. They will not be my opponents. Li Muxu will also be back. Lin Xiao nodded. He was a Shengsu period cultivator. He knew that the resources in Nansao were scarce and could not support so many high-level cultivators. They had to leave the sect and make a living on their own. The sect was just a support. Even Shengsu period cultivators would not stay along. With the fighting power of Lin Xiao and Li Muxu, ordinary Shengsu period cultivators would not be their opponents. If the 2 of them controlled a 6th order puppet in the help of the system's real person mode, the Shengsu period cultivators of the entire Zuanshan sect would have a chance of winning. Okay, in that case, let's start the execution. Okay, we don't care how it is executed. Li Muxu and I will go back to Nansao to prepare. Yes, then master, please be careful. You should be careful too. Don't get killed in Zhongsao. King Nian doesn't know about your sacrifice. Don't worry, I will still follow you. It's not that easy to die. Be careful. Lin Xiao nodded, then left, sent a message to Li Muxu, and then went straight back to Nansao. The Night Owl's troops have begun to gather in Key State, with Beiyu City as their base. Li Muxu will be directly in charge of Beiyu City, while Lin Xiao returned to Wu State. Nan Zuan has met the headmaster. No need to be polite. Nan Xiaozhou. Have you received Yi Nanayu's message from a few days ago? Yes, the ascension ceremony in the Tiansheng Sect's territory has begun. These days, children with spiritual roots have been sent in one after another. There are already more than 300 people. The Tiansheng Sect, Cheyenne Haman and other sects in the former Cheyenne Tao have already coordinated. The disciples with ordinary qualifications that they don't want are also gathering. They will be sent in within half a month. According to the news they fed back, there are probably 1 or 2,000 people, so there are about 3,000 people. Then there are the ordinary spiritual root disciples from the former Beiyan Tao and the 5 surrendered states and counties. They are still being counted. The exact number of people is unknown. If they are still not satisfied, they will expand to the former Lu state and part of the Kang state. Nan Zuan replied. Although Lin Xiao wanted 10,000 people to join, Nan Zuan could not provide it all at once. After all, he had to consider the issue of loyalty and beware of spies from other sects. Wu state annexed Lu state and Kang state, and there must be many who hated the Tiansheng Sect, so the children from their side were considered last. You've done a good job. I won't interfere. It will be fine, as long as it is done within a year. How are the material reserves? The sect's reserve warehouse is enough for us to launch a small battle. Beicheng Commercial Bank, Beiyu City, and Zuanyu City are all purchasing. They are already on the way. The sect's Lingguan monks and Daogang monks are secretly gathering. They will not show up directly and will hide. When necessary, they can gather within half a day. What about ordinary disciples? There are 10,000 disciples in the battle hall. At least they are Nengmei monks. They have already assembled and are undergoing training. Everything is governed by military regulations. The standing forces of other sects can also be mobilized at any time. If there is 3 months to mobilize, the entire Wu country can mobilize no less than 300,000 troops. If the war potential is to be squeezed, at least 700,000 troops can be assembled. Nan Zuan answered again. The mobilized forces are also divided into batches. They are mobilized and assembled according to the proximity of the interests. The sect's monks in the entire Wu country have more than 1 million troops. If they are squeezed to the extreme, 700,000 troops are not surprising. And 700,000 troops are not something that everyone can handle. Even the 2 giant countries of Qi and Qin must mobilize a certain amount of force to handle it. It seems that you have done a good job. I'm relieved. This is all the credit of my colleagues in the sect. I didn't do anything. But master, I want to ask, is the situation really so dangerous? I don't know. I'm not lying to you. I really don't know. The enemy's power is unprecedentedly strong. It ranks at the top level in the entire cultivation world. It's just that they won't attack with all their strength. I told you a long time ago that our enemies are very powerful. It's not easy for you to be the first elder. Yes, the Tiansheng Sect is getting stronger and stronger. Every time I'm satisfied, I will think of what the master said to me, and I dare not forget it day and night. How about it? Do you feel excited when fighting with the top forces in the cultivation world? Master, don't make fun of me. The older I get, the less courageous I am. I don't have such ambitions. That won't do. You are the first elder. When I'm not here, you are the head of the Tiansheng Sect. Don't be timid. Haha, don't worry, master. I only have these few bones, and I don't have any other advantages. Okay, I believe you. I will go to Qi State soon to take charge. You can let me handle any problems you have in the next few days. It's no problem. Just leave a Lingguan cultivator to take charge. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't do it. Now that the business is big, we must have someone to take charge. I'm afraid the next chief elder will have to consider a Lingguan cultivator. Nangsun, you can work hard on your cultivation. I'm optimistic about you. If you can reach the 12th level of Daogang before retirement, I will push you to the Lingguan period and let you be the chief elder for another 300 years. Lin Xiao said seriously. With the current strength of Tiansheng Sect, it is not difficult to support one person with all their strength and let him break through the Lingguan period. Since Nangsun took office, he has done better than the previous elders. Lin Xiao also thinks it is very cost effective. Lin Xiao can even sponsor Nang Xuan privately. No, I'm old. It's hard to cultivate without money for so many years. Don't be discouraged. After this battle, I'll let Li Muxu think of a way to get your arm back. You had good qualifications back then. Li Muxu and I will privately support you with the elixir. It's not public money. Thank you, master. I'll try my best. Nan Xuan shook his head and didn't have any hope. Back then, he did have good qualifications and was a potential disciple who broke through Daogang earlier. Later, he broke his arm in the Beast Tide War, which put an end to his cultivation. After becoming the first elder, he was extremely busy. He not only had to worry about the affairs of Tiansheng Sect, but also the affairs of the entire Wu Kingdom. He had no time to practice. So after many years, he was still at the third level of Daogang, without any progress. Daogang cultivators of the same period as him are now basically above the 8th level, and the excellent ones are ready to break through Lingguang. Lin Xiao stayed in Tiansheng Sect for half a month, handling the affairs of the sect and personally supervising the war preparations. Seeing a large number of resources entering the warehouse, Lin Xiao felt relieved. In the past half month, more than 3,000 disciples have been admitted. It is not the first time that Tiansheng Sect has asked for ordinary spiritual root disciples. Danliang Sect has a lot of experience. It's just that they still can't figure out Tiansheng Sect's approach. Danliang Sect's 20,000 disciples have exceeded the number of disciples of the same level sects, but it is not like Tiansheng Sect, which has more than 100,000 people. In Zhongzhou, only the second-rate sects can maintain this number. The three top sects in Zhongzhou, Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengsun, have the largest number of people, but only 200,000 or 300,000 people, which is already the limit. It seems that Tiansheng Sect wants to surpass the top sects in terms of number. However, Tiansheng Sect is not worried about the financial resources. They have nothing to say. Anyway, they don't want ordinary disciples, so they just give them, even if it's a favor. Bei'an and his original state and county sects are also collecting ordinary disciples. There are already 4,000 to 5,000 people, and they are being sent in one after another. Lin Xiao didn't wait for them to enter again, and went to Bei'an City again. At this time in Zhongzhou, Nang Xuan and Tishi kept luring He Shite, deliberately falling into a disadvantage in the dispute with He Shite, and constantly made gestures to evacuate Zhongzhou. This made King Nian a little anxious, and he repeatedly sent letters to Zuanshanmen, hoping that Zuanshanmen could help. However, Zuanshanmen did not dare to take action in person, and the reaction was not strong. Yunnan Ayu's trump card was Tishi. The people who hated Tishi in Tiansheng Sect were not only King Nian, but also Ren Hang. Tishi was the one who put a hat on him. Xiao kept spreading Ren Hang's affairs in Zhongzhou, which made Ren Hang angry first, and put great pressure on King Nian. At this time, Ren Hang had not yet advanced to the golden body stage, but he was almost there. At the critical moment, Ren Hang's age, qualifications, and status were much higher than King Nian. Ren Hang's pressure made King Nian a little unable to support. Chapter 517, Marching into South Continent. In Zhongzhou, at the gate of Tiansheng Sect, King Nian was called back by the commander of He Shite. Yi Xiao publicized Ren Hang's glorious deeds in Tiansheng Sect, which made Ren Hang very angry. He had asked He Shite to solve the problem through the sect. Ren Hang was not a lone fighter in Tiansheng Sect. He was a genius disciple with a strong backstage. His senior teachers and backstage supporters had great power in the sect. Moreover, he had reached the critical moment of breaking through the golden body. Once he broke through the golden body period, Ren Hang's status would soar again, so his potential was also extremely terrifying. It was under such circumstances that the commander of He Shite was the first to be unable to bear the pressure and transferred King Nian back to deal with the matter. King Nian, take a look. This is a message from the General Affairs Hall of the sect. The sect wants you to come up with a plan on how to end this matter. End it, Grand Commander. Now the matter of exterminating Night Owl is at a critical moment. How can it be ended? King Nian shouted without even looking at it. Night Owl was defeated after being strangled by the Blackwater platform, but the top leaders of Night Owl were not caught. The spiritual light period cultivators are extremely cunning, and further actions are needed from the Blackwater platform. How can it be ended like this? If so, wouldn't it be a waste of previous preparations, and offend people instead? Why can't it be ended, King Nian? You have to know that the General Affairs Hall and our Blackwater platform are not the same. They are thinking about how to deal with the major affairs of the sect. Do you think that in the eyes of the General Affairs Hall, the small Nanzhao Kingdom is the problem? The Grand Commander said lightly. The Blackwater platform and the General Affairs Hall have different functions, and naturally consider different things. The Blackwater platform thinks that Night Owl is a huge threat, but the General Affairs Hall does not think so. What they care about is the overall strength. But what is the overall strength of Wu Kingdom? Can it be stronger than Tiansheng Sect or Xianyu Sect? They can't compare, but the General Affairs Hall of Tiansheng Sect doesn't even take Xianyu Sect seriously. In their eyes, only forces like Dangsha Sect and Seven Sword Sect are worthy of attention. The only ones who can become the enemy of Tiansheng Sect are other first-class forces or the three major sects of Kunlun. Grand Commander, the General Affairs Hall is unaware of the threat posed by Night Owl. You should know that the Tiansheng Sect is developing so rapidly that it will grow to a point that poses a threat to the Tiansheng Sect in less than 1,000 or 2,000 years. Now is the perfect time to annihilate them in one fell swoop. That will also be a matter of 1,000 or 2,000 years, King Nian. I'm not only responsible for the Blackwater platform, but also for the sect. Renhan will soon break through the golden body stage. You know what the status of the golden body stage is in the sect, and I cannot ignore his words. Now because of your actions, Renhan has been hit by rumors. The sect wants you to face this matter head on, and you must prove it. Well, I choose to completely get rid of Night Owl. It's up to you, but we've made it clear that the sect can't give you direct help. After all, Wu is a country on the front line of the wilderness of Nanzhao, and the sect still has to keep this face. The Blackwater platform has a heavy responsibility and can't give you too much help. The most you can do is mobilize your own direct subordinates. The Grand Commander said lightly, as if he already knew that King Nian would choose to continue to strangle Night Owl instead of calming the matter down. So the Grand Commander immediately implemented his opinion. For him, strangling Night Owl is actually a matter of indifference. The competition of a power still depends on the overall strength. No matter how well the intelligence department does, it is useless if the overall strength cannot keep up. Many methods are useless in front of the 8th or even 9th realm cultivators. And the power of King Nian's faction is also insignificant in Tiansheng Sect. Even if they are defeated, many people will be happy. The overall impact on Tiansheng Sect is minimal. Okay, I know what to do. I won't cause trouble for the Commander-in-Chief. King Nian's face sank and he replied. He already knew what to do. In the Blackwater platform, except for his faction, he could not mobilize people. And he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to get help from the sect. A senior brother who helped him before had been killed by Lin Xiao, so it would be difficult to mobilize. After leaving the Blackwater platform, King Nian returned to his cave. Several of his trusted subordinates had arrived. They were mentally prepared for the orders from the sect and the Blackwater platform. I have decided to continue to strangle Night Owl, and the reaction of the sect and the Blackwater platform is the same as we imagined. No force can be mobilized. What do you think we should do? Sir, according to our disciples' analysis, the activities of Night Owl are a trap to force you to go to Nanzhao. Nanzhao is the territory of Night Owl, where they are deeply rooted and have countless troops hidden. So I think, if you want to march into Nanzhao, you must be careful. I agree with Brother Hu. We have already subdued some of Night Owl's peripheral personnel. Many of them are old members of Night Owl and have participated in many Night Owl operations. They say that Night Owl is best at making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, laying out long-term traps, which often have unexpected results. Now their actions seem to be forcing you with the sect, but in fact they are forcing you to go to Nanzhao. Once you go there, you will be in danger. I know everything you said, and I can even tell you that there is a fierce battle waiting for us to fight in Nanzhao, but can I really let Night Owl go for personal reasons? You all think that I, King Nian, I'm venting my anger and revenge because Taishi is possessed by a demon. But have you really read the reports of Yang Yanchang and Sun Weili? It took only 500 years for the Tiansheng Sect to develop from a weak sect with only the highest level of cultivation being the condensed veins to the behemoth in the southwest of Nanzhao today. Now the Wu Kingdom has been established, and Lin Xiao is still stirring up the situation in Zhongzhou. Not to mention Yi Xiao's hundreds of years of planning. Just Lin Xiao himself, Bake Suju in Jiansu City, and Jile Villa outside the city. What a terrible source of wealth. If they are allowed to develop, Nanzhao will not become the territory of the Tiansheng Sect. If the Tiansheng Sect really becomes the first sect in Nanzhao, it is hard to say whether it will go north or south. What's more, the resources in the world of cultivating immortals are so few. If the Tiansheng Sect takes more, won't my Tiansheng Sect be affected? Your Excellency's loyalty to the sect is evident to all heaven and earth, and we all know that. But your excellency, the people above don't know that in their eyes. The Tiansheng Sect is still not a concern. Even if they have shown enough potential, it will take at least 1,000 years for them to grow to the point of threatening the sect, so they are unwilling to invest even a little more benefit. Since they are unwilling to do it, then I'll do it. If I succeed, it's King Nan's duty. If I lose, it's my fault that King Nan's skills are not as good as others. Now, are you willing to follow me? We are willing to follow you, sir. Okay, you go and select a group of elite men and sneak into Nanzhao first. Go to Tiansheng Sect of Key State, and take my token with you. You will get help. I will recruit people from the sect. Since we are going to take action, we must kill the Tiansheng Sect with one blow, and prevent them from ever rising again. King Nan said with a sneer. He was ambitious in his heart. Although the sect did not help him, he was not without anything. Then, he began to visit some fellow disciples. There are many factions in his line, and there are also people who are close to him. King Nan appealed to their feelings, and lured them with benefits, and won over several people, and the majority of them were from the vassal forces of Tiansheng Sect. After all, King Nan is the deputy commander of Hishite, which is an extremely sensitive position. No matter what the relationship with King Nan is, there are definitely many people who want to curry favor with him, so he won over a large number of people. Finally, let's talk about the independent cultivators in the Zhongzhou immortal cultivation world. King Nan took out his family's wealth, and recruited a group of elite people. At last count, there were 7 Shengsu cultivators, 30 Lingguang cultivators, more than 150 Daogang cultivators, and a huge team of 2,000 people below Daogang. Although King Nan's group did not invest much, they still contributed a lot of resources, and even the logistical materials were quickly prepared. Then King Nan took this group of people and set off for Nanzhao. From the beginning to the end, when King Nan arrived in Nanzhao, half a year had passed. King Nan did not rush directly to Wu State. During this period, he had been investigating Wu State all the time. He knew that Wu State was a country with millions of cultivators. It was impossible to destroy the country with these 2,000 people. So King Nan's first step was to go to Xianyang city of Tiansheng Sect of Key State. This time, King Nan was ready to win over Tiansheng Sect and let Tiansheng Sect also contribute. Only in this way could he completely crush Tiansheng Sect. Otherwise, his current strength could only be equal to that of Tiansheng Sect. Fellow Daoist King Nan, you came at the right time. This is the news from Lin Xiao Sect. Take a look. The Shengsu period cultivator who is now in charge of Tiansheng Sect is called Hangsu. He handles all the affairs of Tiansheng Sect. The other cultivators only focus on cultivation. The news of Lin Xiao Sect has been heard for some time. The Tiansheng Sect gathered in Beiyu City. The first to know the news was Lin Xiao Sect. Lin Xiao Sect was not weak, so it naturally could not escape their rise. 2 Shengsu stage, 27 Lingguang stage, close to 200 Daogang. The Tiansheng Sect is quite powerful. Yes, no one expected that the Tiansheng Sect actually had such a strong strength, Hangsu said. Some of these people are from Lin Xiao, who usually don't show up, but once they show up for a long time, it is enough to shock people. These forces are only the strength of the Tiansheng Sect, not to mention the strength of other sects in the Wu Kingdom. If you really count them, the overall national strength has surpassed the Song Kingdom, and can rank around the top 5 in the entire Nanzhao. Brother Aoyang, I won't keep you in suspense. I came to Nanzhao this time to deal with the Tiansheng Sect. Have you, Tiansheng Sect and Key State, expressed anything? Fellow Daoist King Nian, how do you want to express it? Send men and troops to annihilate the Tiansheng Sect. You take 70% of the profits and leave 30% for me to reward my subordinates. I don't want the rest. Fellow Daoist King Nian, the Tiansheng Sect is not that easy to destroy. The Wu state was founded on military power. They have fought many wars for hundreds of years. They are not afraid of war. Bao Yangsu replied. It is certain that the Tiansheng Sect will bring huge benefits, but he doesn't just want this. He wants the things behind King Nian. If he can't get this, he will not agree easily. The Tiansheng Sect had already made a plan before King Nian came. Chapter 518, Tiansheng Sect Intervention. The high-ranking officials of Tiansheng Sect, especially the cultivators above the Shengsu stage, have a very close relationship with Tiansheng Sect. They have long known that this action is King Nian's personal act. In addition to King Nian's personal grudges, King Nian also has a great intention, which is the entire training system of Xiao. The level of Hishite used to be similar to the intelligence agencies of other sects in Zhangzhou, but in front of Xiao, it seemed extremely immature, which made King Nian very eager to get Xiao's training system and build his team into the highest level intelligence agency in the world of immortal cultivation, and even plotted the position of the commander-in-chief of Hishite. So after knowing this situation, Tiansheng Sect would not be polite. A little bit of interest could not move Tiansheng Sect at all, so they took this opportunity to blackmail King Nian. Tiansheng Sect opened its mouth, and King Nian was extremely angry. If Tiansheng Sect could not support him, why would he suffer the humiliation? He would have turned around and left long ago, but now he couldn't do it, so he had to be patient and negotiate with Yangsu. Tiansheng Sect wanted strategic resources for the breakthrough of Shengsu stage to Jinshan stage, but King Nian could not provide such resources. His faction was not enough for itself, let alone for Tiansheng Sect. What King Nian could provide was the resources for the breakthrough of Lingguang stage to Shengsu stage. The two fought back and forth for dozens of times. Gao Yangsu knew that King Nian could not provide what he needed and was extremely disappointed, but he still did not completely refuse. Finally, after dozens of negotiations, the two reached an agreement. King Nian provided 3 treasures for the breakthrough of Lingguang stage to Shengsu stage, and Tiansheng Sect would provide to Shengsu stage 10 Lingguang stage, 50 Dao Gang, and 3,000 people below Zifu, who would be under the command of King Nian. King Nian's price was not enough. Tiansheng Sect did not even mobilize the power of Key State, and even Tiansheng Sect only provided about 1/3 of its power, but this power alone was already impressive. So far, King Nian already had 9 Shengsu stage, 40 Lingguang cultivators, more than 200 Dao Gang cultivators, and 5,000 troops below Zifu. This force was enough to destroy most of the countries in Nanzhao. After the troops were assembled, King Nian set up a camp outside Xianyang city and asked Lingguang monks to lead 5,000 troops for training. If so many people gathered together, it would be unfavorable for the war. If there was chaos, they had to give as many consistent orders as possible to form a joint force. The actions of King Nian and others were also under the surveillance of Xiao. Soon, most of the forces in King Nian's hands were detected by Xiao, and Lin Xiao led the troops to make emergency arrangements. According to the intelligence from the spies, King Nian's force consists of 9 people in the Shengsu stage, 40 Lingguang cultivators, more than 200 Dao Gang, and 5,000 people below Dao Gang. The lowest level is condensed meridians, and there are no open meridians. They are gathering and training, and will go to the Wu Kingdom to fight in a month at most. Now the leader has given the order. I have nothing to say. Since the troops have been gathered, let's have a big fight. Although the enemy is stronger than us, every time we fight, we use the weak to defeat the strong and the small to defeat the big. Our greatest advantage is unity. According to the news from our people, we know that the people under King Nian are very complicated. Except for a small part of King Nian's faction in the Tiansheng Sect, most of them are vassal forces of the Tiansheng Sect. They followed King Nian to Nanzhao, just to show their goodwill to King Nian, and get some credit. The Tiansheng Sect benefited from King Nian, which is equivalent to a mercenary. In terms of fighting spirit, determination, and unity, how can they compare with us? So in one word, fight. Master, tell me about the tactics. Okay, this time the war cannot burn to the territory of Wu State. Our Wu State's reinforcement are coming. There are a total of 10,000 people. They are not in the condensation vein stage, but at least they are all Purple Mansion cultivators. They will arrive in 4 warships in 10 days at most. After 10 days, we will raid the Tiansheng Sect's camp. Lin Xiao's words made everyone talk about it. 10,000 people, all of them are Purple Mansion. Does the Tiansheng Sect have this strength? In fact, the Tiansheng Sect certainly does not have this strength. The Tiansheng Sect has 4,000 to 5,000 Purple Mansion cultivators. This time, 4,000 people were transferred, and the remaining 6,000 people are all from various sects. In particular, the Chunayang Palace and the Tiansheng Sect each transferred 1,500 people. It can be said that 80% of the Purple Mansion cultivators in the entire Wu State have come. In addition, Lin Xiao also assembled 200 Daogang cultivators from the entire Tiansheng Sect. There are also 60 Daogang cultivators outside the Tiansheng Sect among the reinforcement, and more than 20 Lingguan cultivators. Even the troops stationed in Uyghur and Fenghuo Island have rushed back. They are only 1 point weaker than Qingdian's side, and there is hope of victory. The reinforcement that sect leader has mobilized include a lot of people from Chunayang Palace and Tiansheng Sect. We don't have time to practice and fight Qingnan seriously, so we can only launch a surprise attack and catch them off guard. As long as we fight hard and fast enough, Qingnan's people will inevitably collapse. So our attack needs to be focused on different levels. The first people we have to kill are the people that Qingnan brought from Tiansheng Sect. These people are the strongest and have the strongest fighting spirit. The second are the vassals of Tiansheng Sect, and then the Zuanshan Sect. In fact, as long as we kill Qingnan and his men, the rest of the people will definitely scatter. Sect leader, I have a question. What if Zuanshan Sect intervenes? What if there is no such thing? We have to fight quickly, from the surprise attack to the end of the battle within 1 day, so as not to give Zuanshan Sect time to react. As for the settlement of accounts with Zuanshan Sect afterwards, I will go and solve it. Yes, Sect leader. Sect leader, the Lingjian Sect is asking to see you. Lin Xiao and others were discussing matters when a disciple knocked on the door and came in to report. I'll go see Qimei, you two can discuss the details. Lin Xiao nodded, then stood up and went out, meeting Qimei in another room. Fellow Daoist Lin, fellow Daoist Qi, why are you here at this time? Fellow Daoist Lin, you have gathered hundreds of masters in Beiyu City. If I don't react at all, that would be inappropriate. Qimei replied. Lin Xiao used Beiyu City as a base to gather to Shengsu period, more than 20 Lingguan period and 200 Daogang cultivators. If Ling Jianmen didn't react at all, that would be abnormal. This force has exceeded the power of Ling Jianmen. Fellow Daoist Qi, you should know that we are not coming for the Lingjian Sect. I know, otherwise I would not have allowed you to gather safely. The purpose of my coming here is to convey the intention of the Zuanshan Sect. Oh, what does the Zuanshan Sect mean? The Zuanshan Sect helped the Tiansheng Sect attack the Wu Kingdom this time, and received 3 treasures that helped Lingguang break through to the Shengsu period. What the Zuanshan Sect meant was that if your country is willing to sacrifice a little, the Zuanshan Sect can hold back in secret and give you a way out. Does the Zuanshan Sect have this ability? Of course they do. About half of the power of the Zuanshan Sect is in Qingdian's hands. As long as they let them go, even if you are defeated, more than half of your people will be able to escape. Nansao is so big, what are Qingdian's people? There are millions of cultivators in the Wu Kingdom, and they can't get any advantage, even if they come to attack the Wu Kingdom. The Zuanshan Sect also tells you that the Tiansheng Sect has no intention of attacking you at all. This was all done by Qingdian alone. Qimei's words startled Lin Xiao, and then he was overjoyed. If the Tiansheng Sect was willing to let Qingnan go, then this time Qingnan would definitely lose. Zuanshan Sect's words made sense. Without mobilization, the Tiansheng Sect could not destroy the Wu Kingdom with only Qingnan's few thousand people. Even the Tiansheng Sect would be difficult to destroy. What price does Tiansheng Sect want? That depends on what sect leader Lin wants. 1 7 souls pill and 2 6th level puppets. To be redeemed afterwards. I'm afraid that's difficult. Tiansheng Sect needs to pay in advance. Advance payment is impossible. If they take my things and attack with all their might, I'll be in trouble. Please send a message, fellow Daoist Key. I'm willing to conclude an alliance, and will definitely pay afterwards, but I have to repel the Tiansheng Sect's army in advance. Well, okay, I'll send a message. And Siki Mei nodded, then took out the Lingying Jade book, and started communicating with Aangsu. After talking for a while, Kimei smiled and said, Sect Master Lin, Tiansheng Sect has agreed, but they asked for a deposit, a 7 souls pill first, and my Lingjian Sect will guarantee it. Okay, fellow Daoist Key, it seems that the Lingjian Sect will be the one to benefit the most this time. Sect Master Lin, don't joke, we are suffering here. Now I just want you to end the war quickly and bring peace to my Key State. Kimei shook her head and said that with such a large force fighting in Key State, Lingjianmen would definitely be affected. However, Tiansheng had already promised to give Lingjianmen certain benefits, otherwise why would he pass on such a message? Lin Xiao exchanged a 7 souls pill from the system and gave it to Kimei, who kept it as an intermediary. Then Kimei gave Lin Xiao Aangsu's contact information. The two sides reached a more detailed agreement, and Kimei left. Master, what is Tiansheng doing? It's just greed. I'm afraid that Tiansheng Sect has exploited Tiansheng too much, and Tiansheng can't stand it. Lin Xiao shook his head. Tiansheng relied on Tiansheng Sect to obtain resources, to break through the golden body stage, and Tiansheng Sect would never give them the best treasures. They might give the worst ones and charge the most expensive prices, exploiting them, which made Tiansheng unbearable. With Tiansheng Sect as an insider, our danger this time is not that big. Tiansheng Sect is unreliable, and I won't rely on them. The 7 souls please, just for peace of mind. 10 days later, we still have to launch a surprise attack, and we have to fight the way we should. Master, have you thought about how to end it? King Nian is not an ordinary Tiansheng Sect's Shengsu period cultivator. He is in charge of a black water platform, and has great power. Once King Nian dies, the Tiansheng Sect will have to deal with us even for the sake of face. Let's talk about it then. If it doesn't work, we'll leave first and fight to the death. As soon as King Nian dies, I'll go to Zhongzhou first. What do you want to do? I tell you, I'm the head of the Tiansheng Sect. Even if I have to sacrifice, it's not your turn as long as I'm not dead. Master, I've grown up. You can't stop me, Li Muxu said with a smile, and Lin Xiao guessed her thoughts at once. She was the King Mu holy body, and she also practiced the withering and flourishing art. As long as she went to Zhongzhou to publicize herself, the King Emperor family would definitely appear, and she must be an extremely important person to the Li family. As long as she was willing to sacrifice 1 or 2, she would definitely be able to ask the Li family for help. Facing the Li family, even the Tiansheng Sect had to be extremely cautious. Chapter 519, Raid. Li Muxu's insistence moved and angered Lin Xiao, but no matter how Lin Xiao persuaded her, Li Muxu remained unmoved, and was determined to go to Zhongzhou. As long as Lin Xiao could not resolve the offensive of the Tiansheng Sect, she would sacrifice herself to save the Tiansheng Sect. 10 days passed in a flash, and 4 Tiansheng Sect warships entered the territory of Qi. However, when they arrived in Qi, the personnel on the warships got off and changed to ordinary flying boats, and then put the warships away in storage bags. After all, the appearance of this huge warship was too eye-catching. Even if Tiansheng Sect let them go, King Nian and the others would know. The warships and reinforcement have arrived, a total of 10,000 Zifu, 60 Dao Gang, plus 200 Dao Gang and 27 Lingguang on our side. This is all our strength. These more than 10,000 people are divided into 20 groups, secretly sneaking into the outside of Xianyang City and gathering at 100 places outside the King Nian army camp. The entire process is under the full command of Yu Xiao, with 3 requirements: first, speed; second, secrecy; and third, speed and secrecy. A hidden formation has been secretly set up 100 miles outside the King Nian army camp. After all the personnel have arrived, they will immediately prepare for battle. When night comes and the warships are launched, Li Xiao and I will break the enemy's camp formation as soon as possible and rush into the camp with 20 Lingguang monks. For a distance of 100 miles, the warship will fly at the maximum speed. When it reaches 20 miles, the black crystal cannon will open fire until it is 1 mile outside the camp. At that time, the black crystal cannon will continue to fire, and 8,000 purple mansions and 240 Daogangsha warships will rush into the enemy. Before that, we will disrupt the opponent's battle formation. You must kill or expel all the cultivators as quickly as possible, and the warships will assist in the air. After the enemy army is defeated, the remaining cultivators must assemble under the leadership of the various captains, and then use the synthetic formation to form a formation to contain the enemy. As long as there are more than 5,000 purple mansions, it will be enough to suppress the Shengsu period cultivators. Do you understand? I understand. Okay, Yunanayu, you tell me the specific actions. Yes, master. Now let me tell you the specific actions. 10,000 people will be divided into 20 routes. Tyruxin will be in charge of the first route, starting from. Yunanayu explained the detailed battle plan. Now the army still has tens of thousands of miles to reach Xianyang City. It will take 2 to 3 days to travel these tens of thousands of miles. The most important thing for the 20 teams is to advance and retreat together and arrive outside Xianyang City together. It requires both speed and concealment, which is extremely challenging for Yu Xiao, who is building the channel. After the arrangement was completed, Lin Xiao and Li Xiao secretly left Beiyu City. Yunanayu and others also divided the 10,000 troops into 20 routes through Lingying Jade Book. Each Lingguang monk had to lead a team of people and began to march towards Xianyang City. A day later, Lin Xiao and Li Xiao arrived first and appeared outside Xianyang City. 100 miles east of King Nian's army, there was a small town that had been controlled by Yu Xiao. A 6th level concealment formation was built there. Unless a Shengsu period monk came in person, he would not find it at all. This location is extremely secretive, and the other party seems to trust Zuanshanman very much. They only sent spies 10 miles away, so they shouldn't be discovered. Master, let's go to the camp to observe now. No hurry, wait until Yunanayu and the others arrive. Okay. A day later, 20 groups of people arrived one after another and sneaked into the town secretly. Because of the formation, the King Nian camp didn't find it at all. Yunanayu, Tishi, Zhang Qingsun, Jia Mengren, Yushiangxiang, etc. 20 of you follow me, and the other 7 people control the warships. With our actions as a signal, we will break through the camp formation as soon as possible. Once there is any movement, you will immediately launch it. Yes, master. Lin Xiao nodded, and then the 22 people walked out of the town. Lin Xiao gave each person a 6th level invisibility talisman, which can conceal the breath and reduce the fluctuation of the mysterious energy. It is difficult to be discovered. The 6th level invisibility talisman is extremely rare, and only Lin Xiao can easily exchange so many from the point small. After putting on the invisibility talisman, the 22 people quickly approached the camp of King Nian's army. Their scouts were only at the Daogang level and could not find them at all. After waiting for an hour, it was already dark. Lin Xiao took out 2 6th level formation breaking beads. These formation breaking beads were also extremely difficult to refine and even rare among the 6th level treasures. 1, 2, 3, do it bang. Boom. Lin Xiao counted 3 times, and then Li Xiao activated the 6th level formation breaking beads together and threw them at the King Nian camp. The formation breaking beads easily tore through the protective shield of the 6th level protective formation. Enemy attack. Dang dang dang. Enemy attack. Get in position. Prepare for the battle formation kill. Go in, break the battle formation. Don't let them gather. King Nian's men have been training for more than 10 days, and they have achieved good results. They react very quickly. Once the protective shield was broken, the Shengsu and Lingguang period monks reacted. One group intercepted the enemy, and another group went to organize the troops. However, Lin Xiao and his men were faster. 22 people rushed into the camp and dispersed. Each of them had a stack of talismans, at least 5th level talismans, and they were all holding explosive talismans. They threw them randomly and bombarded wherever there were more people. They did not fight with the enemy. Lin Xiao, die. Encircle and kill. Lin Xiao. Kill. The 9 Shengsu period cultivators had the fastest reaction and the fastest body movements. They quickly rushed towards Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao also summoned the system real person mode and a 6th level puppet. Li Muxu also had a 6th level puppet in his hand, and met the opponent's system real person mode. Kill. Lin Xiao shouted and rushed to King Nian first to fight with King Nian. This was not the first time Lin Xiao had fought with King Nian. He was not Lin Xiao's opponent at all, and fell into a disadvantage in one round. However, Lin Xiao's side was outnumbered after all, and the situation was still not optimistic. Kill. Yina Naidu and others also shouted. Some of them were controlling 5th order puppets, which were left over from the last attack on the secret realm of Dance City. The situation in the Lingguan period was even more dangerous. Not only did they have to face more enemies, but they were also responsible for disrupting the enemy's formation and preventing them from gathering. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, 4 warships appeared 20 miles away from the camp. The 5th order black crystal cannons and the god-destroying crossbows on each warship began to fire. At this distance, there was still a strong attack power. If the cultivators under Dao Gang did not form a formation, it would be difficult to resist the bombardment of the black crystal cannons. Fire, quick, quick, quick. 10 miles. 4th order black crystal cannons fire. Boom, boom, boom. 3rd order black crystal cannons are ready. Fire as soon as they enter 5 miles. Ready. The commanders on the warships kept roaring, and the morale in the King Nian camp began to collapse. Seeing the 4 warships attacking, they were unable to form a formation. Once the warships approached, it would be a massacre. Boom. Dao Gang monks began to fall. Although the Lingguan monks of Tiansheng Sect were in a tough battle, they continued to attack the enemy's battle formation. Retreat, retreat, form a battle formation, quickly. Zuanjing cannon, Zuanjing cannon, quickly push out the Zuanjing cannon. Boom. Yuanqing. Seeing that the enemy's battle formation had gathered thousands of people, the seriously injured Yuanqing became the first Lingguan monk of the Tiansheng Sect to self-destruct. He rushed into the enemy group and blew himself up. The black light spread in large patches. When the smoke cleared, the battle formation of thousands of people was broken again. Dozens of people were killed on the spot, hundreds were seriously injured, and the entire battle formation was in pieces. 5 kilometers. 3rd level black crystal cannons fired. Boom, boom, boom. All monks are ready. Ready to engage the enemy Dao Gang monks. Leave 40 people to lead the team, and the rest follow me. Among the Dao Gang, the leader was Li Mingyang. Seeing that the Tiansheng Sect monks were already in danger and Yuanqing was even the first to die in battle, he was immediately anxious. He could not wait for the warships to approach, so he rushed out with 200 Dao Gang. The Dao Gang monks' extremely fast burst speed was much faster than the warships. In a few breaths, they rushed into the enemy camp. King Nian had only 200 Dao Gang monks in total, and they could not stop them at all. Team 1 to 5, spread out, disrupt the battle formation. Quick, quick, quick. Team 5 to 10, hold back the enemy, prevent them from besieging the Lingguan monks. Li Mingyang has participated in many battles, and is very experienced. He knows the enemy's weakness as soon as he enters the camp. Among the 200 Dao Gangs, 100 of them quickly penetrate the camp and split the enemy's formation, while the remaining 100 each hold back the enemy, preventing them from besieging the Lingguan monks. Get off the warships, quickly, quickly arrange the troops. Captain, arrange the troops within 10 breaths, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Captain, manage the troops, arrange the troops. Vanguard, charge. Charge, just keep the formation. Charge in central army, press forward, quickly left army, right army, attack from both sides, move cavalry, quickly, release the war horses. Prepare to charge, kill the enemy. The vanguard of 1000 people just arranged the basic formation and charged forward, while the remaining 9000 people began to arrange the formation strictly, and then pressed forward according to the formation. As expected, the opponent's Lingguan monks and Dao Gang monks also kept rushing out, trying to break up the battle formation of Tiansheng Sect. 1000 dragon horses were released from the spirit beast bag, and the cavalry was assembled. More than 100 brave monks of the opponent rushed out, trying to disrupt the formation, but were intercepted by the cavalry. The Central Army continues to press forward, push forward, swing the sword boom slash. The 5,000-man Central Army began to slowly press forward after the basic formation. During this process, the captains and captains continued to adjust the team. These 5,000 people were basically the cultivators of Tiansheng Sect and Anyang Sect and other former Tiansheng. Only these people were familiar enough and disciplined enough. When the Central Army formation was formed, and a huge sword aura had been condensed, King Nian's eyes were full of despair. He knew that he would lose this time, and lose very thoroughly. He only had 5,000 men under his command, and there were 5,000 men who had not yet completed the training. Now there was no battle formation. How could he be the opponent of the opponent? As long as the Central Army pressed to the gate of the camp, his people would probably collapse. Lin Xiao, I'm waiting for you. Lin Xiao looked at the determination to dying King Nian's eyes and smiled immediately. Death. Who is afraid of who? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, Tragic Ending. From the moment King Nian found Yang Yanchang and Sun Weili, he was destined to have a tragic ending. In the eyes of Tiansheng Sect, there was no enemy called Tiansheng Sect at all, and they were not even qualified to be his enemy, so King Nian could only temporarily put together a team of troops to fight, but this part of the force was not enough to attack Tiansheng Sect. Seeing that the Central Army Brigade of Tiansheng Sect had formed a battle formation and condensed a sword to slaughter King Nian's army, King Nian knew that the situation was over. Even if the high-end combat power exceeded that of Tiansheng Sect, it would be difficult to reverse the situation, because the high-end combat power of King Nian had no mentality of fighting to the death. Tiansheng Zengfa, kill King Nian looked at Lin Xiao. His heart was extremely sad and angry. After a roar, his whole person's momentum soared, and the black hair on his head quickly turned grey. He used the secret method of Tiansheng Sect to make his strength soar in a short time at a great cost. Boom. However, what greeted him was the self-detonation of the system's real person mode. The powerful self-detonation of the system's real person mode made even the Golden Body Realm cultivators cautious. If they were blown up at close range, they would be seriously injured, not to mention him, a Shengsu Realm cultivator. King Nian's tattered body flew backwards, and the entire Shengsu Realm battlefield was silent. No one expected that Lin Xiao would kill a Shengsu Realm cultivator in such a posture. Strong, ruthless, and crushing. Bang! Countless mysterious lights scattered. Even Anyang City hundreds of miles away could see it clearly. Countless cultivators were very nervous, not to mention the intense mysterious energy fluctuations brought by the war. This spiritual light alone was enough to scare most people. Even if the Anyang City defense formation was raised, Bao Hyangsu was also frightened on the city wall. This was too terrible. Lin Xiao turned the knife in his hand, completely crushing King Nian's soul, leaving him no possibility of survival, which also made the other Shengsu Realm cultivators red-eyed. King Nian brought 7 Shengsu period cultivators to Tiansheng Sect. 4 of them, including him, were disciples of Tiansheng Sect, and the other 3 were vassal forces. These 4 were also the core of this battle. Looking at their expressions, Lin Xiao and Li Muxu immediately identified them. Kill them. Lin Xiao sent a message to Li Muxu, and then rushed to the other 3. The other 5 Shengsu period cultivators immediately surrounded and killed them, and the situation became 8 against 4. Although there was no system real person mode to contain several people, the 2 cultivators of Tiansheng Sect had already received our Hyangsu secret order, and did not fight desperately, but only contained 1 or 2, and the other 3 were the same. They saw that Lin Xiao and Li Muxu were so powerful, especially the 2 6th level puppets were also in a state of self-destruction, and killing the enemy at any time, and they did not dare to force them. The only ones who really attacked madly were the 3 people of Tiansheng Sect. However, the 3 of them could not break through the defense of Lin Xiao and Li Muxu, and could only attack madly. If they did not kill Lin Xiao and the 2, they would be severely punished, even if they returned to Tiansheng Sect. While the Shengsu period was in a state of anxiety, the 5,000 troops of the Central Army had already pressed to the gate of the camp, and the condensed and transformed Swordoras were quickly harvesting the lives of the enemies. Even the Daogang monks could not withstand a few moves, and fell one after another in front of the battle formation, and the mysterious light scattered like a rainstorm. The enemy commander wanted to bypass the Central Army and gather troops on the side, but was dispersed by the left and right armies. When a large number of Tiansheng Sect monks brought by King Dian died in battle, these low-level disciples were the first to collapse, abandoning their opponents and fleeing for their lives. The troops of the Tiansheng Sect did not pursue except for the 1,000 cavalry. The left and right armies began to integrate into the Central Army battle formation. Even the Daogang monks did the same. This made the strength of the Central Army battle formation stronger and stronger, to the extent that the Daogang monks could not withstand a blow. Every Swordora that appeared would cause a Daogang monk of the enemy to fall, so the Daogang monks, who were originally outnumbered by the Tiansheng Sect, quickly collapsed, and even the monks brought by King Dian from the Tiansheng Sect began to flee. All Daogang monks joined the battle formation. Quickly. Li Mingyang, covered in blood, screamed loudly. One by one, Daogang monks took out the battle flags and joined the battle formation of the Central Army. Soon, the battle formation of the Central Army exceeded 7,000 people, and more than 100 Daogang monks joined the battle formation. Through the power of the formation, the power of 7,000 people was twisted into one force. Every time they hit, even the Lingguan monks could not stop it. It's time to be loyal to the Tiansheng Sect. Blast the battle formation and turn the situation around. Please help me, senior. Boom. There is still no shortage of brave men among the Tiansheng Sect monks. A seriously injured Lingguan monk took the initiative to rush to the front of the battle formation and blatantly exploded. However, after the power of this self-explosion was dispersed into 7,000 parts, it was no longer a concern, and had no lethality to the battle formation. All the Tiansheng Sect monks shouted loudly, and Shengsu period monks from the Tiansheng Sect's vassal forces moved over, and began to contain the power of the battle formation. The departure of the Shengsu period monks relieved Lin Xiao and Li Muxu of their pressure, but the battle was still tense. Among the Lingguan period monks, the Tiansheng Sect was not as good as the other side, but the other side did not have the determination to fight to the death, so they were not defeated. Now it is difficult to break the situation. The most likely side is the battle formation. The battle formation of more than 7,000 people is much stronger than the Shengsu period monks, but with more people, they are not as agile and flexible, and it is easy to be restrained by the Shengsu period monks. Boss Yi, I'm leaving first. I'll find you to be my boss in the next life. Kingwen boom. Another Lingguan monk from the Tiansheng Sect blew himself up. It was a young Lingguan monk from Yixiao. He took away an enemy and seriously injured another enemy. The seriously injured monk immediately fled, which made Yunanayu extremely sad. Assemble. The cavalry dismount. Assemble immediately. The troops of the left and right armies. Assemble quickly in the fierce battle. The outer cavalry and the troops of the left and right armies began to assemble, preparing to form a battle formation again to fight fiercely, but they only had more than 1,000 people, and the assembled battle formation was difficult for even the Lingguan monks to contain. Boom. Suddenly, several loud noises were heard. The warships in the sky fired again. There were only less than 200 guards on the warships, and there was no cover outside. It was actually very dangerous at this time. But 4 warships and 5 people escaped, and all of them were firing fiercely, aiming at the dozens of Lingguan monks. The 5th level Zuanjing cannon and the destroying god crossbow were already a fatal threat to the Lingguan monks, and the firing of the warships was like sending charcoal in the snow. Retreat. Let's disperse and let the black crystal cannon play a role. Seeing the appearance of the warship, Yunanayu shouted immediately, and then he was the first to evacuate the battle group, and then rushed into the warship, and then seized the command of the warship, driving the warship to rush towards the battle zone of the spiritual light period, and the black crystal cannon continued to fire. The spiritual light monks did not dare to resist the collision of the warship, and they all avoided the collision with their body skills, but it caused the enemy to disperse. forming a scene where several Tiansheng Sect spiritual light monks surrounded and beat one person, and immediately caused one of the opponents to be seriously injured. Once the opponent's troops were seriously injured, unless they were Tiansheng Sect monks, they would immediately flee. Lin Xiao used the same trick again, and played it several times before the opponent reacted. The remaining spiritual light monks went to seize the warship, but before they could get close, a warship exploded with a bang, and the warship fell to the ground. "Let's fight. Cover me." Seeing the increasing casualties, especially as his points balance kept decreasing, Lin Xiao immediately made a decision in his heart that it was time to fight. "Explode, explode!" Li Xiao and Lin Xiao shouted at the same time, and the two 6th level puppets exploded, but many cultivators had already been prepared, and did not kill anyone. 5-element divine light endless sword force. Lin Xiao and Li Xiao cooperated. Lin Xiao used the 5-element divine light to break the defense of a Tiansheng Sect cultivator, and then Li Xiao went to finish him off and killed another person. Purple light divine eye. Be careful, it's a purple air spell. Boundless sea of destruction. Lin Xiao shot out the purple light divine eye, and the opponent saw through it at a glance. Lin Xiao did not succeed, but Li Xiao rushed forward directly, and the grey airflow on her body surged, completely covering the opponent. Li Xiao used a new trick. Brother, seeing that his people were completely wrapped in the strange grey airflow, the last Tiansheng Sect Shengsu cultivator was extremely frightened and wanted to go to rescue him. Lin Xiao rushed forward. Splitting Sky Sword Gang. Lin Xiao completely let go of his means and used swordsmanship to fight against the opponent. The mysterious energy was wildly scattered, and countless sword gangs gushed out, and the opponent's needle and wheat horns blasted head on. Bang! The first to react was Li Xiao's side. Li Xiao was full of murderous aura. Her long hair fluttered without wind, her face was gloomy, as if she had turned black, and those grey airflows slowly sank into her body, revealing the previous Shengsu cultivator. He was finished. There was no life left in him. His face was grey and his eyes were filled with fear. "Brother, I will fight you, master. Get out of the way." Boundless sea of nirvana. Li Xiao roared, and repeated the same trick. Once again enveloped the opponent with a grey airflow, and then a red light flashed in the grey airflow, and roared, "It's your turn. Do you still want to fight?" Lin Xiao pointed at the Tiansheng period monks. These two people kept letting Lin Xiao win in the fight, which made Lin Xiao know that they were talking about the people of Tiansheng Sect. "Kill the two!" blinked at Lin Xiao, and then rushed up with a roar. Lin Xiao understood, and shouted the 5-element divine light again, and then two golden lights hit their bodies, and the two immediately spit out blood. "Thieves, come to my Xianyang city for a fight if you dare. If you dare to come to Xianyang city, I will kill you all." The Tiansheng period shouted fiercely, but they flew away directly. Lin Xiao shook his head at their acting skills. It was a shameful acting. "It's impossible to do it. Retreat." The remaining 3 vassal forces of Tiansheng Sect were not fools. Seeing this, they immediately shouted, and then took their own Lingguan monks and rushed out. No one from Tiansheng Sect stopped them, but 5 Lingguan monks were stopped. They were all Lingguan monks from Tiansheng Sect. Only 5 people were left out of more than 10 people. "Surrender. No killing. Surrender. No killing. Surrender. No killing. There are no cowards in Tiansheng Sect. Kill!" Lin Xiao called out, and everyone roared in unison. One of them rushed over with a knife, his face full of tragic and heroic expressions. Chapter 521, Captives. The Tiansheng Sect monk was tragic and heroic. He launched an attack against tens of thousands of people alone, but his result was still miserable. Everyone attacked him together, and he didn't even have the chance to self-destruct, and was beaten to pieces. "Surrender and no killing. Surrender, and no killing. Surrender, and no killing. Surrender, and no killing." Lin Xiao roared again, and the others followed suit. The roar of tens of thousands of people resounded through the sky and the earth, making the remaining Lingguan monks pale and trembling. When Lin Xiao and others took a step forward, one of them threw away his magic weapon, raised his hands, and surrendered. They still had courage in their hearts, but they were still no match for the threat of death. Lin Xiao and others quickly stepped forward, took off their storage bags, sealed their meridians and anshan, and tied them up with immortal ropes, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, there are still some wounded over there. Treat them together." Remember to seal the meridians and Anshan first. Take them away with our people and clean up the battlefield. Yes, Master. A part of the people in the battle formation were dismissed, and the battlefield was quickly cleaned up. The bodies of both the enemy and ours were collected, and the wounded were put aside. The enemy was given a pill to save his life, and our own people were carefully rescued. Master, roughly estimated casualties are, there are 2 Lingguang monks, Yu Wancheng and King Wen, 23 Daogang monks died, 136 Zifu monks, and 12 Lingguang monks seriously injured, more than 200 Daogang and Zifu monks seriously injured, and countless lightly injured. The enemy killed 4 Shengsu period monks, Lingguang monks killed 8 and captured 4, Daogang monks killed 42 and captured 11, more than 30 Zifu and below monks captured, more than 2,000 people were killed, and the rest all escaped. Our people evacuate the seriously injured, and the lightly injured, and the intact ones follow me to Xianyang City. Yes, Master. Li Muxu. Yunanayu nodded, and then pointed to Li Muxu not far away. Lin Xiao nodded silently, and then walked over. Muzu Master. Master, how are you? I'm about to burst. Li Muzu answered with difficulty. She didn't even dare to move. The infinite sea of desolation is a higher level of the withering and flourishing art. Its principle is to use infinite annihilation, to deprive the enemy of vitality, absorb the enemy's vitality into the body, and then use the secret method of the withering and flourishing art to convert it into annihilation, and continuously cycle to refine the enemy to death. With Li Muzu's cultivation, it was already difficult to refine a Shengsu period to death, but she refined 2 enemies in a short period of time, which made her body have a huge amount of energy that could not be vented, and she was about to burst. How can I help you? I will transfer the energy to Master, and Master will use Zuan Qi to offset it. Okay. Stretch out your hand. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand, and Li Muxu hit him with the palm. A sticky force came, and a huge amount of energy surged out. Lin Xiao hurriedly circulated Zuan Qi to resist, but when that force entered Lin Xiao's body suddenly changed. A chaotic pattern suddenly appeared in Lin Xiao's Tiansheng, and it started to run wildly, constantly absorbing the grey airflow. Lin Xiao actually swallowed this energy again. Humian and Wujigong. So this is the characteristic of Hunio and Wujigong. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that Hunio and Wujigong, as the name suggests, in this technique, no matter the techniques of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, or yin and yang, they are all a kind of chaos, that is, a kind of energy. In this case, they can be absorbed and digested. Put your Angzija technique into action, and inject vitality into it. Okay. After most of the energy in Li Muxu's body was consumed, Lin Xiao asked her to inject vitality into it again. Li Muxu did as she was told. The result was, just as Lin Xiao guessed. Once the vitality entered, it was still swallowed by the chaotic pattern. Lin Xiao also had a new understanding of Hunio and Wujigong, as if he had opened up some tricks. Master. Okay. Li Muxu's transmission of vitality had a great impact on her, so she stopped it soon. Li Muxu then successfully finished the exercise, and the body of the Shengsu period monk fell down. How are you? The meridians are damaged, and it takes some time to recover. Okay, let's go. Lin Xiao nodded. During the time when Lin Xiao solved Li Muxu's problem, the battlefield had been cleaned up, the damaged warships had been collected, the wounded were transported to the warships, and Yunanayu arranged for people to escort them, and had already set off. Let's go. Lin Xiao waved his hand and led nearly 5,000 troops to Xianyang City. These 5,000 people also formed a complete battle formation. The speed was not fast, but they never stopped. At this time, the sky was already bright. 2 hours later, the war moved to 20 miles outside Xianyang City. Gao Yangsu led 5,000 guards of Xianyang City and formed a battle formation again to stop Lin Xiao and others. Master Lin, why did you come here with so many troops? Elder Raoyang, can we talk? Yes, thank you. The two immediately left the battle formation and flew into the sky. The people below were still confronting each other. Master Lin, what do you mean? I'm just trying to rescue Elder Raoyang. I don't understand. King 9 of the Tiansheng Sect suffered heavy losses this time. The more than 1,000 people he brought were basically wiped out, and 4 Shengsu stage cultivators died in the battle. Do you think the Tiansheng Sect will hold him accountable? What does it have to do with me, whether they will be held accountable? Didn't Master Lin kill them? It's true that I killed them, but I only have 2 Shengsu stage cultivators, and King Nian has 9 people, 2 against 9, but only 4 people from King Nian died. Do you think they will believe you? If the Tiansheng Sect doesn't trust us, will it trust you? Gao Yangsu said with a sneer. He was not afraid of Lin Xiao's words. The grievances and interests between Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect could not be shaken by King Nian. Tiansheng Sect certainly needed the strategic resources of Tiansheng Sect, but Tiansheng Sect also needed the resources of Tiansheng Sect to make up for it. Elder Raoyang is good at handling things, and I admire him. Since Elder Raoyang is not afraid, Lin Xiao can only use courtesy before force. Now Tiansheng Sect should make a decision, whether to help Wu Kingdom or Tiansheng Sect. Master Lin, do you think you have the ability to force Tiansheng Sect? Tiansheng Sect is not worthy of it. Haha, it's not up to you to decide whether you are worthy or not. Please come out, senior. Friend Lin has amazing skills. A figure appeared beside our Yangsu. This was his uncle Yang Song, one of the few golden body cultivators in Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect were fighting in Key State. How could he not be on guard? What is your name, senior? Yang Song Grand Elder Raoyang Master Lin. It seems unreasonable to force Tiansheng Sect just after the war. This is not forcing, it is an opportunity for Tiansheng Sect. The best elixir for breaking through the Shengsu stage from the Lingguang stage is the 7 Souls pill. What price do you need to pay to get it? Master Lin, do you want to ask if you can provide it? Sure. I don't believe it. My apprentice Li Muxu is a 6th level alchemist. You can go and ask around. Baeksuju in Jiansu City said that we opened it. I know, but your apprentice is just a 6th level lower grade alchemist. The 7 Souls pill is a 6th level upper grade elixir. Then may Elder Raoyang know that I have an old acquaintance with Lan Linggaiu, a talented disciple of Tiansheng Sect, and have already cooperated with her to refine the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. In a few years, Li Muxu will be able to break through in her cultivation. We have already taken root in Jiansu City. Relying on the resources of Jiansu City, it won't take long for Li Muxu to break through to the 6th rank upper grade alchemist. By the way, I also built the Paradise Villa, you should know that. Can you get the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill? Gao Yangsong was immediately shocked. He knew the name of the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. After a cultivator reaches the golden body realm, the number of pills they can take is too few. Even if there is a pill recipe, it is difficult to collect a furnace of pills. The 9 aperture divine silkworm pill is not only useful for cultivators in the Shengsu period, but also for cultivators in the golden body realm. As for the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill, forget about it, Elder Raoyang. It is a top secret of the Tiansheng Sect, and we paid a huge price to get a little bit of it. But we can cooperate on the 7 Souls pill in the future. The 7 Souls pill alone is not enough to make the Tiansheng Sect give up the Tiansheng Sect. The value of a 6th rank alchemist is not enough either. Take Elder Raoyangsu for example. It has been hundreds of years since you broke through the Shengsu stage, right? How many pills have you taken? If you cooperate with us, it will greatly improve your cultivation speed. Fellow Daoist Lin, there is no need to do this. I, Bao Yangsu, am not only a cultivator in the Shengsu stage, but also the ancestor of the Tiansheng Sect. It is impossible for us to ignore the interests of the entire sect. What a public-spirited Elder Raoyangsu is. How about using this condition to exchange for the neutrality of the Tiansheng Sect? The Tiansheng Sect has always been neutral. Gao Yangsu said calmly that the Tiansheng Sect would not give up after losing 4 Shengsu period cultivators in the battle, but the Tiansheng Sect would not easily take sides and wait for the Tiansheng Sect to show its strength. If the Tiansheng Sect could not stop the Tiansheng Sect's offensive, then he would not mind stepping on it. If the Tiansheng Sect could stop it, the Tiansheng Sect would naturally offer goodwill. After all, it was a sect in Nanzhao. If Nanzhao became stronger, the Tiansheng Sect would also benefit. Very good, this is the most correct choice for the Tiansheng Sect. Believe me, then I look forward to the strength of sect leader Lin. Goodbye. See you later. Lin Xiao bowed and left, and then left quickly with a large group of people. Uncle, why don't you take action? According to the previous plan, we should have intercepted and killed the Tiansheng Sect, and given an explanation to the Tiansheng Sect. Yao Yangsu and others asked Yao Yangsong after they left. All the actions of the Tiansheng Sect in this incident were directed by Yao Yangsong. He just conveyed some words. According to the previous plan, the troops secretly mobilized by the Tiansheng Sect should have intercepted and killed the Tiansheng Sect. Especially if Yao Yangsong took action personally, he would definitely be able to keep everyone. Didn't you see Lin Xiao's apprentice Li Muxu? Li Muxu, the 6th level alchemist, what happened? She practiced the withering and flourishing art. In addition, I know from Zhongzhou that Lin Xiao was sniped many times in Jiansu City, including by several powerful families in Suyu Sect, but he still stood firm in Jiansu City. Even the Tang and Zhao families of Suyu Sect have a close relationship with him. Can you guess why? Withering and flourishing art. This name is so familiar. Ah, I remember it. After hearing this, Bao Yangsu reacted and was shocked. Withering and flourishing art, isn't this the technique created by the famous King Emperor in the history of the cultivation world, the treasure of the King Emperor Li family? Yao Yangsu immediately understood what Yao Yangsong did. This Li Muxu involved a hidden family, so it was not that simple. Tiansheng Sect might not be able to do anything to the Li family. The key is that King Nan and a few others are not enough for Tiansheng Sect to make such a decision. Chapter 522, King Di family. Li Muxu ran away when she followed the army back to Wu State. She ran away secretly, which confirmed what she said to Lin Xiao. She had grown up, and Lin Xiao could not control her. Lin Xiao was so angry that his liver hurt, but Lin Xiao really couldn't put down everything to find him. Lin Xiao had too many things to do and didn't have the time. The army flew back to Wu State from Qi State on 3 warships. It was very impressive. In less than 10 days, the whole Nanzhao knew the strength of Wu State. After all, there were not many countries that could mobilize more than 20 spiritual lights, 200 Dao Gang, and 10,000 purple mansions, at least not in Nanzhao. On the way, the rulers of many countries came to pay their respects, present a gift, and maintain good relations with Wu State, including medium-powered countries like Song State. More than half a month later, the army returned to Wu State, but Lin Xiao did not disband the army. He gathered the troops in the area of Yujing City. The enemy would come from north to south, and Yujing City was their only way. The seriously injured arrived a few days earlier than Lin Xiao and his team, and they had already been settled. The captives were divided into two, half hidden in Wu State, and the other half secretly taken away by Yi Xiao. Wu State immediately carried out limited mobilization. If a major war broke out, the cultivators below the Purple Mansion would not be of much use, so they were not mobilized. However, the high-level cultivators of each sect received the mobilization order from the Tiansheng Sect, and the supplies and troops began to gather towards Yujing City. Lin Xiao also distributed the results of the battle in Qianyang City. There were countless supplies in the storage bags of thousands of enemies, especially those of the Shengsu period cultivators. Many of the things made the Lingguang cultivators jealous, and they were distributed to Lingguang Dao Gang to strengthen their strength. Lin Xiao convened the leaders of various sects in Wu State to discuss the matter, emphasizing that the cause, process, and result of this war were certainly not the whole truth. It was necessary to discredit the Tiansheng Sect and characterize the behavior of Wu State as a just act of resisting power. At the same time, the Tiansheng Sect began to give up some core interests, including agreeing to increase the supply of Daojidan, and was willing to give Lingmingdan to reward the meritorious people in other sects, so as to unite and bind the various sects in Wu State and mobilize their enthusiasm for participating in the war. The war machine of the Tiansheng Sect began to operate. Keifudan and Daojidan were taken out from the sect treasury and lent on credit to those disciples who were about to break through, and arranged for them to go into seclusion. The supply of various resources was also increased. Boxes of Zuanjing were taken out from the sect treasury and transported to Yujing City. The elite troops of Yixiao quietly left Wu State and sneaked into Zhongzhou, activating the hidden cards buried before and inquiring about the reactions of all parties. Lin Xiao constantly patrolled the territory of Wu State and the wilderness to prevent the monsters from attacking from behind and prevent some unexpected events from happening. After dealing with these basic things, more than 10 days had passed. Lin Xiao summoned Nan Zuan, Yi Nanayu and other high-level people to discuss matters. Yi Nanayu, tell me, what did Li Muxu do? Master. Tell me. Yes, Master. Ancestor Li returned to Tiansheng City and found Yi Xiao's person in charge in Tiansheng City in Mazong of Jile Villa. He spread the news that she had practiced the withering and flourishing art. The news spread quickly. Ancestor Li even deliberately fought with others and demonstrated the skills of the withering and flourishing art. Now the news has spread to most of Zhongzhou. According to the reports from our spies, even Zuaniyang City has heard the news. Did you hear it? Li Muxu risked everything for the sect. Master, we. Forget it. There's no need to say more. What about the reaction of Tiansheng Sect? That, we don't know. Our spies in Tiansheng Sect are too low in cultivation and power, so we can't get any news from the top. However, the reaction of Tiansheng Sect is inevitable. King Nian is in charge of the Blackwater platform and has an extraordinary status. His death is enough to cause heavy losses to his faction. It is normal for him to want revenge. Okay, I got it. I will leave Nanzhou tonight and go to Zhongzhou to try to calm this matter down. But you must not take it lightly. You spiritual light cultivators must be with the big group and practice continuously. As long as you can form a battle formation, even the golden body cultivators may not be able to kill you. Understand? More than 20 spiritual lights plus hundreds of gangs and tens of thousands of purple palaces. The power of the battle formation is already very strong. In a head-on battle, it is not inferior to the golden body cultivators. What they are afraid of is the enemy's surprise attack and not giving them the opportunity to form a battle formation. We know that Wu Go can rest assured that no one can be presumptuous. Okay, then I'm relieved and I won't say anything else. You are all old men who have fought many times. Everything is left to you. Master, don't worry, I'm leaving. Lin Xiao nodded, then left the camp, flew directly to Qinjiuo Zuanayu City, and took the teleportation array in Zuanayu City to leave. After that, he went to Tiansheng Sect as soon as possible, because Lin Xiao had received news that during this period, Tiansheng Sect had already refined the 9 orifice divine silkworm pill, and Lin Xiao urgently needed this precious pill. Lin Xiao, you are so brave. You dare to pull out the tiger whiskers of Tiansheng Sect, Lan Lingayu said directly when she saw Lin Xiao. It took Lin Xiao more than half a month to rush over from Zhongzhou. During this time, the news about Li Muxu had spread all over Zhongzhou, and the grievances between Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect were also exposed. The strength of Tiansheng Sect was nothing to Zhongzhou. After all, there were many forces in Zhongzhou with this strength, and there were hundreds or 80 of them, but there were not many who could challenge Tiansheng Sect with this strength. It's just a small matter. Are you really from the King Li family? But it doesn't seem like it. If you were really from the Li family, why would Li Muxu be so ostentatious? What do you think? Humph, if you don't want to say it, forget it. I'll tell you a piece of news. King Nian's great grandmaster is an 8th level ancestor of the Tiansheng Sect. Even if the Tiansheng Sect does not mobilize the sect's power, you can't stop you. Can you beat an 8th level ancestor? Then what suggestions does Fairyland have? How about joining my Tiansheng Sect? I can ask the great grandmaster to come forward and guarantee your life. Haha, thank you Fairyland, but it's not necessary. Since Lin dared to do it, he must have the ability to survive. Just give me the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill, and we'll be done with the money and the goods. Humph, you thought I would be greedy for your 9 aperture divine silkworm pill? Lan Lingayu curled her lips and threw a treasure box to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao opened it and saw that a scent of medicine came to his face, which made people feel refreshed. After a system scan, it was confirmed to be real. Thank you, Blue Fairy. Let's cooperate more in the future. Is there anything else you can do that is worthy of my cooperation? Fairyland, don't you think you can be surprised every time you see me? Really? Why not this time? I'll keep you in suspense this time. I'll tell you, after I deal with the affairs of Tiansheng Sect. Keep your mind calm, and don't be scared when the time comes. Lin Xiao kept it a secret, then quickly left Dangsha City and rushed to Tiansheng City. On the way, Lin Xiao checked the system points. There were only 35 points left. In the battle outside Tiansheng City, Lin Xiao consumed hundreds of thousands of points. Fortunately, he recruited 10,000 new disciples in advance. These disciples have contributed 70% of their loyalty. In the next few months, they can bring Lin Xiao about 100,000 or 200,000 points. Lin Xiao has sent a message to Uyghur and Fenghe Island. They can stop transfusing blood to the sect for a while, speed up the number of disciples recruited in their respective territories, and their spiritual light monks should also be trained. Otherwise, Lin Xiao's points are really not enough, and they are consumed too quickly. After the system evaluation, the 9-aperture divine silkworm pill needs 200,000 points per pill. Now Lin Xiao can't even exchange for 2 pills, and he and Li Muxu need 6 pills. Counting the one from Dangsha Sect, it takes 5, a full 1 million points. Lin Xiao is very worried. How many points are needed to be enough? Zhangzhou, from Tiansheng City all the way east, walk about 600,000 miles to the edge of the east coast of Zhangzhou. Continue to fly east from the coast for more than 100,000 miles. There is an archipelago like Luoxinghe. However, the strength of the archipelago here is not as good as Luoxinghe, and the degree of danger is not as good as Luoxinghe. After hundreds of thousands of attacks from Penglai, the demons in the East China Sea have long abandoned the territory on the coast, and are all in the depths of the East China Sea. Therefore, the level of cultivation here is very low, and it is also a place despised by Zhangzhou. Even the most defeated forces will not come here to grab territory, because once they settle here, the barren territory will make them continue to decline. However, in this archipelago, on a large island, a spiritual light shone from the basement of the controlling family, the Li family, and 5 figures walked out. The leader had a face as red as a date, sword eyes and star eyebrows, and a natural sense of majesty. Let's go. The 5 people avoided the eyes and ears of the Li family and disappeared directly. The next moment, they appeared on the sea, and then an ancient flying boat appeared. This flying boat is very different from the flying boats in the cultivation world. It is a bit like the treasure ship on the Luoxinghe Islands, but it is different. I saw that the flying boat was decorated with carved railings and painted buildings, pavilions, and towers, and it looked very exquisite. This is a flying palace. Those who are quite knowledgeable can recognize that this kind of flying boat was extremely popular hundreds of thousands of years ago. It was the vehicle of the great Saxon forces at that time. Each one was extremely luxurious, very face-saving, and cost a lot. Although the combat and defense capabilities were not very good, it was a symbol of status at that time. It was only later that the demon tribe counterattacked several times, and the cultivation world changed this extravagant style in order to deal with the demon tribe. Now, these things are either put into the warehouses of major forces as collections, or only certain specific groups of people will use them, such as the hidden families. Grand Elder, news from vassals in various places has begun to arrive. These are all materials. Well, let me take a look, the middle-aged man replied, and took a stack of materials casually, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and read all the information inside. The source of these materials was all sent by the vassals of the Li family. Although the King Li family has not appeared in front of major forces for hundreds of thousands of years, it does not mean that the people of the Li family have not been walking around outside, nor does it mean that the Li family is not clear about the basic forces in the cultivation world. In fact, they have enough eyes and ears outside to provide them with information and resources. The surname Li is a big surname in the cultivation world. There are dozens of families or forces controlled by the surname Li in Zhangzhou alone that can be ranked, and there are countless people who are not ranked or are low-key. How many of them are related to the Li family are known every day. Even ordinary King Li family cultivators do not know. Chapter 523, Li. After the middle-aged man finished reading the information on the file, he slowly closed his eyes. The scene became silent. The people around him didn't dare to breathe, because they knew that this was the middle-aged man's habit when thinking. He had to make a major decision. After a while, the middle-aged man opened his eyes and said, "Change the route, go to Tiansheng Sect, and go at full speed." Yes, great elder. After a moment, the flying boat turned around, and the flowing light on the boat became 3 times brighter. Its speed was comparable to the full power flight of the golden body monk. Many monks only saw a rainbow flying in the sky and couldn't see anything else. Hundreds of thousands of miles. It took only a little more than a day to complete the journey at all costs. After entering the territory of Tiansheng Sect, the speed of the flying boat slowed down, but it still flew towards the gate of Tiansheng Sect. There were countless monks seen along the way. Many young monks didn't know what it was at all, and even quietly approached to observe, but a divine sense from the flying boat was enough to scare them away. A moment later, 6 flying boats came from all directions. These were the cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect. However, the Li family flying boat did not stop. Instead, it had a strong divine consciousness that exuded a wild and indifferent aura, which made those flying boats dare not approach easily. They just kept reporting the news to the higher-ups. When they arrived at the gate of the Tiansheng Sect, several cultivators were already suspended in the air waiting for the Li family flying boat. The cultivation level of each cultivator would not be lower than the golden body stage. Chen Kaixing of the Tiansheng Sect greeted fellow Taoist Li. I wonder why fellow Taoist Li came to the Tiansheng Sect. Leading He greeted fellow Taoist Chen. I have something important to discuss with the Tiansheng Sect. Can I meet him, please? The middle-aged man leading He was at the 8th level of cultivation, which was already at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Naturally, the cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect were extremely polite. So leading He and his party walked out of the flying boat, then put it away, and flew into the gate of Tiansheng Sect. Flying was originally prohibited at the gate of Tiansheng Sect, but this rule was lifted at this time. The party came to the main hall of Tiansheng Sect. The 3 8th level cultivators of Tiansheng Sect all appeared in the main hall to accompany them. The several golden body cultivators could only act as servants at this time, serving tea and water, and then standing aside. Fellow Daoist Li, the King Di Li family has not appeared in the world for hundreds of thousands of years. I don't know why you are here this time. Li is rude, so I won't beat around the bush. This time, Li came here because of a dispute. A younger generation of my Li family had some conflicts with the Tiansheng Sect some time ago. I hope to resolve the grievances with you. Fellow Daoist Li, are you here for the Tiansheng Sect of the Nanzhao Wu Kingdom? Yes. Is the Tiansheng Sect the Li family's property? Yes. Fellow Daoist Li, don't lie to me. The Tiansheng Sect was created by a cultivator named Lin Xiao. When did the Li family have any relatives from other families? Lin Xiao is my Li family's in-law. The real heir to the foundation is my Li family's genius disciple Li Muxu. Leading He lied without blushing or breathing hard, and he easily defined the matter. If he didn't directly admit that Li Muxu was a member of the Li family, it would be difficult to resolve the matter. Okay, even if the Tiansheng Sect is the Li family's property, then the Tiansheng Sect killed 4 Shengsu stage cultivators from my Tiansheng Sect, as well as more than 1,000 people at the Lingguang Dao Gang and below. How do we settle this account? Chen Kaixing said lightly. The cultivators of the Li family need to be respected, but it is not enough to let them suffer this loss in silence. If the cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect died in vain, how would they explain to the people below? Fellow Daoist Chen is wrong. The Tiansheng Sect is in the southwest of Nanzhao, which is considered a remote place. The Tiansheng Sect is in Zhangzhou, but your people died in Nanzhao. This is probably the point you. Okay, I've heard that the King Di family is domineering, but I didn't expect them to be so confused about right and wrong. It's obviously my Tiansheng Sect that died, but why do you seem to be the one who suffered the loss? Don't worry, fellow Daoist Chen. This is a meeting of business. Let's discuss it. Let's make it clear what's right and wrong, cause and effect. Fellow Daoists, don't you agree? Fellow Daoist Li is right. Brother Chen, don't worry. Then, fellow Daoist Li, what do you think is going on? What I say doesn't count. Why don't you explain one thing at a time? For example, why did the Tiansheng Sect clashed with the Tiansheng Sect in Nanzhao, and why did 9 Shengsu period cultivators with 5,000 troops be defeated by 2 Shengsu period cultivators from an inferior sect? Leading He's words made the faces of the people in the hall darken. This was a slap in their faces. King Nan led 5,000 troops to Nanzhao to attack Tiansheng Sect. Their strength was much stronger than that of Tiansheng Sect. 9 Shengsu stages could not defeat 2 Shengsu stages, but 4 people were killed instead. It was embarrassing to tell others about it. This was also one of the reasons why they did not immediately go to Nanzhao for revenge. It was too embarrassing. So how do you think this matter should be resolved, fellow Daoist Li? Why don't we just give up and make peace? Humph, are you kidding? My Tiansheng Sect cultivators died in vain. You can reconcile if you want. Let Lin Xiao and Li Muxu commit suicide, and forget about this matter. It seems that fellow Daoist Chen still doesn't understand my Li family. When has my Li family ever let down our own people? We have only been let down by others. It was like this hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it is still like this now. Li Dinghe sneered immediately. He was born for Li Muxu, and he wanted Li Muxu to commit suicide. What was he doing here? Friendly, are you threatening my Tiansheng Sect? I dare not. Li came with sincerity. If we can't reach an agreement, it doesn't matter. We can ask the Supreme of Tiansheng Sect to come. At that time, the Supreme of my Li family will also come out. What do you think? There is no need to trouble the Supreme for such things. A person from Tiansheng Sect immediately shook his head. The Supreme would not easily take care of things, and such things would not bother the Supreme. Another reason is that the Supreme of Tiansheng Sect cannot compare with the Supreme of Li family. It may not be the cultivation, but the foundation. The Li family has been passed down for millions of years, much longer than Tiansheng Sect, and there is also an ancestor like King Di. God knows what King Di left for the Li family. If the Supremes fight, they think the Supreme of Tiansheng Sect will lose. That's right, let's talk about it again. Li Dinghe nodded. He was also a tiger skin. How could the Supreme be invited so easily? Those people are the real dragons that can't be seen from head to toe. Besides, if he can't handle such things, wouldn't it highlight that he is too incompetent? Li Dinghe and the 3 cultivators of Tiansheng Sect kept exchanging words and probing each other. In fact, the 4 of them didn't know much about the affairs of Nanzhao. Tiansheng Sect only knew that King Dian went to seek revenge and died in Nanzhao. The specific situation was reported by the people below. Li Dinghe knew even less. His people were not at the scene at all. He just compiled the news based on the circulation of Zhongzhou. He was born entirely because of Li Muxu, and the one he really wanted to protect was Li Muxu. The reason why he even protected the Tiansheng Sect was because he knew that Li Muxu had no feelings for the Li family, and this was to prepare for Li Muxu to recognize her ancestors. The Li family's appearance had already determined that the Tiansheng Sect could not solve the matter by force. In fact, after Li Muxu took the initiative to expose her practice of the withering and flourishing art, they stopped the plan to conquer the Wu Kingdom by force. They were very cautious when it came to the hidden family, especially the Li family, which the Tiansheng Sect did not dare to offend easily. The 2 sides talked for a day, but they could not come to a conclusion. The Tiansheng Sect would not give up easily. Li Dinghe also wanted to strive for the best result, but both sides were very restrained and had to continue talking, even if they could not continue. During the process of the talks, both sides continued to receive news from the outside. In this regard, Li Dinghe was at a disadvantage. After all, the Li family's news channels could not be compared with those of the Tiansheng Sect. So Li Dinghe immediately proposed to stop the negotiations. He needed to learn more about the situation before talking. At present, the consensus reached by both parties is to stop the conflict first. Now that the Li family has come forward, a war cannot be fought. If the Li family is really annoyed and the Li family is fully exposed, it will not be a small matter. At least the interests of Zhongzhou have been divided up. If the Li family comes to grab the interests again, whose interests will they grab? Maybe Zhongzhou will be in turmoil by then, and Tiansheng Sect cannot bear this responsibility. Now Tiansheng Sect just wants an explanation, to be responsible for the disciples, to give them an explanation, and they will not do anything. Li Dinghe got a positive answer, quickly left Tiansheng Sect, released the flying boat, and went directly to Tiansheng City. In less than half a day, he arrived outside Tiansheng City. Tang Xuan was also waiting outside Tiansheng City. He had to wait. Although the overall strength of the Li family was not as good as that of the first-class sect, their foundation and face were here, so they had to give some face no matter what. Tang Xuan has met fellow Daoist Li. Leading He has met fellow Daoist Tang. I wonder if fellow Daoist Tang knows where Li Muxu, a descendant of our Li family, is. Of course, she is in Beigsuchu in the city. In that case, how about fellow Daoist Tang in the prison cell? Call Li Muxu out of the city to discuss matters? I will not bother you in the city. It is not very convenient. What do you think, fellow Daoist Tang? Of course. Why don't you ask fellow Daoist Li to go to the mountain gate of SYNOPSIS Sect to rest for a while? Li Muxu will be there later. Tang Xuan nodded, and he also agreed very much in his heart. The appearance of the Li family cultivator in Tiansheng City was not a good thing in any way. It was better to handle it in a low-key manner, and call the person to the sect first. Even if there was something, it could be controlled. Fellow Daoist Tang is right. Sorry to bother you then. No problem. Fellow Daoist Li, please. Fellow Daoist Tang, please. The two turned around and flew to the mountain gate of SYNOPSIS Sect. Li Muxu in Beigsuchu also got the news and did not refuse. She was the one who led the Li family to the city, so of course she had to meet them. After Li Muxu arranged things at Beigsuju, she got up and left Tiansheng City. An hour later, she arrived at the gate of SYNOPSIS Sect. With the introduction of the disciples, she soon met the Li family in the main hall. As soon as Li Muxu appeared, Leading He's eyes burst into a brilliant light, and then his aura surged towards Li Muxu like a tidal wave. Li Muxu groaned, circulated her profound energy, raised her aura, and tried her best to resist, but after just a moment, Leading He withdrew his aura. But, very good. Leading He laughed wildly, and shouted several times, because he was sure that Li Muxu was practicing the withering and flourishing art, and it was the most authentic one. Chapter 524, Returning to One's Ancestors. Seeing Li Muxu coming, Tang Xuan tactfully ended his small talk with Leading He, and gave the place for the two to talk. The other disciples who served also withdrew, leaving behind the few people brought by Leading He. I'm Leading He, the great elder of the King Li family. Are you Li Muxu? Nansao. Li Muxu greets the senior. No need to be polite. Miss Li, please take a seat. Thank you. Senior Miss Li, I have something to ask Miss Li, and I hope Miss Li can tell the truth. Senior Muxu will answer everything she asks. Okay. Miss Li, do you know your life experience? Yes, my father and grandfather were all alive when Muxu was born. The 6 generations of Muxu's ancestors were all mortals, just mountain people in a remote small country in Nansao. Li Muxu knew what he would ask, and she didn't think about hiding anything, so she naturally spoke honestly. I see. Then Miss Li, did you know the technique you practiced before? Yes, because I'm a King Mu saint body. What? Leading He screamed and stood up. He knew that Li Muxu practiced the withering and flourishing technique before, which should be a physique suitable for his Li family's withering and flourishing technique. Moreover, she was very young and had a very high level of cultivation. It can be said that she had excellent qualifications, but he did not expect Li Muxu to be a King Mu saint body. This news really shocked Leading He. Since the King Emperor, the Li family has not seen a King Mu saint body for 1,000,000 years. If it is true, it is also a very important matter for the Li family. Leading He suppressed the shock and doubts in his heart and said, please tell me slowly, Miss Li. What do you want me to say? Greenwood holy body, how did you know about it? What's so strange about this? My cultivation speed is far beyond that of my peers. The sect examined my body and found the Greenwood holy body. Well, what about the withering and flourishing art? Where did you get it from? My master gave it to me. Lin Xiao is your master, right? Where is your master? It should be in Nansao. If you want to ask my master about the origin of this withering and flourishing art, I don't think you should waste your time. He won't tell you. Why not? This is my Li family's withering and flourishing art. Li's. Has the Li family's withering and flourishing art ever been stolen? Has the scope of the theft reached the Shengsu level? Was it stolen in its entirety? Was the martial arts it carried also stolen? The withering wood force, the destruction force, the infinite destruction sea. Have these unique skills also been stolen? Have you mastered the infinite destruction sea? Leading He was shocked again. Not everyone in the King Li family could practice the withering and flourishing art. One must have the corresponding physique and talent, and this was just the preliminary qualification. The withering and flourishing art was the supreme skill in the Li family. During the development of the Li family for millions of years, dozens of derived skills of the withering and flourishing art were derived. These skills were of different grades. The best one was also of the lower grade of the heaven grade, second only to the withering art. The worst one was also of the yellow grade. The simplified version of the withering and flourishing art was the main practice skill of the Li family. After the Li family disciples grew up and made great contributions, they would slowly replace the skills with better and better ones. Moreover, these skills were highly similar, and they could continue to practice without giving up their cultivation. It is conceivable that even within the Li family, the withering and flourishing art was not something that anyone could practice. Therefore, skills like the withering wood power, the desolation power, and the infinite desolation sea were all martial arts brought by the real withering and flourishing art. Even in the Li family, they were of the highest grade, and the infinite desolation sea was a powerful martial art that was difficult to comprehend. This explains a lot of problems. First, Li Muxu has practiced the purest withering and flourishing art. Second, Li Muxu's talent and comprehension have surpassed most of the core Li family disciples. Not long ago, I used the boundless sea of death to refine Tiansheng Sect cultivators, no less than the third level of the Shengsu period. It has been less than 100 years since I broke through the Shengsu period. Miss Li, can you please drip a drop of blood? This is my Li family's Tiansheng orb, which can be used to test blood. As long as you have my Li family blood, you can light up this Tiansheng orb. The higher the brightness, the purer the blood relationship, and it has nothing to do with physical cultivation. Okay. Li Muxu looked at the Tiansheng orb that leading He took out, stretched out her hand, and a drop of blood seeped out on her fingertips, slowly condensed into a drop, and then fell. The blood drops fell on the Tiansheng orb, and a red light slowly lit up. This Tiansheng orb was a treasure specially made by the Li family. It had no attack power or defense power. Its biggest function was to detect the blood of the Li family. It could detect any trace of the blood of the Li family. 20 breaths, that's enough. Congratulations, Great Elder. Congratulations, Great Elder. After 20 breaths, the red light disappeared, and several younger generations of the Li family also congratulated them one after another, because this number was enough to prove that Li Muxu had a sufficient blood relationship with the King Li family. They should be the scattered clansmen of the Li family back then. Muxu, this Tiansheng orb has proved that you are a member of my Li family. According to the rules of our Li family, as long as the red light can be bright for 16 breaths, you can return to your ancestry, and you have been there for 20 breaths, which is enough to prove that the blood of the Li family in your body is already very strong. I heard from my master that 80% of the people with the surname Li in the entire cultivation world are related to the King Li family. Isn't your statement a bit too far-fetched? Not at all, your master is right. The Li family was extremely prosperous for millions of years, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators and tens of millions of mortals. However, it declined after its peak. After the decline of our Li family, these mortals scattered all over the place, resulting in the surname Li being spread all over the cultivation world. However, not everyone with the surname Li is from my King Li family. We mainly have two arguments. The first is this Tiansheng orb. This orb was refined by an ancestor of the 9th realm of my Li family, and it was specially made for the Li family, to check the purity of the blood. The second is, whether there are Li family ideals in their hearts, whether they are proud of the Li family's past glory, and whether they are willing to swear to be loyal to the Li family. The million-year heritage is indeed worthy of its reputation. These two arguments are enough to ensure that the Li family's heritage will not fall. Muxu, now you are a member of the Li family by blood, so are you willing to return to your roots? My master said that the world is bustling, all for profit, and as a mature cultivator, every word and action must have benefits. So senior, what are the benefits of me joining the Li family? Your master is a wonderful person, and his words are very touching. Well, let's talk about the benefits of returning to your roots. First, with your qualifications, the Li family's million-year heritage will be open to you. My Li family lives alone in a secret realm, planted countless spiritual plants, and has sufficient resources. Of course, this is not the point. The point is to be able to give you guidance on cultivation. You may have obtained the complete method of withering and flourishing, but you have no experience in cultivation, and no master to give you guidance, but the Li family has. The Li family's research on withering and flourishing is deeper than you think, and there is experience to follow even in the 9th realm. The second point is that it can solve your troubles. The Li family has been passed down for millions of years. The ancestor kingdom has made great contributions to the human race. All the major sects in Zhongzhou should give some face. The troubles of your Wu country and your Tiansheng Sect will be solved by our Li family, Li Dinghe said. In fact, the first condition is not important. Li Muxu is a 6th level alchemist. She can earn the resources she needs for her own practice, not to mention that Lin Xiao is also capable. He already knows about the matter of G-leveler from the information. The second condition is the key point. Why did Li Muxu take the initiative to expose the fact that she practiced the withering and flourishing art? If she is not a member of the Li family, isn't she afraid of the anger of the Li family? So she is sacrificing herself to save the Tiansheng Sect. In this case, why doesn't he go with the flow? It is not difficult for him to solve this matter anyway. This time we killed 4 people in the Shengsu period of the Tiansheng Sect. Can you solve it too? Of course, Muxu, you can be as good as 100 people in the Shengsu period. I don't like such empty talk. What I want is a real answer. Okay, I can promise you that the Tiansheng Sect will not pursue the matter. I have another question. I'm already a disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. My master is the leader of the Tiansheng Sect. I have sworn an oath to be allegiance to the Tiansheng Sect, and I have no feelings for the Li family. How can I guarantee my loyalty? Muxu, what should I say? Li Dinghe was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know why Li Muxu still said that. Could it be that even the King Di Li family could not attract her? Is it really okay to be so straightforward? Master told me that it's okay to be confused at ordinary times, but you must stay calm when encountering major events. Senior, Tiansheng Sect has been very kind to me, and Master has been very kind to me. It's impossible for me to betray and leave Tiansheng Sect. It's okay, Muxu, we have encountered situations like yours many times, and we already have mature solutions. You have limited loyalty to the Li family, and we also have limited support for you. You can be as loyal to the Tiansheng Sect as you are to the Li family. We will repay you, and will never let our own people suffer. If there is a conflict between the Li family and the Tiansheng Sect one day, you can mediate, and you can be neutral. In this way, it is not considered a betrayal of the two families. It is equivalent to a girl getting married. Her parents and husband's families are both at home. If there is something, you should discuss it first, instead of taking sides, right? Li Dinghe behaved very approachably. The moment Li Muxu said that she was the King Mu holy body, he had already made up his mind to pull Li Muxu into the Li family, so he racked his brains to find a solution. In fact, the Li family didn't encounter many of the things he said, because very few people have the ability to make the Li family make such concessions and sacrifices. It's not nonsense that the outside world says that the Li family is arrogant and domineering. The people of the Li family are indeed very arrogant. The reason why Li Dinghe did this was entirely because of Li Muxu's value. King Mu Saint body, withering and flourishing art, and 6th level alchemist, this kind of qualifications, no matter which force, is definitely the treatment of a core disciple. Li Muxu was also moved by Li Dinghe's news. The husband's family is the mother's family, but in the future, whether the Li family is the mother's family or the Tiansheng Sect is the mother's family, this is a question worth studying. Chapter 525, The Source of the Withering and Flourishing Art. Li Muxu couldn't bear it after Li Dinghe's reasoning, but Li Muxu was not stupid enough to agree on the spot. She told Li Dinghe that all decisions had to wait until her master came back before making a decision. Her master had to make the decision. When Li Dinghe heard this, he also knew the importance of Lin Xiao in Li Muxu's heart. He must have spoiled her since she was a child. He was both a master and a father. Therefore, in order to let Li Muxu recognize her ancestry, she had to deal with Lin Xiao. When Li Dinghe appeared in Tiansheng City, it was also when Lin Xiao left Tiansheng Sect. In order to rush back to Tiansheng City, Lin Xiao ran like crazy, but he was a step slower. Before entering Tiansheng City, he saw Tang Yulin and told Lin Xiao that the people from the Li family had arrived. Leading He flew to Tiansheng City in an ancient flying boat, letting many people know about the Li family's movements. Many people were curious about the Li family, including Tang Yulin. He wanted to go to SYNOPSIS Sect to see it, but unfortunately he was not qualified at all. Leading He was an 8th level cultivator, and he was also at the top of the pyramid in the world of immortal cultivation. Lin Xiao didn't have time to care about that. He went to SYNOPSIS Sect without taking a rest. SYNOPSIS Sect was well prepared, and soon welcomed Lin Xiao into the mountain gate. Li Muxu and Leading He had also been notified. Master Muxu, are you okay? Lin Xiao glanced at Leading He with a fierce look. Lin Xiao was afraid that the Li family would make things difficult for him. After all, he took out the Li family's mountain treasure, and the source of this was a big problem. It's okay, the senior treats me very well. He has been guiding me in my practice these days, which has made me progress quickly. That's good. I'm Lin Xiao, meet the senior. No need to be polite. My name is Leading He. Since you are Muxu's master, and I treat Muxu as my nephew, you and I can just call each other equals. I dare not, senior. I can make the decision on Muxu's affairs. Why don't we find a place to talk? Lin Xiao said with a folded hand. It was already a stretch to call each other equals with a high level. If he was equal to the 8th level cultivator, what about the golden body cultivator? Wouldn't he be regarded as Lin Xiao's junior? Of course. Then I'll trouble you, fellow Taoists from SYNOPSIS Sect, to prepare a quiet room. Leading He had this in mind, so he bowed to the monks from SYNOPSIS Sect and said, then a quiet room was arranged for them. Leading He set up restrictions in the room to prevent others from eavesdropping and monitoring. Senior, I, Lin Xiao, don't like to beat around the bush, so let's get straight to the point. What is your Li family's attitude towards Li Muxu? A natural talent, the Li family craves it. You should take a look at the conversation I had with Muxu that day. If you treat me with sincerity, I will not deceive you. Thank you, senior. Lin Xiao took the photo talisman from Leading He, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and quickly read the content. Lin Xiao also admired Leading He very much. Flexibility, intelligence, and calmness are all excellent qualities he has shown. Lin Xiao deeply agrees with what the senior said. It is Muxu's chance to return to her roots. I will not stop her, but I am curious about what price the senior will use to settle this matter. I haven't thought about it yet, because I don't know the inside story of this matter. This requires fellow Daoist Lin to clear up my doubts for me. Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. Lin Xiao replied. Lin Xiao recounted the whole cause and effect, from the time when Taishi set up a base in Zhuanayang City and met Luo Yun. He told her everything in detail, and it took him half an hour. This is what happened. It will be very difficult to mediate. Both of you are wrong in this matter, and it is hard to say who is more wrong. Your night owl ambushed in Zhuanayang City and even had secret agents, which is a serious crime. Later, King Nan went to Nan's house to kill you, which was also their fault. It seems that we will need to talk to the people from Tiansheng Sect again. The three parties must talk together. But don't worry, fellow Daoist Lin, the Li family will never let Tiansheng Sect bully you, and will never use force. Okay, let's talk together then, Lin Xiao said lightly. It would be good to let the Li family act as a matchmaker, which would save a lot of trouble. Lin Xiao would naturally have a way to solve it then. It seems that Muxu's matter has been finalized. I admire fellow Daoist Lin's generosity, but can fellow Daoist Lin clear up one more question for me? Senior, do you want to ask about the origin of the withering and flourishing art? Fellow Daoist Lin is smart. It's this matter. After my understanding of Muxu in the past few days, I found that the withering and flourishing art she practiced is the purest one, which was created by our Li family's ancestor King Di. After that, this technique has never been revealed. In each generation of the Li family's core disciples, no more than 3 people can practice it, and the elders in the family will set up restrictions in their souls, so even a soul search will not be able to find it. Leading He said lightly. He is the eldest elder of the Li family. He knows very well how much the Li family values the pure withering and flourishing art. In millions of years, the Li family has never lost the withering and flourishing art, and the Li family has not had this level of theft. So he is very curious, where did Lin Xiao get the withering and flourishing art? Exchanged for it? That's right, fellow Daoist Lin, don't joke. A disciple of the Li family would never exchange it for the withering and flourishing art. I didn't say it was a disciple of the Li family. Then who is it? I don't know. Yes, I don't know. Senior should know that I only had the purple mansion cultivation when I accepted Muzu as my disciple. At that time, how could I know who that senior master was? I paid a huge price to exchange it. As for what the price was, please forgive me for not being able to tell you. If you don't believe me, I can swear on the Dao Heart Oath. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, he immediately swore a Dao Heart Oath without waiting for Li Dinghe to express his opinion. The Dao Heart Oath should not be sworn lightly, especially the higher the cultivation level, the clearer the traces of the heavenly Dao of the Dao Heart Oath will be. If you violate the oath, it will really be a problem. And Lin Xiao has this courage, because his content is true. He originally exchanged it with the system, and the price was very high. So far, he has spent more than 30,000 points to exchange for this technique, and he will need tens of thousands of points in the future. Everything is true, so it is naturally not a lie. Li Dinghe had a blank expression on his face, but he was quite puzzled. Lin Xiao's skills were obtained through exchange, but who in this world could take out the withering and flourishing art? Could it be the supreme being of the Li family who went out to travel? The Li family had two supreme beings in this generation. One of them had a short lifespan and was not sure of surviving the heavenly tribulation and ascending to the upper realm, so he went out to travel more than 1,000 years ago and there was no news. It was just that the soul lamp at the Li family ancestral hall was not extinguished, which meant that he was still alive. In addition to this supreme being, another supreme being of the Li family would occasionally come out to relax. Apart from this supreme being, he could not think of anyone else. Can fellow Daoist Lin also practice the withering and flourishing technique? No, my physique is not suitable for practicing the withering and flourishing technique. This withering and flourishing technique is no different from ordinary skills on me. I see. In that case, then Li has only one request. That is, this skill cannot be passed on to anyone else. Fellow Daoist Lin, you must know that this is the core secret of my Li family, and even a divine skill is not without weaknesses. Once the enemy has thoroughly studied the withering and flourishing technique, it will be a disaster for my Li family. Li Dinghe said, implying that if Lin Xiao spread this skill, he would be the sworn enemy of the Li family and must be killed. Of course, for the time being, only Muzu is practicing the withering and flourishing technique. Who can practice this skill in the future can be decided by Muzu. Lin Xiao replied, but he set an ambush in his words. He spent a lot of money to buy this withering and flourishing technique. How could he ban it just like that? So he deliberately said that it was decided by Muzu. But would Muzu disobey Lin Xiao's wishes? Li Dinghe was an old fox, so he naturally heard the ambush, but he didn't intend to expose it. Since he wanted Li Muxu to recognize her ancestry, then the relationship could not be broken. As for Lin Xiao and Tiansheng Sect, Li Dinghe didn't take them seriously. His plan was to let Li Muxu return to the Li family secret realm to recognize her ancestry, and then stay in the Li family for a period of time, and then slowly assimilate Li Muxu. If Li Muxu didn't recognize Lin Xiao, then things would be much simpler. In that case, forget it. The matter has been resolved, and I have no doubts. We can go out and tell Muxu to save her from worrying. How about it? Just right, please, senior. Please. Then the two of them removed the ban and left the quiet room. Li Muxu was anxiously waiting outside. Seeing Lin Xiao and Li Dinghe come out with a smile, she was relieved. Li Dinghe told Li Muxu the result, and Li Muxu was also very surprised. In her opinion, the crisis of Tiansheng Sect was over, and with the help of the Li family, it would definitely be solved. Not long after, Tang Xuan also appeared. After knowing that Li Dinghe had achieved his goal, he congratulated Li Dinghe and Lin Xiao and his party. Li Dinghe agreed and presented a generous gift to thank Su Yuzhang for the hospitality. This trip was also a visit by the King Di Li family to Su Yuzhang, turning a private matter into a semi-official matter. After eating and drinking, Lin Xiao also took the opportunity to make a small request, that is, he hoped to borrow the cave of Suyuzang to heal his wounds, saying that he was injured in the battle with King Nian and others in Nansao, and took Li Muxu with him. Tang Xuan naturally would not refuse such a small matter, so he quickly approved to caves that were large enough for the golden body stage to retreat for Lin Xiao and his party, while leading He and his party returned to Xiansu city first, as it was not good to stay at the mountain gate of Suyuzang all the time. This is the 9 aperture divine silkworm pill. Is it for me? If not for you, who else? But what about you, master? I still have some. What? Still have some? Landling guy who is willing to give you 2? How is that possible? Don't worry about it. I have a way to get it anyway. Your meridians are injured, so be careful. It's not a problem for me. I can slow down the refining. But master, can you tell me where you got this 9 aperture divine silkworm pill? Do you have any more? I can't tell you where I got it, but I haven't had it in recent years. We have to wait. Lin Xiao shook his head. He only had more than 100,000 points left, which was a very dangerous level. It would take some years to get enough points to exchange. Wait a few years and you'll get it? Don't ask so many questions. Go into seclusion first. There are still many things to be settled. Leading He may not be reliable. Don't you see that SYNOPSIS Sect is too enthusiastic about leading He? Master, is there a problem with this? It's a big problem. What's the strength of SYNOPSIS Sect? It's the first class sect in Zhangzhou. There are more than 100,000 disciples and at least 1 million vassal cultivators. What about the Li family? Apart from the King Emperor a million years ago, do you really think they are anything to show off? And have you forgotten what I told you before? The difference between a first class force and a top force in Zhangzhou? No way. Don't think so much. Go into seclusion. I'm leaving. Lin Xiao said this and left, and immediately went into the cave to go into seclusion. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.